Praise for the new human rights movement. Peter Joseph is one of the great visionaries of our time. If there's a beautiful future, and I think there will be, then his fingerprints will be all over it. The new human rights movement. Reinventing the economy to end oppression. Peter Joseph. A few blocks from my production studio in downtown Los Angeles rests the historic Central Public Library. Built in 1926, it is one of the largest library systems in the world, a gateway to about 6 million volumes. It was here I set up shop to compose this book over the course of 15 months. As an institution, the very idea of a library is quite interesting. In a world dominated by property rights and general economic restriction, the library has been a rare source of sharing for many centuries. In fact, not only does the library signify an intuition that knowledge should be free, given its critical role in societal development, but it also serves as a poetic metaphor for human consciousness itself. Astronomer Carl Sagan, referencing the destruction of perhaps the grandest library in human history, the Library of Alexandria, some 1,800 years ago, wrote, "It was as if the entire civilization had undergone some self-inflicted brain surgery, and most of its memories, discoveries, ideas, and passions were extinguished irrevocably." I find great solace in such a socially connected perspective. It hints at the truth of the human condition. Understanding the social nature of human development, a dynamic interplay of what could be called our group mind, makes a healthy mockery of the egoism and proprietary neurosis all too common in modern culture. Fueled by a socio-economic condition that financially and through accolades of success rewards individual action while ignoring the social process that led to that action, we remain stuck in a very immature place. The fact is, world society as we know it is a purely social consequence, ultimately cultivated by a process of sharing. The library, in all its ancient glory and hidden intuition, signifies this deeper wisdom. As such, and as cliched as it may sound, it is to this process I acknowledge credit of this text. This is not to dismiss the many people past and present who have had a direct influence on this work's creation, but to embrace them all in their proper context. I, like them, am just a link in a chain. Moreover, as inspiring and helpful as the downtown Los Angeles Library has been while this work was formed, there was another feature of relevance present, a feature I doubt comes to mind when most consider this institution: the homeless. With about 80,000 homeless on the street each night in Los Angeles County, the libraries have served as a common refuge. It is here where the homeless can escape summer heat, use a bathroom, drink from a water fountain, and even use a computer. It took me some time to gain perspective of just how many homeless and poverty-stricken people there were on any given day, but their presence was overwhelming. Yet, at the same time, in an eerie way, they also didn't exist at all. They moved like shadows or ghosts that the general public and workers simply ignored. As it is on the street, where the more fortunate glide along with barely a passive acknowledgement of these fixtures of human dispossession, the homeless and destitute exist in a rather dismissed, ignored, and forgotten universe. To invoke George Orwell, they are a type of the unpersons. As I sat each day surrounded by people who effectively don't exist in the eyes of society at large, I began to understand that the homeless and poor are really walking threats to the way most wish to think about the world. They are threats to the way most wish to think about themselves. They are society's black mirrors, reflecting the vast denial of our human incompetence. To acknowledge them is to admit a tragic fault. Consequently, people go out of their way to pretend those ghosts lurking about them really don't exist at all. And so it is to these people that I extend my acknowledgement. The homeless in that library served as a daily reminder of what is at stake, further inspiring my need to help understand and fix what continues to go horribly wrong in this world. As playwright George Bernard Shaw eloquently put it, the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. The depth of this statement took a while for me to understand. Over the course of the past decade, my professional work in film, television, and online media has, to my humble amazement, been experienced by roughly 250 million people and translated into more than 130 languages. I have spoken in a dozen countries, given hundreds of hours of interviews and expositions via radio shows and podcasts, and answered literally thousands of questions from people concerned about the state of society. Yet, in my various attempts, effective communication is still something of an ongoing experiment, especially when it comes to the content presented here. Naturally, any idea, theory, or proposal is only as valuable as how well it is relayed. Each individual is a complex mix of rational thoughts and convoluted biases. There is a threshold of rationality when it comes to the human condition, and I state this not from a paternalistic standpoint but from the standpoint of just another flawed, emotional mind. True intelligence is self-awareness, including a sense of just how wrong you likely are most of the time as a result of your biases. As with any educational content, the more controversial the subject matter, the more difficult the communicative challenge. And there isn't anything more controversial than questioning culture itself. Being the social creatures we are, our very identity is linked to the values and traditions that surround us. This gravitation is largely out of our control. Hence, questioning culture and its norms invariably turns the question to oneself. This is delicate territory, no doubt. Contemplating this problem led me to the context of this work, as inspired by the writings of Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass was born into chattel slavery in the American South in the early 19th century. After escaping to freedom in the North, he became one of the most outspoken and effective leaders of the American abolitionist movement. His work led me to recontextualize my activist focus under the umbrella of civil or human rights. Douglass's literary style itself was also influential. His writing is deliberate, incisive, and motivating. There is idealism and yet pragmatism existing at once. So, not only do I hope the core argument of this work will be properly embraced as an extension of the global abolitionist movement, I also hope it will be as efficient in form and tonality as I found Douglass's literary expression to be. As for detail, much here has been necessarily generalized in an attempt to be concise and accessible. The caveat, of course, is that I have made assumptions about what readers may or may not already be familiar with. While I have done my best to avoid unnecessary complexity, tedious clarifications, and fringe terminology, there is only so far one can go before generalizations become self-defeating. Given this, the reader is encouraged to review the source material in the endnotes. A great deal of care has been taken to anticipate unfamiliar subjects, providing rather extensive references to help further exploration and justification. A glossary has also been added to help with custom concepts and general clarity. In most cases, terms presented in italics are included in this glossary. Regarding form, the style here is a combination. Publishing interests originally requested not only a treatment on social justice, but also something of a memoir. This approach did not strike me as productive initially. First, it seems confusing to mix a serious treatment about socioeconomics with personal anecdotes. Second, in the past I have deliberately not talked about my life history or myself in any real way, as I generally find it inhibiting to an audience's judgment. My goal is not to impose conclusions from the position of authority but to show the reasoning or train of thought that arrives at those conclusions. Yet, because I am not credentialed in any particular way, coming from a self-educated perspective, it has been difficult to crack the vault of mainstream dialogue. While I have certainly done my homework over the past decade, exploring hundreds of texts on social theory, history, and economics, I have no plagues or honorary degrees to impress you with. Given the emphasis our society places on perceived authority, the cynicism I often sense is not surprising. It is also natural that in our fast-paced, time-deficient world, most people simply want someone to tell them what to think. Yet there is a serious problem here, as there is a tendency by modern academia to perpetuate existing normative assumptions, especially when it comes to socio-economic theory. Most people who rise through the ranks of orthodox higher education experience an almost inevitable process of indoctrination. As with many cultural matters, so much has been presupposed about our way of life over time, people tend to assume the social institutions around them are all there is and ever was. Values become entrenched, identities become locked, and dogma is cultivated. The prevailing intelligentsia is far from exempt from this normalizing process, and sometimes one needs to exist far outside the box to make a difference. That stated, I decided I would let down my guard on this issue and try the experiment of explaining a little about where I came from and why I have the focus I do. This humanizing aspect will also, I hope, trigger associations within the reader that make the subjects more relatable. Surprisingly, it wasn't until I began to compile these stories that I came to understand just how predictable my life's unfolding has been. Many seemingly mundane events in my history have actually had profound implications hidden within. I simply didn't have the vocabulary at the time to understand them. However, I do wish to stress that these stories are not to be construed as actual evidence in defense of the conclusions argued. The technical scholarship of this work stands on its own, and the anecdotes are merely supplemental in the hope of sparking a better sense of connection to the reader. Finally, I want to point out that there is some repetition throughout the work. Due to certain topics existing in multiple contexts at once, the chapters often cross-reference one another, weaving in and out. This is mostly done to bypass anticipated confusion or incompleteness. By far the biggest challenge in writing this text has been keeping things connected, properly supporting the larger arguments. As abstract as the following comment may seem, the kind of thinking required here is actually not linear, but systemic. What I mean by that will become clear as you move forward. At the same time, I find that it doesn't hurt to periodically remind the reader of critical themes, especially given how unfamiliar some of this content and overall train of thought may be to some. While this text has been designed for people who have not been exposed to socio-economic theory before, I admit there is a certain level of complexity that I hope will be tolerated and appreciated. We are all one. And if we don't know it, we will find out the hard way. 1 Bayard Rustin. A central message of this book is that solutions to modern social problems are less about the moral aptitude of society and more about how society is technically organized. If I had to reduce the idea to a singular term, I would say the perspective is structuralist. Structuralism simply means we are accounting for larger order relationships when thinking about social affairs. It is a derivation of a more generalized concept called systems theory, Chapter 1. In terms of structuralism, if we had to locate the most influential man-made force affecting the human condition, there is no doubt that a society's social system would be most prominent. A social system is defined as the means by which a society organizes itself to facilitate survival, prosperity, and, ideally, peaceful coexistence. From networking the behavior of individuals and institutions, to characteristics such as security, medical access, resource management, political processes, and transport infrastructure, the defining features of a social system can vary. Overall, a social system serves to maintain and improve public health, Chapter 4. Public health is an umbrella idea that embraces many factors and outcomes. As a broad measure, the quality of overall public health in a society ultimately reflects the quality of its social system. If it happens to be that a system is allowing or even facilitating unnecessary disease epidemics, pollution, starvation, violence, crime, deprivation, social oppression, bigotry, and other harmful features, then the integrity of that social system is brought into question. However, any challenge to the integrity of the system is really a challenge to the integrity of its core foundation, and that core foundation is economic. How a society organizes its resources, labor, production, and distribution is by far the most defining and influential feature of culture. This is why when people discuss social systems in general, they usually refer to them by their economic modes. Capitalism, communism, socialism, feudalism, mercantilism, and so on, each have specific economic properties that temper the entire social construct. The economic foundation of society is what determines not only the kind of political and social institutions it has, but also its dominant cultural values. Chapter 2. An example of the latter is the cultivation of consumerism. Consumer culture reflects a sociological adaptation to the structural needs of our prevailing economic mode. The most optimized state of market capitalism is one of high product turnover. Without this, economic expansion would not be possible in technical terms. Therefore, a culture that is motivated to buy and sell as much as possible is one favorable to the structure of a market economy. Chapter 4. I wish to clarify that throughout this work various terms will be used to reference our current economic mode. Free market, capitalism, market system, market economy, and market capitalism will be used in both a detailed and generalized context. To the chagrin of any traditional economic purists reading this, once this text establishes its core definition of a market economy, such terms become mostly interchangeable in use. Chapter 2. While direct clarification will still be made at times, the decision to use one term over another will be contextually subtle. For example, if the context pertains to class relationships, perhaps highlighting the historical wealth and power divide between owners and workers, the term capitalism will likely be used. This is because inherent to that term is the structural distinction between the two labor classes. In contrast, if the context is about dynamics related to trade itself, such as general equilibrium theory, I will likely use the term market economy since it is more specific to the dynamics of exchange. There is, however, one term that is very specific and will be used a great deal. That term is socio-economic. This refers to economic activity that connects to social and personal outcomes. It can be used to describe a cause, or it can be used to describe an effect. A simple example is poverty. Modern poverty is actually not an inevitable byproduct of humans sharing a planet that is supposedly deficient in resources. Rather, poverty today is a systemic consequence native to our current economic mode. In other words, its existence is artificial and contrived, not natural. Poverty is simply a negative externality of the market economy, just as industrial pollution often is. Chapter 3. However, while poverty is certainly an effect of the social system, it can also be separated as a cause. In modern sociological research, poverty is frequently referenced as a starting point, or precondition, that leads to a spectrum of socio-economic problems. These include premature mortality, violence, social destabilization, epidemic disease, crime, suicide, mental illness, domestic abuse, and many other public health concerns. Yet, poverty is just one feature of the overall phenomenon of socio-economic inequality. Socio-economic inequality links to a range of detrimental social problems, many of which are quite surprising. Chapter 4. For example, as odd as it may seem, a person living in a generally wealthy nation, with a smaller income gap, may experience very different public health outcomes than a person living in another generally wealthy country that has a larger income gap. This statistically occurs even if those people have the same absolute income. The more economic inequality, the unhealthier a country's people are on average. To put succinctly, socioeconomic inequality is the greatest detriment to human health and social stability in the world today. It is a systemic problem that has far-reaching consequences. The new human rights movement is about ending it or coming as close as we possibly can. This is not to ignore other issues of social injustice such as racism, discrimination, or xenophobia, nor is it to bypass growing socio-ecological problems such as biodiversity loss, climate change, water pollution, and other problems that will harm the poor of the world long before the rich. Rather, the new human rights movement serves to unify these issues. While a fragmented focus has been required in pursuit of social and environmental justice historically, there is a dominant through line that has consistently been missed or ignored. That through line is that almost all forms of social oppression are rooted in socio-economic inequality. and most forms of destructive environmental destabilization are rooted in the essential nature of our economic mode. These two issues are critical to understand. Causality surrounding them may not always be direct or obvious. As will be discussed, our minds have a hard time understanding extended chain reactions. We tend to think in a very proximal sense rather than a systemic one. Chapter 1. This means when we see, for example, a company polluting a water supply, hurting a local population, we tend to blame the company, ignoring the larger structural pressures that may be occurring beyond that company, motivating or even coercing its decision to pollute. The bottom line is that when we trace the systemic chain reactions of our most detrimental social problems, we almost invariably end up at the doorstep of the economy. If we expect to achieve new levels of prosperity, peace, and social justice on this planet, while also stopping or reversing many detrimental trends currently on pace, then it is about time we started to expand our sense of possibility. While the future has yet to be seen, it is safe to say that a business-as-usual scenario can only lead to increasing social problems at this stage of social evolution. While we have seen great strides over the past 200 years, the value of those strides is only as good as our ability to maintain them. Social and ecological trends now show not a path toward further prosperity, but a path toward social destabilization and an overall public health crisis. Chapter 5. I wish to reiterate that the real issue of concern today isn't moral, it is structural. It has little to do with people's general, day-to-day intent and everything to do with the organizing framework of global society. All the best intentions in the world are not going to stop the existing and emerging problems as long as the current socio-economic framework remains unaltered. What we have today is an increasingly incompatible social system, clashing with a world very different than the one it evolved out of. While it is convenient to assume that we humans, as smart as we are, will naturally adapt society to new requirements, given current trends this very well might not be the case. In the same way the abolition of abject slavery or apartheid didn't occur through polite, rational conversation, at no time has the march towards social equality and rational societal adjustment been fluid. As will be detailed, the character of our social system favors preservation and elitism. Chapter 3. Social dominance and the facilitation of social control and oppression is structurally codified in the system, a normative function born from its inherently competitive, scarcity-driven ethic. Given this, the odds of any kind of easy transition are slim. That is because those with great power and wealth, those who have been rewarded greatly by the system, naturally find cognitive dissonance with the idea of altering the very mechanism that has rewarded them so disproportionately. In the words of Frederick Douglass, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did and it never will. Find out just what any people will quietly submit to and you have found out the exact measure of injustice and wrong which will be imposed upon them. 3. Therefore, the need for social movement on the global scale, with very specific and strategic plans to shift the social architecture, is now critical to progress. These needed adjustments have already been made clear by both modern trends in economic or productive means and the sociological and ecological revelations presented by contemporary science. The train of thought as to what socio-economic preconditions will allow for a highly sustainable and socially just world is virtually self-evident. How we get there and if we get there in time is the ultimate question. 1. Chapter 1. System-bound, realizing relationships. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. For some strange reason, I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. You can never be what you ought to be until I am what I ought to be. This is the interrelated structure of reality. 1 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. W. When I was 11 years old, I was assaulted by a young black teenager who stole the expensive new bike my mother had recently bought for me. The gift was fairly rare, likely provided out of guilt from my parents' recent divorce. At that time, I was living with my father in a poor urban area of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, having moved there from a more rural setting years before. The region was a strange mix of subsidized housing projects and large, circa WWI Victorian homes in bad repair. It was basically the outcome of what some have termed white flight from the decades prior. During more racially turbulent times in America, Caucasians migrated en masse from the cities to the suburbs. The end result was economic stagnation in the regions left behind. While the demographic in the area varied, my Italian-German family was certainly in the minority. Running home after the attack, bruised and traumatized, I was relieved to find my older brother. In my emotional state I explained the situation. Furiously, protective of his younger sibling, he grabbed a golf club and dragged me out the door and into the car. Speeding around the neighborhood, we ended up in a crowded mall parking lot. Near the top of a hill, I noticed the silhouettes of a couple of young kids, working their way up on their bikes against the setting sun. One of the bikes appeared to have the same spoke structure as mine, but I wasn't sure. In my delirium, I really wasn't able to make much sense of anything. "Is that him?" my brother demanded. I didn't know and shied away from any further pursuit. I just wanted it all to end. When my father came home from work, I could sense his outrage as he examined me. As a second-generation Italian immigrant raised in New York poverty, he had a deep culture of family protection and honor ingrained in him. As in the clichés of Italian vengeance popularized in Hollywood mafia films, I could sense his overwhelming need to do something about what had happened to me. This sense of retribution was gestural. After all, it was just a kid and no one was going to hunt him down and harm him. The police were notified and a general lookout for the young man went on for a few weeks. Though he was a minor, his being arrested, prosecuted, and penalized would have been the common path of what we call criminal justice in the United States. He was never caught, however. As I will explain in a moment, I'm glad he wasn't. Systems theory. I have set up this childhood story to contextualize a series of observations. Before I begin, however, let's review a tool needed to frame this assessment, something called systems theory. Systems theory was made popular by biologist Ludwig von Bertalanffy in the late 1960s. It is a non-reductionist approach to understanding complex phenomenon, focusing attention on larger order relationships rather than smaller parts. 3. There has been a tendency throughout the evolution of science to fragment fields, examining them independently. In school, we study biology, mathematics, psychology, sociology, physics, and other areas generally in isolation. This reductionism is logical in a preliminary phase of investigation. However, it becomes limiting if those 3 fields are not eventually viewed in connection with each other, as they are in the real world. Systems theory highlights this need for inclusive comprehension in the search for causality in nature. As is the case with the study of the human body, understanding the singular properties of parts only, such as cells or organs, is incomplete. We need to understand how all those parts work together, producing the human being as a single system. Yet at the same time, the human body itself is not an island. It is also a falsely detached construct, as much as we are inclined to separate ourselves in consciousness. A human being is inclusive to the larger order ecosystem or habitat from which it evolved and upon which it relies for survival and health. It is also inclusive to our man-made social structures and institutions, such as political, legal, and economic traditions. The term biopsychosocial is commonly used in the public health community to embrace such mixed influences. For as conceptualized in Figure 1a, our biology, our psychology, and the social conditions in which we live interconnect to define us as individuals. Who we are, what we think, and the quality of our health is a consequence of these influences. The figure includes a few listed examples. This attempt to delineate specifics is very general and incomplete. For instance, while genetics as a field of study is considered unique within biology, the broader notion of physiology can be used to embrace both biology and genetics together. Any attempts at hierarchies of this nature are rather ambiguous, as there is always overlap when we are trying to isolate attributes. Noted at the bottom of the figure, ecology has been added as a macro influence overall, basically extending the social component to the habitat. As will be explored further, our habitat and its dynamics influence our social and personal lives in complex ways. For instance, any large-scale environmental disaster could deeply affect our biopsychosocial condition. An earthquake that creates a water shortage in a city is an example. This could trigger social disorder, reducing public safety in terms of both poor sanitation and stress-induced crime. Those suffering from dehydration could suffer serious physiological harm. Likewise, a person genetically predisposed to anxiety disorder might have behavioral reactions that in turn negatively affect others. Some may become so desperate that they end up drinking unsanitary water, triggering the spread of disease. This would further increase negative social stress and other chain reactions. As expressed by this example, while the general idea of extended causality and interacting systems may be simple in theory, the technical, real-world dynamics are overwhelmingly complex. The main focus here is systems theory as related to sociology. Niklas Luhmann is a notable historical figure in this field and worth referencing. Luhmann basically reduces all social system phenomena to processes of communication. 5. This makes sense since most all societal features, such as economy, law, 5. Politics, religion, and the like, are ultimately about human interaction. Each of these subsystems or institutions interconnect to define the larger order social system and its dynamics. This overlap between subsystems, such as how an economy can affect the well-being of a family, is termed an intersection by Luhmann. In this example, the intersection is between the needs of a family and the tradition of economic organization. He refers to everything outside of such interacting, or unifying, systems as the environment, with this environment housing the delineated, intersecting systems perceived. A simple analogy is to consider Earth in the void of space. Given the vast distances between celestial bodies, we experience the Earth as a closed system, composed of endless subsystems, such as oceans, forests, and even the human species. In this analogy, space would be the environment, assuming we ignore the sun and other factors actually affecting Earth in an even larger relationship. Necessarily, the study of systems is a process of isolating them on some level, even though the intent of systems theory is the daunting task of comprehending the widest range of intersections, seeking as much unification as possible. How the human being intersects with his or her environment, whether social or ecological, is fundamental to all human sciences. A core observation is that we appear to be built with certain biopsychosocial propensities and expectations. In other words, we have hardwired aspects linking our biological and psychological selves to the social condition. We have evolved not only basic physiological needs but also psychological ones built around our social nature. Just as we completely depend on adults for survival in the first years of life, evolution has wired us for social connection and bonding in deep and profound ways throughout the life cycle. 6. Youth development in general is no doubt the most critical phase of life. For example, in the 13th century, King Frederick II of Sicily conducted a wildly primitive experiment. Curious what the natural language of human beings may be, he commandeered some children from his kingdom and had them raised in complete isolation for years. Each child was given its own room and all the needs assumed required for survival, such as food, clothes, warmth, etc. However, no one was allowed to talk or communicate with them in any meaningful way. In the 6. Meantime, the king and his associates speculated on what language the children would eventually speak. Would it be Greek? Would it be Italian? Unfortunately, the experiment was inconclusive as all the children died of what is called stress or psychosocial dwarfism. 7. Also known as Kaspar-Hauser syndrome, this is the phenomenon in which extreme emotional deprivation leads to endocrinological disturbances that harm development and can even lead to death. 8. The same phenomenon has been witnessed with feral children, who are often abused through social isolation. Some of these children can never learn to speak, in fact, because the critical learning period for language attainment was also never utilized. 9. In order to achieve healthy outcomes, there are things that should occur during child development and things that simply should not. 10. If a child is severely abused or traumatized, there is an increased likelihood that that child will develop destructive tendencies as an adult or suffer health complications. 11. In contrast, supportive emotional bonds can have powerful, long-term positive effects on children, even in infancy. For instance, caring for infants in very deliberate and physical ways has been linked to stronger immune systems. 12. A prominent study conducted by Tiffany Field of the University of Miami School of Medicine found that simply touching premature infants each day in neonatology wards sparked growth hormone reactions that increased development rates by almost 50%, along with a host of other positive outcomes. 13. Such findings coincide with a large body of research demonstrating the biological importance of positive human, or social, connection. Extending this logic, if aspects of adult well-being and behavior can be linked to childhood treatment, the question then becomes what factors or conditions set the stage for childhood mistreatment. Given the intersecting nature of things, both children and those responsible for them are subject to larger order socioeconomic conditions. If those conditions aren't supportive to such nurturing, then we have a problem. For example, if a family lives in extreme poverty, the kind of social and material support needed to raise children properly simply may not be possible. It is here where the term precondition is worth introducing. A precondition is defined as something that comes before or is necessary to a subsequent result. For example, a precondition to driving a car would be obtaining a driver's license. Medically, the term is used to 7. Denote factors that may lead to a statistically probable result, such as smoking tobacco leading to lung cancer. Sociologically, the term is used the same way. As opposed to individual health, however, the context is public health, health outcomes occurring on a population level. For example, as will be discussed in detail in Chapter 4, poverty is highly determinant of many negative outcomes, including child abuse and neglect. While society tends to view parents as the starting point of these problems, as does the legal system, this inclusion of social preconditions extends the chain of causality. For example, researchers at the American Academy of Pediatrics directly linked an increased unemployment rate to child maltreatment. 14. In this case, this precondition, unemployment, is being correlated to child abuse or neglect. Unemployment does not literally cause child maltreatment, but rather there is a statistical correlation between the condition of unemployment and chain reactions linked to it. Extending the example, the precondition of unemployment has actually been shown to correlate to a wide array of problems. In the United States, between 1991 and 2000 the annual unemployment rate went from 6.8% to 4.8%. According to a study by the Uniform Crime Report, UCR, that same period produced a 42.9% reduction in murder, a 33.6% decline in violent crime, and a 28.8% reduction in property crime. 15. A 2015 study focusing on 63 countries found that about 46,000 suicides were associated with unemployment in 2008, marking a dramatic rise related to the global financial crisis. 16. These people were stressed to the point of mental illness, predisposed or not. In academic literature the terms rational and structural are often used, with the former referencing isolated human decisions and the latter referencing decisions manipulated by larger order influences. Such structuralist correlations linking environmental preconditions to behavior and health are also replete throughout modern sociological and epidemiological literature. Yet policymakers have mostly ignored such informative research on how social conditions lead to detrimental public health outcomes. There are some exceptions where attempts to limit negative social preconditions exist, such as the public welfare systems of Nordic countries. However, the world generally neglects the concept. As will be explored throughout this work, Our social system. 8. Despite any positive intentions and degree of supportive success, is at the same time the driver of extreme and unnecessary negative public health outcomes. But the dominant political, legal, and economic institutions of society largely ignore or are oblivious to the depth of such problems. Overall, I find that there are two reasons for this. First, regardless of the science, this kind of thinking is very counterintuitive. We tend to perceive in very linear and superficial ways, as opposed to broader, more thorough ways. This contrast could be termed localized perception versus systems perception. Localized perception is what you see directly around you, drawing conclusions and building associations from the incomplete sensory data coming through your five-sense reality. Systems perception or systems thinking is about understanding intersecting processes and chain reactions. Unfortunately, such thinking does not come naturally to us. We tend to see the world as a facade, perpetuating illusions of reality. In fact, I would argue that this perceptual flaw is at the root of most all superstitions and false theories of the past. For example, ancient societies would look up at the sky and watch the sun, moon, and stars appear to circle the flat earth. Why? No other reason than that it simply looked that way. Likewise, as we gaze outward, it is also easy to forget that the light we see is only a tiny portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. It took the creation of advanced tools and more scientific approaches for us to witness and better understand these once hidden features. Even the most common sense perception you have of yourself is largely an illusion. We experience our bodies as closed, free-moving systems. Our minds have a powerful sense of individuality and free agency. Yet the air we breathe, the gravity that defines our movement, the sun that powers life itself, and the culture that orients our values are just as much a part of us as the arms we extend. Our biopsychosocial nature primes and alters our thoughts, reasoning, and reactions, putting into question the degree of free will we think we have. 17. Likewise, research shows how difficult it is for us to think in terms of probabilities. Probabilistic assessment is a critical mechanism of scientific evaluation and the understanding of complex, real-world interactions. 18. Today, we have firm understandings about social preconditions that lead to probable outcomes such as terrorism, violence, property. 9. Crime, family abuse, mental disorders, sexual perversion, conflict, drug addiction, and a host of other behaviors once relegated to the realm of free will entirely. Without statistical study at the population level over time, many such connections would remain invisible, just as the link between smoking and lung cancer was once hidden. Similarly, we also tend to operate with heuristics in our everyday lives, using quick means to make decisions based on personal experience rather than through detailed analysis. 19. All of this is to say that our minds naturally gravitate toward very narrow and superficial thinking. Only with the advent of science has our comprehension become more refined. Socially, we have come a long way from simply declaring a person evil because of an offensive act. Today, we have a better understanding of the systemic preconditions that create aberrant human behavior as a chain reaction. 20. As time has moved forward, we have continued to improve our tools and models, refining our understandings, just like we finally realized that the Earth was not flat and the Sun did not orbit around it. The second reason society tends to ignore the relationship between social conditions and public well-being is because this knowledge clashes with the nature of the established political, social, and economic order. This order includes the major philosophies and belief systems that underscore such dominant traditions, including theistic religion. Religious thinking is fundamentally non-systemic, as it tends to separate humans from the natural world, focusing on individual behavior and human privilege. It implicitly assumes people have total free will and are isolated and responsible in their actions without any connective nuance. This makes sense since at the time most fundamental religious texts were written there was no real understanding of these systemic or scientific relationships. This kind of thinking is yet again a flaw of localized perception, as is the case with the overall idea of theism in general. To see ourselves as connected to and the same as everything else in the world, as science has shown, is a very unromantic detour from ancient belief systems determined to convince us that we are special. Hence, systems thinking puts into doubt the major foundations of religious belief, eliminating the idea that human beings have a privileged position in the universe. 10. Secularly, the established socio-economic political system has been built upon similar archaic and superficial assessments. For example, our economy is premised on a very early stage of civilization. As will be expanded upon in Chapter 2, the economy narrowly focuses on individual behaviors, without any real consideration of larger order or aggregate consequences of such behaviors combined. For example, when people buy and sell in the market, they generally do so on the basis of their personal, short-term preferences. The collective result of these actions can create negative outcomes or chain reactions such as industrial pollution or resource overshoot that have nothing to do with the intent of individuals acting in the market. This lack of comprehension, rooted in a truncated or incomplete understanding of systemic economic outcomes, creates constant socio-economic disorder, as we continue to see throughout the modern world. The same goes for our political and legal methods. These practices were also born from periods that had very little scientific foundation, assuming highly localized or truncated ideas about the human condition. Today, intellectual progress has literally left the socio-economic political system behind. A massive sociological cultural lag has been occurring for about a century now, wherein modern understandings that can dramatically improve human life go utterly unincorporated. This is not hard to understand since power systems inherently fight interfering change, as noted earlier. After all, large changes to the social system could mean disturbance to those who benefit disproportionately, along with those in political control. The truth is that if the potential for positive change were truly realized, the entire architecture of society would be forced to shift dramatically. As such, there should be little wonder as to why modern sociological revelations have gone mostly ignored by policymakers. False causality. With this system's framework in mind, let's now return to my story. As stated, from the standpoint of the criminal justice system, my assailants being arrested, prosecuted, and penalized would have been the 11. Traditional path. As a minor, he likely would have landed in juvenile detention for the aggravated theft of that $200 bike. The United States not only incarcerates more of its citizens than any country in the world, it incarcerates more of its youth than any other country in the world. 21 Racism is literally built into the entire system, as almost half of those incarcerated are of African descent, with black youth 6 times more likely to be incarcerated than white youths for the same offenses. 22 As civil rights lawyer Michelle Alexander notes, why youth of color are more likely to be arrested, detained, formally charged, transferred to adult court, and confined to secure residential facilities than their white counterparts. 23 The result of this highly punitive and bigoted system is the destruction of children's lives, especially black and minority children, since statistics show that youth incarceration actually increases the likelihood of future offenses, on average. A 2013 study produced by Massachusetts Institute of Technology found that, estimates based on over 35,000 juvenile offenders over a 10-year period from a large urban county in the U.S. suggest that juvenile incarceration results in large decreases in the likelihood of high school completion and large increases in the likelihood of adult incarceration. 24 When you statistically examine the punitive outcome affecting black males in America, combining recidivism rates among both juveniles and adults, you begin to see that the U.S. criminal justice system is a machine that harms anyone subject to it, and specifically chews up and spits out blacks and minorities, ruining countless lives. The system also doesn't end at incarceration. Federal convictions as adults can remove possibilities for future employment, remove the right to vote, generate housing discrimination, lead to the denial of educational opportunities and loans, and remove access to social welfare benefits, along with other legal forms of what can only be called oppression. 25 In light of these statistics, coupled with how the peak of this highly punitive approach was occurring in the early 1990s as far as juvenile arrest and incarceration are concerned, I can honestly say I'm glad my offender wasn't caught. While I certainly didn't enjoy his pummeling or the loss of my bike, the probability that his life could have been set on a path of destruction through a barbaric and structurally racist criminal justice system is much more offensive to me. Kids make mistakes and a great deal of compassion is needed to correct them. The U.S. criminal 12. Justice system has proven not to be a means of reform but rather a mechanism to exacerbate many problems. Also, since the system has been shown to actually breed violence, as will be touched upon in a moment, it's possible that other people could have been victimized as a result of his exposure to such punitive conditions. All this begs the question of how such a distorted penal system came to be and why the black and minority population have been so disproportionately victimized by it. What cultural, socio-economic, and historical influences have intersected to produce such an institution? At this time of writing, not only have the U.S. criminal justice system and its systemic racism been under attack by activists, but there is great outcry over repeated acts of police brutality against blacks and minorities as well. Organic grassroots organizations such as the Black Lives Matter movement, coupled with older, more established rights groups such as the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union, and NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, have made these concerns a top priority in public appeal. Of course, the efficacy of any policy proposals can only be as good as the cause and effect understood. To consider this further, let's first review the basic premise of criminal justice itself. While approaches vary from country to country, the idea that operant negative conditioning will deter unwanted behavior is the central theme. In other words, punishment, or the threat of punishment, is the assumed means of control. While the term rehabilitation is often used in regard to incarceration or parole, it's hard to take that term seriously when the mechanism is mostly punishment. While it is true that operant conditioning works to a degree, as in the case of a child who learns not to touch a hot stove after being burned, the approach is incomplete. 26. It is once again localized, not systemic. The justice system generally ignores the social preconditions that lead a person to commit crime. The consideration of how economic and societal pressures distort human behavior, or perhaps even make an entire minority demographic vulnerable to legal persecution, is virtually non-existent. Instead, a superficial process of individual judgment occurs, with no consideration for one's life experience or social condition. While removing behavioral threats from society may be required, just as the need arises to quarantine a person with a highly contagious 13. disease to prevent its spread, the overall premise of legal judgment is fundamentally short-sighted. In the words of Bertrand Russell, when a man is suffering from an infectious disease, he is a danger to the community, and it is necessary to restrict his liberty of movement. But no one associates any idea of guilt with such a situation. On the contrary, he is an object of commiseration to his friends. Such steps as science recommends are taken to cure him of his disease, and he submits as a rule without reluctance to the curtailment of liberty involved meanwhile. The same method in spirit ought to be shown in the treatment of what is called crime. 27. Such a medical or public health perspective is mostly missing in legal practice, especially in the United States. There are a few nations that have worked to incorporate a more humane approach, such as the Nordic countries. Sweden has one of lowest incarceration and recidivism rates in the world, being less punitive and more therapeutic in its methods. In fact, as of 2015, Sweden has actually been closing prisons, in stark contrast to the United States. 28 with 65 per 100,000 Swedish citizens incarcerated versus 700 per 100,000 in the US, there is a clear difference at work. 29 However, that difference is not simply how criminal justice or rehabilitation is administered. The Nordic countries have also adjusted their market economies to include vast social welfare safeguards, reducing socio-economic stress. The social condition there is very different than in America, which has perhaps the weakest social welfare system of any industrialized nation. While effective rehabilitation is important, real success lies in preventing a criminal violation to begin with. This means the proper social preconditions that help ensure human well-being and the avoidance of criminal or offensive behavior must be in place. Hence, if the goal of society is to stop such behavior, the main focus can only be socio-economic reform, not punitive threat. As research has shown, reducing negative social stress is critical, for such pressures can alter one's self-control. Consider an unemployed American minority male living in a poor area with a felony on his record and a bad credit rating. His circumstances. 14. Make it difficult to find a decent job, get a loan, or generally take care of himself or his family. Backed into a corner, examining the options in his region, he may resort to selling illicit drugs. He may dislike it. He may morally disagree with it. Ultimately, though, the instinct to survive will trump ideology and ethics when stress becomes high enough. 30. Put another way, moral principles American Samoa will be discussed in the next chapter, are really only useful when pressures to violate such principles are low. That understood, let's now home in on the highly punitive U.S. criminal justice system, including its disproportionate focus on blacks and minorities. As stated, the U.S. maintains the most punitive attitude in the world when it comes to criminal prosecution and incarceration. 31. This includes juveniles as well as adults. 32. It has indeed been found that these harsh practices actually increase recidivism as compared to other nations. 33. The harsh nature of incarceration takes a traumatic psychological toll, and effectively the opposite of rehabilitation appears to be occurring overall. Dr. James Gilligan, prison psychiatrist and former director of the Center for the Study of Violence at Harvard Medical School, actually refers to U.S. prisons as graduate schools for crime. He stated, "Prisons have often been called schools for crime, I'd call them graduate schools for crime. People often have to become violent in order to survive in them. Or, even if they're not attacked by others, they are subjected to conditions of degradation and humiliation and intimidation and threats that I think might drive the most saintliest of people to become violent in response." 34. The U.S. has a disproportionate prevalence of overall criminal behavior as compared to other developed countries. In 2011, there were 12,408,899 arrests. 35. This is the highest in the world. The second highest, Germany, had 2,112,843. 36. That translates to about 4,000 per 100,000 in the US versus 2,300 per 100,000 in Germany, almost twice the rate. Some argue that America's signature draconian drug laws alone account for this spread, but this is incomplete. 37. Yet, if we remove drug arrests, 1,531,251, entirely, it only brings the total down to 10,877,648. This makes the ratio 3,500 per 100,000, only a mild difference on the whole. Today, nearly 1 out of 15. Every 100 adults is in prison or jail in the US, 5 to 10 times more than in Western Europe and other democracies. 38. This particular feature of imprisonment indeed blossomed with the application of highly punitive and intolerant judicial practices peculiar to the tough-on-drugs laws that burgeoned from the 1970s onward. I wish to point out that while the punitive attitude is a serious policy problem, it doesn't change the fact that America still produces more overall crime than any other first world nation. There is some speculation as to why this is, but evidence points in part to the lack of social welfare, as touched upon before. Another reason appears to be inequality itself, something the US also leads the way in. As will be addressed later in this text, socioeconomic inequality is a powerful social destabilizer, and the more inequality in a society, the more problems, including violent crime, tend to occur. As for how black and minority culture have been disproportionately affected, there is a systemic problem at work. Today, 1 out of every 3 black men will find himself in prison at some point in his life. 39 An extensive 2014 report on discrimination in the criminal justice system, falling further behind, combating racial discrimination in America, stated. Discrimination and racial disparities persist at every stage of the U.S. criminal justice system, from policing to trial to sentencing. The United States is the world's leading jailer with 2.2 million people behind bars. Perhaps no single factor has contributed more to racial disparities in the criminal justice system than the war on drugs. Even though racial/ethnic groups use and sell drugs at roughly the same rate, blacks and Hispanics comprise 62% of those in state prisons for drug offenses, and 72.1% of all persons sentenced for federal drug trafficking offenses were either black, 25.9%, or Hispanic, 46.2%, many of whom often face harsh mandatory sentences. 40. Generally, racism and discrimination are observed as fairly straightforward phenomena. We understand them as something of deliberate intent by clearly bigoted mentalities and actions. But what is occurring in the 16. U.S. criminal justice system is different. The intersection of historical, socio-economic, legal, and cultural factors has created a dynamic that generates racist outcomes without directly racist intentions. In other words, it isn't the outcome of a sea of overtly bigoted police officers, lawyers, judges, parole officers, and other personnel. Rather, it is a confluence of America's racist historical baggage, the primitive legal logic of the justice system itself, and cultural bias that is subconsciously generated by the repetition of disproportionate minority arrests, along with the socio-economic reality of minority poverty and inequality. These 4 preconditions ensure destructive and punitive outcomes against blacks and minorities throughout the system. The 1960s civil rights activist Stokely Carmichael was perhaps the first to popularize this kind of systemic observation. Coining the term institutional racism, he stated, "Racism is both overt and covert. It takes 2 closely related forms, individual whites acting against individual blacks and in the operation of established and respected forces in the society that receives far less public condemnation than the first." 41 He continues, "This is not to say that every single American consciously oppresses black people. He does not need to. Institutional racism has been maintained deliberately by the power structure and through indifference, inertia, and lack of courage on the part of white masses as well as petty officials." 42 The concept of institutional racism is an application of systems theory to express how racist outcomes occur without directly racist intentions. While Carmichael's stated context is a bit more narrow in focus, the same structuralist logic is critical to understanding not only the bigotry built into the U.S. criminal justice system, but also the overall phenomenon of group oppression in the world today. Systemic racism. As will be discussed further in Chapter 3, there is a kind of structural bigotry in society that links to our economic system. As in the prior case study, trying to understand the systemic factors that have culminated in a bigoted criminal justice system in America, the economic attribute is to 17. Be found as powerfully influential. The other factors mentioned, legal, historical, and cultural, actually all link back to political economy as well, both in the present and in the past. As for the historical relationship specifically, while many countries employed abject slavery long ago, the focus on race-based slavery, with the condition of servitude even passed from parent to child, was fairly unique to the emerging U.S. of the 17th century. 43 This set in motion a cultural divide that differs from such divides in other nations. The long-term result is a turbulent process of societal integration. From abject slavery to segregation to the spectrum of civil rights abuses, the racist baggage of U.S. history is visceral and entrenched. And as much as many assume or demand a color-blind society in the 21st century, the truth is that American culture is still trapped in a systemic unfolding that goes back centuries. Yet seldom does one ask how race-based slavery came to be. The prevailing view often taught in elementary school is that white Europeans enslaved black Africans because they simply thought Africans were inferior. While the idea of white superiority is certainly documented, especially during the late 19th and early 20th century with blacks deemed natural slaves through what is now termed scientific racism, this isn't the real origin of American slavery. 44 Rather, American slavery was a market-based economic decision to secure cheap labor and profitable investments. In the words of sociologist Robin M. Williams, Jr., in a very basic sense, race relations are the direct outgrowth of the long wave of European expansion, beginning with the discovery of America. The resulting so-called race relations had very little to do with race initially. It was historical accident that the peoples encountered in the European expansion differed in shared physical characteristics of an obvious kind. But once the racial ideologies had been formed and widely disseminated, they constituted a powerful means of justifying political hegemony and economic control. 45. While eons of slavery have been common by way of war, conquest, or debt, justification by physical appearance alone was little practiced until 18. The time of the American colonies. Upon settlement, white European indentured servants were mostly used. However, they had fairly short multi-year terms and became limited in number as time went on. Eventually, African slaves were sought when it was obvious they were better business investments than the indentured Europeans. As explained by Professor of Sociology William Julius Wilson, the conversion to slavery was not only prompted by the heightened concern over a cheap labor shortage in the face of the rapid development of tobacco farming as a commercial enterprise and the declining number of white indentured servants entering the colonies, but also by the fact that the slave had become a better investment than the servant. As life expectancy increased, resulting from the significant decline in the mortality rate from disease, planters were willing to finance the extra cost of slaves. Indeed, during the first half of the 17th century, indentured labor was actually more advantageous than slave labor. 46. During the initial stages of African slavery in the colonies, racial bias wasn't much of an issue. Black slaves worked alongside white indentured servants as equals. They even intermarried and had common social distinctions. This was before the artificial construct of race was legally created. As detailed by civil rights professor Carter A. Wilson, color prejudice against Africans was rare in the first two-thirds of the 17th century. Legal distinctions between black slaves and white servants did not appear until the 1660s. At first, the plantation owners relied more on European indentured servants than African slaves. Initially, attitudes and behavior toward the African slave differed little from those toward the European servant, except that the servant served only a short term, usually 7 years, and the slave generally, but not always, served for life. Interracial marriages were common in the first half of the 17th century and, at this time, they provoked little or no reaction. Christian status and Christian morals were important. Race was not. 47. 19. The true dawn of American racism was not slavery itself but how the framework of slavery was eventually supported and justified. The full transition from temporary white servants to lifetime-bound black slaves started around the last half of the 17th century, with enormous population increases by way of the global African slave trade. Expanded commercial agriculture in the southern states specifically created demand. 48. Around this time, public policy started to change with the specific interest to create division between existing white servants or poor whites and black slaves. Historian Edmund S. Morgan notes that Indians were also being enslaved and alienated in the same way, referencing the actions of a government assembly in Virginia. He stated, "The assembly deliberately did what it could to foster contempt of whites for blacks and Indians. In 1680 it prescribed 30 lashes. If any Negro or other slave shall presume to lift up his hand in opposition against any Christian." This was a particularly effective provision that allowed servants to bully slaves without fear of retaliation, thus placing them psychologically on par with masters. 49. It was this tactic of social division, separating black slaves from poor whites, that served as a form of security through hierarchical dominance, stabilizing the economic practice. Over time, various excuses for black inferiority were concocted. These ranged from being non-Christian heathens to being beasts of burden. This reorientation slowly generated a culture of bigotry and dominance that echoes to this day. So, in a sense, racism has effectively been a system reinforcer to optimize slave labor by way of sociological manipulation. Moving on to the legal relationship, the evolution of legal statutes in America has obviously included very racist decrees linking back to slavery once again. The interest in controlling the black population as conditions moved away from slavery has been obvious. By the time of Jim Crow laws in the late 19th century, segregation served this means, locking black society into certain areas, bound to grinding poverty and consistent political and economic oppression. Such communities were easily and routinely victimized by a judicial system, controlled by whites. 20. That allowed blacks very few truly recognized rights. By the time activists were able to force alleviation of direct legal oppression by the mid-20th century, the sociological damage already done was substantial. Here you had a large, poverty-stricken minority population, isolated in poor regions with limited economic opportunities. Not only was the cultural baggage from generations of white oppression lingering, but the black community was faced also with internal destabilization due to a lack of basic means. By the 1970s, there was strong outrage and general disorder. Sensing this, a paranoid white political establishment gravitated toward policies to further control the black community. Richard Nixon's chief of staff, H.R. Haldeman, noted in his diary that Nixon held highly racist views. He wrote that Nixon emphasized that you have to face the fact that the whole problem is really the blacks. The key is to devise a system that recognizes this while not appearing to. 50. Nixon is famous for starting the war on drugs in 1971, which was eventually escalated by Ronald Reagan in the 1980s and then Bill Clinton in the 1990s, resulting in an enormous, disproportionate increase in black arrests and overall lower-class minority incarceration. 51. Most serious researchers today are hard-pressed to view the origins of the American drug war as anything but a war, covertly rooted in policy, fought against the black community, the lower class, and subversive counterculture youth in general. This isn't to say the drug war was entirely deliberate in its targeting. But it is easy to see how policymakers could find ways to justify such actions in euphemistic ways, with the thought of social control and systemic oppression clearly in the back of their minds. After all, during the time of the drug war's conception, the two great forces proving they could alter the political establishment were youth and minority culture. The 1960s had some of the most effective social and civil rights movements in history. It is not out of the question for the political establishment to see the subculture as a threat, seeking means to deflate its power. As will also be discussed in Chapter 2, such dominance patterns have been constant throughout social evolution for a long time. In sum, the legal system morphed from direct racial oppression to indirect by targeting the outcomes of historical and present socio-economic inequality, rather than any specific group. Between the draconian drug laws and the effects of destabilizing poverty and deprivation in 21. The black community, law enforcement could easily fill its arrest quotas. Racial profiling doesn't need to be police policy when all police see, day in and day out, is minority crime. They have been conditioned by superficial experience to associate black culture with criminal behavior. This association can be largely unconscious, in the same way the white community has grown to associate the young black male with crime due to decades of biased portrayals in the news media. 52. Then we have cultural relationships. Returning to my story, after my attack I found myself reacting nervously when I would see a man of color walk toward me on the street. It was an irrational fear, emotionally triggered, as I had understood even at my young age that race wasn't real. Before my attack, this irrational fear wasn't an issue. Something snapped in my brain because of the trauma. While the effect went away after a few years, particularly when I attended a mixed-race, international art school from the age of 13 on, I realized later that it wasn't just the traumatizing attack that created the effect. It was the overall social climate of paranoia and racism in the American South that primed me for the reaction, specifically the highly negative stereotyping of the young black male. For instance, there was a popular television show in my youth called Cops. This show featured white police arresting poor black men constantly. At the same time, news footage I would see of American prisons always showed a sea of dark-skinned people, while depictions of crime in drug-infested black ghettos painted a primitive, uncivilized picture of black society. Even in my elementary school, there was a subtle segregation, with black youths often undergoing more scrutiny and accusation than white youths. These children were also likely to underperform on tests. Such outcomes are troubling because they again reinforce superficial and bigoted assumptions. If people see statistics such as black children performing worse on academic tests, black adults arrested and incarcerated more, or higher black unemployment, they may superficially gravitate toward assuming it is just the way they are, having no other information. Our localized perception fails us in this way. Rather than looking at the condition the culture finds itself in as cultivated over time by such former pressures as abject slavery and Jim Crow segregation, compounded by ongoing economic deprivation and poverty, it 22. Isn't difficult to see how a culture of misguided bias can be created and perpetuated, even without malicious intent. Now, returning to the issue of economy, the central argument here is that the economic foundation of our society is at the root of the problem. The early economic decision to exploit Africans for labor and profit helped give birth to the nature of our modern criminal justice system, resulting in a self-perpetuating machine of bias and bigotry. It is not just the generational tradition of racism in the white legal community that has created this pattern, but the ongoing socio-economic inequality that has been common to the black community ever since. This has created a feedback loop that condemns the natural outcomes of socio-economic deprivation, i.e., crime, lack of education, further securing systemic oppression of the black and minority community by law enforcement and even society at large. A culture of aberrancy has also been groomed, such as the modern epidemic of black-on-black gang behavior in inner cities. While superficial assumptions condemn gang behavior, blaming the people involved, the reality is that this behavior has been the culmination of intersecting socio-economic pressures over generations. In short, the consequences of systemic racism are now producing preconditions that ensure the future preservation of systemic racism. It is a cycle, and this cycle can't be broken in a real way without the removal of poverty and low socio-economic status. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. understood this. While remembered mostly for his help in enforcing black voting rights, ending segregation, and promoting the Gandhian vision of nonviolent civil dissent, he also led an anti-poverty movement few seem to be aware of. Before his death, King was working on an economic bill of rights to basically end poverty in the United States. 53 He knew that all the prior civil rights successes to help black culture prosper would not be as effective if the perpetuation of poverty continued. The systemic consequences of poverty were too strong, preserving bigoted reactions and oppression. To put it another way, the black community, no matter what legal or civil rights it obtained, was still locked into a tragic cycle of discrimination, and poverty was the binding factor. King made his position clear in his final book, Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos or Community? He wrote, 23. We have come a long way in our understanding of human motivation and of the blind operation of our economic system. Now we realize that dislocations in the market operation of our economy and the prevalence of discrimination thrust people into idleness and bind them in constant or frequent unemployment against their will. The poor are less often dismissed from our conscience today by being branded as inferior and incompetent. We also know that no matter how dynamically the economy develops and expands, it does not eliminate all poverty. 54. His solution was direct. Since the market system will unfold as it does, perpetuating its signature feature of economic inequality. The simplest approach was to install a universal minimum guaranteed income to counter it. He stated, "I am now convinced that the simplest approach will prove to be the most effective. The solution to poverty is to abolish it directly by a now widely discussed measure, the guaranteed income." 55. He also added, in the same spirit, "For years I labored with the idea of reforming the existing institutions of society. A little change here and a little change there, but now I feel differently. You have to have a reconstruction of the entire society, a revolution of values." 56. Universal minimum guaranteed income means each citizen gets paid to live, with no job requirement. Whatever the poverty line may be, each person is supplied with that income directly, ending poverty. While King's solution was not systemic in the sense of seeking to change the actual mechanisms creating poverty itself, his understanding of the consequences of poverty certainly were. However, as this text will argue in later chapters, while patches such as universal minimum guaranteed income are just as relevant and needed today as they were in King's time, they are still only one step in the right direction, seeking, as he put it, a reconstruction of the entire society. Preconditions. Now, with the framework of systems theory in place, coupled with this background knowledge of the historical, cultural, and economic roots of 24. Institutional racism, and along with our understanding of how poverty and socio-economic inequality are fueling the residual oppressive condition today, I will return to my story. Let's put ourselves in my assailant's shoes as a young black teenager existing as an extension of historical African American oppression. I would like to consider possible preconditions that may have guided him to commit the assault and theft. The first and most obvious precondition is poverty itself, a characteristic inherent to the neighborhood and, judging by his torn and dirty clothes, likely his economic state. Perhaps he needed the bike for transport or wished to sell it for money. These are fairly obvious and common considerations, so I won't belabor them. A second, less obvious possibility could be an interest in social status. It was clear that the bike was of high value and, as we all know, appearances are given great weight in modern culture. Social status has become synonymous with material wealth while the appearance of poverty implies personal failure. Interesting studies conducted on class inequality found that high status, or high-priced, goods are of more interest in places with larger wealth gaps between the rich and poor. 57. Such research also notes how people in a more unequal region, closely witnessing material wealth outside their reach, are more prone to risky behavior to fit in or try to match others' status symbols. Psychologists have referred to this as wealth signaling or conspicuous consumption. 58. On one end, we see strained purchases of high-status goods that have little to do with real human need by those who simply cannot afford them, including people going into debt simply to keep up appearances. On the other end, we see violent crimes of material lust, such as a teenager killing another for a pair of high-dollar sneakers or an expensive designer jacket. 59. Underlying this tendency, as touched upon earlier, is our deeply social nature. Generally feeling connected, respected, and accepted by others to some degree is not a subjective preference, it is a hardwired emotional requirement for good health. 60. How this expresses itself may be tempered by an individual's characteristics, but it is generally a universal phenomenon. Being without a sense of social inclusion, humans can become neurotic, just as our non-human primate brethren have also been shown to do in controlled experiments. 61. As independent as we may feel, social. 25. Connection is a deep need, built directly into our evolutionary psychology. If connection is not obtained, imbalance and biological psychological, distortion can occur. 62. The effects of exclusion, disrespect, and overall social class hierarchy can produce a spectrum of negative outcomes. Feelings of being marginalized or of having lesser value than others have been correlated with mental illness, violence, crime, heart disease, and a host of other public health issues. 63. It is just as much physical as it is psychological. meaning people can be in social settings but still feel excluded owing to status perception and other influences. The materially obsessed consumer behavior we see today is really less about a given item's purpose and more about what that item means in terms of societal bonding. In effect, mere wants have been artificially turned into emotionally demanded needs by the drive for social inclusion. While many economists have argued that this insatiable desire is simply part of our shared human nature, it appears this tendency is only human nature in the sense of a shared social reflex, not some uncontrollable compulsion for material gain. As will be further explored later in this text, such materialism is really a byproduct of the nature of our economy itself, structurally induced. At the same time, this pattern also produces a kind of perpetual human dissatisfaction. 64 In the words of psychologist David G. Myers, compared with their grandparents, today's young adults have grown up with much more affluence, slightly less happiness and much greater risk of depression and assorted social pathology. Our becoming much better off over the last 4 decades has not been accompanied by one iota of increased subjective well-being. 65 Because social connection and self-worth has been partly relegated to relative material success, people find themselves on what some social psychologists label the hedonic treadmill. 66 The more wealth people generate in this environment, the more they tend to expect things, thus reducing their capacity to be happy with less. The effect also trickles down in a socio-economically stratified society from the public perception of the opulent, creating a reduced sense of inclusion. It has been exacerbated in more recent times by the accelerated rise of modern consumerism. Avner Offer, professor of economic history at Oxford University, details this evolution in his book, The Challenge of Affluence. He states, 26. Regarding the effects in Britain and the US, the goods in question, however dispensable in other cultures, were truly vital for social participation. 67 As the 20th century unfolded, newly created conveniences and material goods became looked upon as essential, and to be without them was to be poor, he wrote. 68 The rise of consumerism will be discussed more in Chapter 4. Returning to my story, given this cultural climate, there is the possibility that the visually stimulating, high-dollar bike was less a means of utility or a source of monetary value than a status symbol, something he could show off to his friends. A third and perhaps even less considered possibility is that of my assailants feeling power and control in the act of dominating another. Poverty, while often talked about only in terms of material deprivation, is also about a lack of control, lack of respect, and feelings of shame and helplessness. Dr. James Gilligan, again the former head of Harvard's Center for the Study of Violence, had this to say about the relevance of power and respect in such acts. I used to think that people committed armed robberies in order to get money, and indeed, that is the superficial explanation that they would often prefer to give, to themselves and to us. But when I actually sat down and spoke at length with men who had repeatedly committed such crimes, I would start to hear comments like, "I never got so much respect before in my life as I did when I pointed a gun at some dude's face." 69. Psychological research shows that feelings of shame, inferiority, and being disrespected are foundational preconditions for violence and crime. 70. If you have seen a bar fight in which the cause was merely one stranger uttering an insult to another, you have witnessed the reactive need for social respect. Because status is linked to material success in modern society, growing income disparity translates into a self-worth disparity. Therefore, it is no mystery that feelings of inferiority, shame, and humiliation are staples of modern culture. There is strong epidemiological evidence that correlates the amount of violence in a region to the amount of class inequality. 71. Gilligan and others have concluded that 27. The broadest predictor of violent behavior is socioeconomic inequality itself. This is due not only to the material deprivation of poverty, but the stressful feeling of shame related to simply being lower in perceived status than other people. 72 studies also show this pattern with our non-human primate brethren. In strict hierarchical baboon troops of Africa, chain reactions of upper to lower status abuse have been observed. First, a dominant baboon strikes and humiliates a subordinate. The subordinate, knowing he cannot strike back, turns to strike his own subordinate to release the angst or save face, and on down the line it goes. 73. These primate dominance reactions, often termed displaced aggression, mirror patterns in the human population, such as domestic abuse. 74. Studies of husbands beating wives and children often find triggers related to job problems or other sources of emotional stress, ego loss, and feelings of inferiority. Sourcing a range of studies, domestic violence researchers Van Wormer and Roberts state, low economic status of men and the inherent stress of trying to eke out a living can also be a factor associated with violence, most likely in the form of displaced aggression by the husband onto the wife. Investigation of correlates of domestic violence found that the strongest contextual risk factor for intimate partner homicide is an abuser's lack of employment. 75. This overall line of thinking has led Gilligan to conclude, if we wish to prevent violence, then, our agenda is political and economic reform. 76. As for my assailant, one could speculate on a range of such possible influences, specifically related to his African American history. Perhaps I was a symbol of white oppression or elitist wealth given the race-class tensions common to the American South at that time. Perhaps his family upbringing had clear victimization by white forces, part of a tradition of bias. Perhaps a perceived injustice occurred that very day that offended the young man, who then felt the need to take it out on me. In other words, his targeting me may have had a deeper, even subconscious basis, seeking to elevate his sense of control, power, and integrity. More broadly, the same kind of analysis can be applied to impulsive group violence such as race riots, where people assault each other for no other reason than symbolic differences. For example, the Los Angeles riots of 1992 had many such characteristics. The poor, centralized black and minority population exploded in rage, ostensibly because of the 28. Acquittal of abusive police in a high-profile court case involving the beating of an unarmed black man. Yet many sociologists today source this rage to the poverty and oppressed socio-economic conditions inherent in the community, with the acquittal of the white police merely a trigger for pent-up anger. 77. In the words of sociologist Joel Kotkin, this wasn't a race riot, it was a class riot. 78. Problem solving. Mohandas Gandhi was clearly aware of the influence societal structures have in shaping values and outcomes. He is famous for saying, "Poverty is the worst form of violence. It little matters to me whether you shoot a man or starve him to death by inches." 79. This implicitly criticizes the existence of class inequality and its systemic effects. His view is unique as it alludes to a subject that will be discussed in detail later, something called structural violence. Structural violence, meaning preventable violence resulting from human-generated institutions, is an all-encompassing kind of indirect harm. In our localized sense of experience, we tend to think of violence as a direct, human-to-human affair, not a systemic outcome that tends to mask its original source. Stokely Carmichael also alludes to this systems-based view in the context of institutional racism. He wrote in 1967, "When white terrorists bomb a black church and kill 5 black children, that is an act of individual racism, widely deplored by most segments of the society. When in the same city, Birmingham, Alabama, 500 black babies die each year because of the lack of proper food, shelter, and medical facilities, and thousands more are destroyed and maimed physically, emotionally, and intellectually because of conditions of poverty and discrimination in the black community, that is a function of institutional racism." 80. Norwegian sociologist and mathematician Johan Galtung, who was highly influenced by Gandhi, formally introduced the term structural. 29. Violence in 1969 and has written extensively about it since. 81. In his work, he defined Gandhi as a structuralist, stating, "Gandhi saw conflict in the deeper sense as something that was built into social structures, not into the persons. Colonialism was a structure and caste was a structure, both of them filled with persons performing their duties according to their roles or statuses. The evil was in the structure, not in the person who carried out his obligations. Exploitation is violence, but it is quite clear that Gandhi sees it as a structural relation more than as the intended evil inflicted upon innocent victims by evil men. 82. As mentioned in the introduction of this book, this structuralist, systems-based worldview is deemed critical to effective problem solving. This fact applies not only to human behavior, but the spectrum of public health and ecological problems occurring in the world today. Any given problem, irrespective of its nature, will have systemic roots that facilitate or support it in some way. The question is, can those roots be changed to stop the negative chain reactions? This is not to argue that all negative outcomes can be eliminated or controlled by this approach. There are limitations, just as we cannot today stop the everyday spread of the common flu. Yet we can strategically limit our exposure to the flu and ensure the best conditions in our environment to lower the odds of its occurring. I doubt many reading this would decide to replaster a ceiling that keeps leaking every time it rains, knowing the real leak is on the roof of the building. Yet our localized view of the human condition is still plastering away. To stop the leak, we need to seek out and resolve root causes that continue to lead to social oppression, ecological disregard, and other influences that reduce human well-being. It has only been in the modern age that sociological research has provided powerful evidence of what's needed to resolve these problems. These new frameworks or models for understanding society must be applied if we expect to see true social progress. 31. Chapter 2. Beyond the Pale, R. Social Mythology. This tendency prevails from the continental rationalists on. Leibniz, Spinoza, Descartes, Berkeley, Kant, and Hegel, for example, more or less entirely presuppose the social regime of their day and its constituent forms as in some way the expression of a divine mind, which they see it as their rational duty only to accept or to justify. 1 John McMurtry. World history is interwoven with an endless thread of unique myths about the origin of life, powerful deities, heroic quests, afterlife, the end of the world, destiny, and various other sacred ideas and narratives inspired by existence. From Greek mythology, with its 12 pantheon deities staged to demand obedience from us mere mortals, to Cavalace, the virgin goddess of the Incas who ate fruit that impregnated her, only to then throw herself and her newborn into the ocean to be turned into rocks, humanity's depth of creativity and capacity for invention is quite fascinating. Underlying these stories and symbols are attempts to make sense out of a chaotic, daunting world. The drama of the human condition certainly creates a need to believe something in an attempt to organize reality and better understand our own lives. It is no wonder then why moral dilemmas, dualities of good and evil, astrological determinism, destiny, controlling gods, judgment, and a litany of other common. 32. Mythological attributes are replete in almost every historical culture on Earth. Since myths are culturally shared beliefs by definition, regardless of their truth, we can also understand the importance they have had in creating social cohesion, group mobilization, trust, and deep spiritual and philosophical bonds between people. It is in this framework that I would like to turn attention to secular mythology. As opposed to the traditional or sacred types just touched upon, secular mythology comes in the form of social, ideological, or political narratives. These narratives include a spectrum of ideas that effectively serve to bond people around normative societal traditions, structures, and methods. Social psychologists have categorized aspects of this tendency in the term legitimizing myths, meaning myths that serve to protect the status quo and assist social control. 3. Whether dealing with nationalist, political, or economic loyalties, prevailing moral codes, underlying philosophies, or other dominant characteristics of society, there are numerous supportive myths that form a protective barrier around traditional values and practices. Our tribe. When it comes to secular mythology, there is perhaps no better case study than the nation-state and its tribal politics. Loyalty to a country, its people, and its methods, and shared opposition to its decreed enemies, is facilitated by a catalogue of symbols, stories, ceremonies, revisionist history, and other elements that serve the interests of social cohesion and status quo support. If you've ever had that looming feeling of being brainwashed when singing your country's national anthem or pledging allegiance as a child, you are familiar with such ceremonial reinforcement reminiscent of religion itself. Nation-states also tend to employ sacred symbols, another signature of religious culture. A nation's flag is one such example. Virtually all states, present and modern, have superimposed their sanctity onto flags, even including severe punishment if the flag is ever desecrated or disrespected. This patriotic protectionism reflects just how serious keeping national respect is, especially during times of war. In fact, perhaps the 33 highest utility of such national mythology is to ensure that a citizenry willfully sanctions acts of state power, with any opposition considered sacrilegious or unsupportive of the national tribe. This tradition of unquestioningly holding military forces in high public esteem, psychologically buttressed by ubiquitous ceremonialism including medals, parades, and other adornments, has been a historical constant across the world. The taboo against criticism is even extended to where questioning any aspect of the war apparatus is condemned as showing disrespect for the sacrifice of the honored, noble soldiers. In modern-day America, the current global empire, gestural yet irrational slogans such as "I am against the war but for the troops" are common, creating a form of Orwellian doublethink that limits critical judgment. For likewise, a vast array of euphemistic language and rhetoric is common to war politics, specifically on the side of an aggressor nation. American journalist Walter Lippmann, famous for his concept of manufacturing of consent, a euphemism itself for how state power often uses propaganda and myth rather than direct force as a means of social control, sarcastically stated, "We must remember that in time of war what is said on the enemy's side of the front is always propaganda, and what is said on our side of the front is truth and righteousness, the cause of humanity and a crusade for peace." 5. As George Orwell wrote in his classic 1964 essay Politics and the English Language, "In our time, political speech and writing are largely the defense of the indefensible. Things like the continuance of British rule in India, the Russian purges and deportations, the dropping of the atom bombs on Japan, can indeed be defended, but only by arguments which are too brutal for most people to face, and which do not square with the professed aims of political parties. Thus political language has to consist largely of euphemism, question-begging and sheer cloudy vagueness." 6. Social critic and comedian George Carlin satirized this phenomenon by coining the term humanitarian bombing. 7. Since we effectively think in language, cultural associations made to specific terms outside of their clinical meaning can often bias one's 34. Reasoning in an irrational way. For instance, stigmatizing labels can deter examination of issues simply by a kind of branding. Derisive use of the term communist in the early to mid-20th century is an example. This label was often imposed upon anyone with anti-capitalist sympathies, even when the accused might have had no other interest than to see a more egalitarian and equitable society. 8. The term conspiracy theorist is another, more modern label, which serves to deter people from inquiring into any dishonest acts on the part of government or business. 9. This term has become synonymous with irrational, used mockingly by politicians and the media. Likewise, the term terrorism has become the preferred politicized imperial symbol to incite fear and insecurity in a population. It can be viewed as a more modern version of the term communism in this sense. This insecurity helps open the door to various power abuses, as seen in the past with the spying and intimidation that occurred during McCarthyism in the 1950s. Today, the threat of terrorism is used similarly, justifying power abuses on the part of the government and allowing for acts of civil oppression and military aggression that otherwise would have no justification. As political theorist Carl Schmitt often argued, without a perceived enemy of a given society, something the majority feels threatened by in a unifying way, social cohesion and control may be jeopardized. 10. Overall, Political language by its very nature imposes an associative mental framework that, if reinforced properly, can narrow one's thoughts about social issues. Through this process, people lose focus on other possible factors or viewpoints. Political language also exploits our innate tendency to be superficial, short-sighted, and fragmented, as explored in Chapter 1. Language, therefore, beyond being our main tool to learn and communicate, can also function as a tool for social control by strategically imposing or restricting ideas, values, and biases through associative influence. 11. Historically, the use or threat of violent force has been the general route to ensure public compliance by state power. We still see this extremism in societies such as Saudi Arabia's that engage in stoning, beheading, limb removal, crucifixion, and other barbaric practices for fairly modest crimes. 12. Highly controlled state media, propagandized education, and concentrated political power have also contributed to ensuring social. 35. Uniformity and compliance. However, the past half-century has seen a rapid rise in demand for democracy and freedom. I place these terms in quotes since how they are defined is highly subjective, as this text will explore in future chapters. Regardless, the Arab Spring event triggered in 2010 is a modern example of this general growing global interest in moving away from overt dictatorship, monarchy, regimentation, and other echoes of older methods of state oppression and elitism. 13. This long-term trend toward democracy, to whatever degree of definition or application, has challenged the nature of how national loyalty and status quo preservation is to be maintained. In other words, with populations becoming increasingly intolerant of overt oppression, other methods of social control by the establishment have been required, effectively cloaking the dominance effect. These newer techniques are perhaps best thought about as similar to those used in mass media persuasion or commercial advertising. It is increasingly about cultural manipulation rather than direct violent force. Interestingly, as shadowy as all this may seem, such control theory is far from obscure, despite the contradictory mythology assumed by most living in the self-proclaimed free societies of today. There has been consistent discourse among the intelligentsia that people simply need to be controlled. This has been viewed as a social imperative, not a nefarious act. One prestigious advocate of this view was Edward Bernays, who wrote a classic text appropriately titled Propaganda in 1928. 14. As will be addressed later in this book, Bernays's work also strongly shaped American advertising, helping to engineer a culture of material dissatisfaction to boost an economy driven by consumption. However, his ideas have also been applied to political persuasion. In fact, Nazi propagandist Joseph Goebbels is noted to have regarded Bernays's work quite highly in this context. 15. Yet Bernays was not malicious and simply saw this kind of need for social control as natural and necessary. He casually described the use of dishonesty and influence as though he was talking about an academic, anthropological reality. In Propaganda, Bernays writes, "The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in 36. Democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men we have never heard of. This is a logical result of the way in which our democratic society is organized. Vast numbers of human beings must cooperate in this manner if they are to live together as a smoothly functioning society." 16. Within this context of propaganda, we find consistent mythological patterns that tend to exist in all nations. Revisionist history, or the sanitizing of a nation's past to control perception, is a classic example. Most nations tend to build great statues of their historical heroes as though the actions taken by those people were with the intention of the current population's well-being. Like most Americans, I was taught that the great explorer Christopher Columbus discovered America, setting the stage for the creation of the land of the free and home of the brave. I was taught the settlers worked to civilize the stubborn native Indian savages, bringing advanced knowledge and tools to help them evolve. I was also taught that the Founding Fathers preached how all men are created equal, and every American shall be granted the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Of course, none of those things are true. Millions were living in North America before Columbus's arrival. Settlers systematically closed in on the native cultures with genocidal techniques. The Founding Fathers omitted those of African descent from any form of equality to justify slavery, and the right to the pursuit of happiness could only have been directed toward the property-owning, white male elite who were the ones originally granted political privilege. At the time of the first major presidential election in 1789, only 6% of the population, white male property owners, was eligible to vote. 17 From Genghis Khan, to Napoleon, to Alexander the Great, to Francisco Pizarro Gonzalez, we see regional homage still given to these great conquerors today. The rhetoric is as though their actions were of a benevolent loyalty to their people. Of course, if the true acts of any of these figures were witnessed in the modern day, they would be 37. Seen as intolerant, xenophobic monsters. 18 Modern variations on this theme range from the suggested worship of political leaders via noble portraits hanging in civic areas, as made famous by more totalitarian regimes, to the soft idolatry of naming libraries or airports after past U.S. presidents. These are echoes of a long tradition of power worship, harking back to such doctrines as the notorious divine right of kings of 17th-century Europe, which declared the monarch was subject to no earthly authority, deriving the right to rule and act directly from the will of God. 19 This general pattern of codified or implied group superiority represents perhaps the most common and effective dominance myth in history. The view that one nation, religion, race, or whatever group is fundamentally superior to another has been at the root of vast historical injustices and atrocities. Of the numerous wars conducted over the past couple of centuries, very few have been publicly justified in terms of stealing something from another group of people or seeking strategic advantage over them, even though that has indisputably been the case overall. Arguably, all acts of war are foundationally acts of dominance, conquest, colonialism, or imperialism. 20 Yet, this aggression is generally cloaked with the claim of defense or a humanitarian act of help. Today, this syndrome is best exemplified by the now cliched Western imperial ruse of seeking to spread freedom and democracy. 21 Similar to the exploited claim of fighting communism in the early 20th century, this paternalistic position suggests that the current political condition of a targeted nation is simply too corrupt or inhumane. Therefore, intervention to free its citizens or stop the spread of ill thought becomes a moral obligation of the invading power, as the rhetoric goes. This pattern of justification is also paralleled with the centuries of religious warfare and military evangelism common to the spread of Christianity, Islam, and other religions. The excuse to civilize a population with ostensibly more appropriate ethical or moral values has been common. From the Spanish conquistadores to the Crusades to the persecution of Native Americans in the pre-United States, paternalistic excuses abound. For example, with respect to the latter, James Knowles, an early 19th century pastoral professor out of New England, famously argued that it was a religious mission to convert the 38 Native Americans to Christianity. If they refused, it was morally acceptable to destroy them, as they were simply not respecting God's will. 22 It is also worth noting that while many view the Crusades and other religious wars as purely ideological, evidence shows that material interests and trade expansion generally underscored these wars, as well. 23 Religion often serves to help galvanize and justify aggression or defense. This can be said about the modern Israeli-Palestinian conflict, too, where religious differences are really secondary to the dispute over land, security, and resources. This isn't to deny the existence of intolerant religious extremism. However, it will be found that regions with the most religious conflict or insurgent terrorism tend also to be regions with the greatest destabilization, insecurity, and history of foreign exploitation, scarcity, and deprivation. 24 The process is systemic, with increased bigotry, racism, and xenophobia in themselves natural consequences of social and economic insecurity overall, even if disconnected in perception over time. 25 As a final historical example of this cloaked ideological justification for war, the same rationale for eventually justifying the enslavement and inferiority of Africans in the early United States also led a pseudoscientific charge to justify a colonial war to annex the Philippines at the turn of the 20th century. Fulfilling the emerging ideal of America's manifest destiny, this war was blatantly characterized in U.S. media as battling a primitive, backward people, even prompting the 1904 World's Fair to have on display imported villagers from the Philippines. Believe it or not, they were featured in the context of early man and stages of evolution. 26 This display clearly reinforced the American public's sense of superiority and the illusion that the U.S. invasion was for the better in some paternalistic way. President Theodore Roosevelt did not mince words on the elitist view, stating in his 1902 Memorial Day address, "Just at this moment the Army of the United States is carrying to completion a war in which is involved not only the honor of the flag but the triumph of civilization over forces which stand for the black chaos of savagery and barbarism. The warfare that has extended the boundaries of civilization at the expense of barbarism and savagery has been for centuries one of the most potent factors in the progress of humanity." 27. 39. This claim of cultural superiority also paves the way for other degrees of exceptionalism, invariably influencing the views of citizens almost subconsciously due to repeated media persuasion. Today, for instance, when American citizens hear about US-led international drone airstrikes that assassinate people deemed a threat to U.S. interests, there is great public outcry when apparent mistakes are made. For example, in Pakistan, U.S. drones have killed hundreds of innocent civilians in recent years. 28 Yet little is said about why the U.S. is somehow exempt from international law and can send drones into almost any country, killing people with robots. That the U.S. has not been at war with Pakistan, and Pakistan certainly does not approve of the drones being sent into their region, makes it illegal. 29 Yet the Western population has been so indoctrinated into this assumed exceptionalism, currently under the guise of anti-terrorism, that it barely raises an issue with the overt criminal behavior in and of itself, only questioning the apparent mistakes. Dominance theory. Building on the phenomenon of cultural exceptionalism, the study of social dominance has been a long-standing interest of sociologists. Whether we are dealing with international dominance between countries, or socio-economic dominance between domestic classes, certain features and dynamics are consistent, leading to various theories attempting to explain why. One highly influential model is termed social dominance theory, SDT, established by psychologists Jim Sidenius and Felicia Prado. 30 This theory attempts to explain the origin and consequences of social hierarchy and its related oppression. They state, prompted by the ubiquitous nature of group-based prejudice and oppression, we developed social dominance theory. The theory postulates that societies minimize group conflict by creating consensus on ideologies that promote the superiority of one group over others. Ideologies that promote or maintain group inequality are the tools that legitimize discrimination. 31 The theory views all of the familiar forms of group-based oppression, example group-based discrimination, racism. 40. Ethnocentrism, classism, sexism, etc., as special cases of a more general tendency for humans to form and maintain group-based hierarchy. 32 In short, the theory claims humans are predisposed to group-based social hierarchies by nature. Strategic oppression through personal, social, and institutional means is hence deemed an immutable consequence of human nature. 33 The theory also observes and catalogues various characteristics of social dominance hierarchies, notably hierarchy-enhancing and hierarchy-attenuating attributes. An example of a hierarchy-enhancing attribute is the police. They are designed, in part, to react against any insurrection that may arise from the lower class have-nots against the upper class haves. This is not an issue of conscious police bias per se, it is simply the structural reality of their position. On the other hand, civil rights movements are hierarchy attenuating, for they work against forces of disproportionate power and oppression. 34. This theory also implies that without this structural oppression and elite-preserving controls, society would be unstable. The authors state, social dominance theory, SDT, does echo elite theories stating that, without a culturally normative and institutionalized control of power, social instability can devolve into extremely violent civil warfare. 35. While proponents of SDT are quick to condemn any use of their theory as blanket political justification for social oppression, along with the rather vague denial of promoting any absolute biological determinism, the overall observations and hypotheses made undeniably gravitate toward those implications. 36. Sidneus and Prato state, social dominance theory views group conflict as having less to do with structural features of the economy or culture than as being primarily driven by a ubiquitous human drive towards domination and group-based hierarchical social organization. 37. The theory argues that a human predisposition termed social dominance orientation, SDO, drives this group-based hierarchy phenomenon. This is implied as an evolutionary trait in human psychology, generating a tendency toward favoring domination of others and other non-egalitarian interests. Surveys designed for this apparently measure the degree of SDO people have on a sliding scale, as utilized by SDT researchers. 38. Social dominance theory goes on to distinguish three forms of dominance hierarchies. One relates to age hierarchy, such as children. 41. Dominated by parents. Another relates to gender, observing the historical pattern of women dominated by men, and the final distinction is termed arbitrary set group hierarchies, which is basically all other types. 39. While the first two distinctions are arguably worth debating, the arbitrary set hierarchies will be focused on here as they are the most relevant to the discussion. The authors state, the arbitrary set system is filled with socially constructed and highly salient groups based on characteristics such as clan, ethnicity, estate, nation, race, caste, social class, religious sect, regional grouping, or any other socially relevant group distinction that the human imagination is capable of constructing. 40. Furthermore, while not directly stated in such terms by the researchers, there is effectively an environmental precondition that triggers the SDO personality trait, driving the creation of these group-based hierarchies. This has to do with the introduction of an economic surplus, according to the authors of the theory. When a society has sustained an economic surplus or excess of resources, people are theorized to have a predisposition to then create uneven distributions, manifesting social hierarchies. The authors write, even though there are temporal and intersocietal differences in the degree of group-based social hierarchy, the sad fact of the matter is that all known surplus-producing social systems are, in fact, organized as group-based social hierarchies. There are no known exceptions. 41. Superficially, this idea of an existing economic surplus leading to the development of hierarchy is interesting, given how other social theories tend to link scarcity, not surplus, to hierarchy generating conflict overall. In much of the historical scholarship regarding factors that create and increase the propensity for most social conflict, resource scarcity, unequal wealth distribution, and deprivation are consistent preconditions. 42. Naturally, many intersecting factors contribute to social destabilization and the push for increased hierarchical oppression. However, while a society's political system, religious values, and overall culture are important influences, the relevance of economic survival by way of needed resource access is no doubt the most critical. Any society, confronted with a severe survival risk, will likely become more divisive, aggressive, and competitive. 43. The consistent emergence of property crime. 42. Inner-city gangs, sectarian violence, and even terrorism in areas plagued by insecurity and limited means shows how deprivation, along with the consequential feeling of injustice, sets the stage for not only appropriative competition, violence, and war, but also jingoism, racism, and bigotry. 44. In fact, the effects of scarcity and related environmental conditions can be recognized both on a micro and macro scale as well as short-term and long-term. Aside from the micro focus just mentioned, which can occur in a single generation, broad socio-environmental conditions experienced over long periods of time also appear to have powerful cultural effects. This field of study has been termed cultural anthropology and was notably made famous by Stanford anthropologist Robert Textor in his epic work, A Cross-Cultural Summary. 45 It has been found that cultures spawned from resource-scarce desert regions are more prone to monotheism, conflict, stratification, male dominance, and female oppression, while cultures originating from lush, abundant forest regions tend to be more prone to polytheism, egalitarianism, fewer sexual taboos, improved women's rights, and less conflict. 46 Naturally, these are broad, averaged, long-term observations with exceptions, but the consistency is nevertheless striking. Even non-human primates exhibit this broad geographical influence. Anthropologists have compared chimpanzees to bonobos, two species of apes that are the closest living genetic relatives to humans. 47 Scientists found that due to their different environments, each ape culture has dramatically different social behaviors. Bonobo troops, living in lush, abundant rainforests, with females in alpha roles, have very little conflict relative to chimpanzees. In contrast, chimpanzee troops, living in raw, resource-scarce desert landscapes, with males in the alpha roles, have consistent conflict both in and out of a troop. 48 Yet these two species are genetically almost identical. 49 Of course such primate analogues are never declaratory in and of themselves. Humans are simply not chimps or bonobos. Nevertheless, the correlations do have merit, given our evolutionary relationship. Overall, the evidence shows that higher relative abundance, coupled with equitable distribution, correlates with a less stressful, more tolerant, and more peaceful society. 50 Of course this certainly doesn't mean a simple reduction of relative scarcity and inequality would immediately. 43 Change culturally ingrained behaviors. Assuming a culture had already adapted to a life of scarcity and inequality, it would take adjustment away from the customs and values cultivated by that scarcity-based condition. Economist Herschel Grossman talked about the paradox of anticipated abundance, where groups who are expecting more resources will actually fortify protectionist activity and prepare for future conflict rather than simply ease such activity. 51 In other words, economic surplus can create an immediate fear of future loss in this context, not a sense of ease. This makes sense given thousands of years of psychological, sociological, and structural patterns reinforcing the existence of conflict and dominance. In effect, we have generated a culture of conflict based on fear. This is not to deny evolutionary psychology as a factor but to point out the extensive power that cultural tradition has over human behavior and social institutions. While social dominance theory, SDT, offers insight into certain dynamics of how group-based human hierarchies interact, its view of causality is highly suspect. Social dominance orientation, SDO, the deterministic ubiquitous drive that is said to lead to these hierarchies, generally omits the role culture plays in influencing behavior. Again, the basic logic is that once an economic surplus is introduced into a society, the SDO is triggered via people's evolutionary psychology and groups then divide into hierarchies. As convenient as this theory is and as empirical as the evidence may appear, environmental, social, and cultural factors are profoundly downplayed, as will be argued. The aforementioned statement, the sad fact of the matter is that all known surplus-producing social systems are, in fact, organized as group-based social hierarchies and here are no known exceptions, is interesting because the distinction made is clearly in reference to hunter-gatherer societies, which, according to anthropologists, were generally without social hierarchy and did not have an economic surplus according to the definition of SDT proponents. I submit that when we contrast the relatively egalitarian hunter-gatherer cultures with more 44 recent hierarchical societies, the relevance of socio-environmental influence and culture becomes quite strong. In other words, there is more to it than simply the introduction of economic surplus. To explore this further, let's go back in time. Roughly 12,000 years ago, the human species transitioned from nomadic hunter-gatherer societies, tribes foraging and hunting with no agricultural skills, to farm-cultivating, settled societies. This transition has been termed the Neolithic Revolution and set the stage for civilization as we know it today. 52 This change marked a kind of technological shift. Like the advent of mechanization in the Industrial Revolution of the late 18th century, the discovery of agriculture was also the application of new economic technology. I point this out because it will be found that the most influential characteristic of a civilization is the kind of technological means it has and how it is applied. When very large changes in applied technology occur, human culture and behavior tend to change as well. 53 It is interesting to think that for roughly 99% of our existence, Homo sapiens lived as hunter-gatherers, very few of which remain today. The different characteristics in social behavior between hunter-gatherer societies and modern settled societies are quite informative. Apart from being generally egalitarian with no real dominance hierarchy, it has been well argued by anthropologists that they also had much less violence and no large-scale organized warfare. 54 They generally thrived in areas with a rich bounty of cereal grains and wild livestock. Their subsistence-level existence created a unique kind of minimalistic affluence, where scarcity was not an overarching sociological pressure. 55 Such conclusions have been drawn partially from archaeological evidence from the pre-Neolithic period, but mostly from analysis of the few hunter-gatherer tribes that have existed in remote regions of the world over the past few centuries. Contrasting the hunter-gatherer society with modern society, anthropologist Marshall Solins states, hunter-gatherers consume less energy per capita per year than any other group of human beings. Yet all the people's material wants were easily satisfied. To accept that hunters are affluent. 45. Is therefore to recognize that the present human condition of man slaving to bridge the gap between his unlimited wants and his insufficient means is a tragedy of modern times. Modern capitalist societies, however richly endowed, dedicate themselves to the proposition of scarcity. Inadequacy of economic means is the first principle of the world's wealthiest peoples. The market industrial system institutes scarcity, in a manner completely without parallel. Where production and distribution are arranged through the behavior of prices, and all livelihoods depend on getting and spending, insufficiency of material means becomes the explicit, calculable starting point of all economic activity. 56. In terms of sustainability, the economic simplicity of life made living beyond one's means virtually impossible. Unlike today, with the high technology to both create and destroy, there was a primitive natural balance with nature. At the same time, the inherent characteristics of nomadic life resulted in a very different sociology and culture from what we have today. For instance, since mobility was essential, hoarding property or basing identity on material possessions would have been impractical. The very idea of property rights, which underscores modern economics and in many ways our society itself, really didn't exist in hunter-gatherer culture. 57 If we were to put these concepts in modern terms, hunter-gatherers had a gift economy in their communities, where they shared with no expectation of reciprocation. In fact, there are stories of outsiders being given handcrafts from existing tribes, only to feel the need to give something in return, as many in modern culture do. This reciprocal behavior was considered offensive by the tribe, as they felt the exchange was a refusal of friendship. 58 British anthropologist Tim Ingold highlights the idea that the difference between giving and exchange has to do with social perception based around autonomous companionship versus involuntary obligation. He states, clearly, both hunter-gatherers and agricultural cultivators depend on their environments. But whereas for cultivators this dependency is framed within a structure of reciprocal obligation, for hunter-gatherers it rests on the recognition of personal. 46. Autonomy. The contrast is between relationships based on trust and those based on domination. 59. The Neolithic Revolution set in motion a chain reaction, moving society toward very different social structures and values. The central mechanism of this change was the increased dependence on those geographical features required for economic success in the new paradigm of agriculture and settlement. In what has been called geographical determinism, it has been established that certain societal characteristics of a particular culture are historically shaped by geographic conditions. Similar to the aforementioned work in cultural anthropology, with unique differences developing between desert and forest societies over long periods of time, these ancient environmental preconditions set in motion trajectories for development that tend to become separated from their origins. In other words, over generations, people lose touch with why their traditions and practices exist, perpetuating them regardless. As extensively argued by researcher Jared Diamond, the developmental path of human society, specifically the modern reality of socio-economic and national inequalities, has been linked to different geographic exposures since the Neolithic Revolution. 60. From the standpoint of farming, animal domestication, resource extraction, and other practices common to the new post-Neolithic era, the surface of the earth was certainly not uniform in capacity. Some regions were more favorable than others, with more ideal climates, terrains, conditions, and resources. Keep in mind, thousands of years ago our ancestors lacked advanced technology such as trains, synthetic fertilizers, and other modern realities that help level the economic playing field. There was no chance of farming arid zones or building cities in the desert, as we now have in places like Las Vegas. These early differences have had a dramatic effect on the evolution of human civilization since the geographical advantages and disadvantages inherent resulted in some regions developing technology and improved means faster than others. This unequal development set the stage for material inequality and disproportionate power in terms of a region's capacity for conflict and war. 61. For example, if one regional group discovered how to make guns while another regional group was still using only swords, the latter region would clearly be at a disadvantage in times. 47. Of war. This unequal regional advancement in technology throughout history has strongly affected the state of the modern world. At the same time, these new environmental pressures and dynamics of the agricultural mode of production became the framework for a new culture. A natural logic based on the emerging requirements of survival guided development into predictable patterns of psychological and sociological thought, molding institutional practices. Expanding vocations and specialization is one such pattern, since division of labor generally improves overall productive efficiency. A specific person in the community is tasked to create a tool the community can use, developing a disproportional skill over time. Suddenly that skilled person has a differential value compared to those who lack that specific skill, but maintain other skills that may also be helpful. This then logically leads to barter, credit systems, and other means of trade, slowly evolving economic exchange networks between and within communities. Furthermore, the practice of expanding trade naturally stimulates the formal institution of property and the need for rights and protection to help ensure some security and fairness. After all, creating a basic tool in early history could be very time-consuming and resource-intensive. Growing a field of corn, only to have it rot or be stolen, was certainly something to protect against. From this emergence of property, we get the root foundation of state regulation and institutional force. We also get the formation of a culture whose people begin to perceive life through a kind of scarcity and protectionist worldview. Again, this is something that really didn't exist in prior hunter-gatherer reality. Given disproportionate production skills and the unequal benefits of certain geographical features, geographical determinism, the outcomes of inequality, competition, and conflict were inevitable. As such, it isn't difficult to understand how the requisites of the new agricultural mode of production and its related dynamics would create ever-hardening values around protectionism and competitive self-interest. This self-interest generates a psychological gravitation that then extends into a sociological one, in turn forming social structures, institutions, and customs derived from the scarcity, competitive, and protectionist worldview. From there, it is also easy to see how the offensive and defensive tendencies of dominance, war, and appropriative conflict would 48. Materialize in an institutionalized or normative way. Once established, this then solidifies an overall culture based upon competition, inevitably fostering inequality and insecurity in a vicious, self-perpetuating cycle of fear and dominance. Worse, this worldview was compounded by the fact that the new mode of production, agriculture, was proving inefficient as population tried to grow, specifically with regard to a phenomenon and time period now termed the Malthusian trap. 62. The Malthusian trap refers to the eon-long inability to substantially increase the income, or resource consumption, of the overall population, resulting in little expansion in overall human well-being or population growth before the 19th century. Population could only expand so far, due to insurmountable scarcity and lack of means inherent to the new economic mode, causing die-offs. After the die-offs, things would even out a little, only to have the process repeat over and over again. This locked income and population growth into a cycle of expansion and contraction. The term is named after 18th century economist Thomas Malthus, who insisted this pattern was a law of nature, with human population and income unable to expand in any real way due to the natural state of the world itself. 63. Malthus even suggested that helping the poor was more or less pointless and that their suffering and death should be looked upon as a welcomed, natural process. 64. He was proven wrong by the Industrial Revolution, which dramatically increased economic efficiency through advancing technology. This efficiency sparked an exponential increase in incomes and population growth. As we see today, this important shift will be discussed further in Chapter 5. In the words of economic historian Gregory Clark. Indeed, in 1800 the bulk of the world's population was poorer than their remote ancestors. The lucky denizens of wealthy societies such as 18th century England managed a material lifestyle equivalent to that of the Stone Age. But the vast swath of humanity in East and South Asia eked out a living under conditions probably significantly poorer than those of cavemen. The average hunter-gatherer had a diet and a work life, much more varied than the typical English worker of 1849. Hunter-gatherer societies are egalitarian, and immaterial consumption varies little across their members. In contrast, inequality was pervasive in the agrarian economies that dominated the world in 1800. 65. Broadly, the emergence of class inequality or socio-economic stratification is a consequence of the Neolithic Revolution. Since that time, people have been divided into two groups, those who toil for little reward and have little social or political power, and those who maintain vastly disproportionate wealth, social influence, and political power, generally at the expense of those toiling. 66. We see this broad socio-economic duality across all historical social systems, such as abject slaves and ruling monarch deities in ancient Egypt, vassals and lords in medieval feudal societies, handicraft merchants and state monopolists of mercantilism, and workers and owners in contemporary capitalism. Regardless of the era, economic and social inequality has persisted for millennia. While terms for the privileged or elite in-group have changed over time, from god-kings to aristocracy to bourgeoisie to today's ownership or investment class, the systemic framework that has assured one group will be superior to another has not changed. Given this, some researchers have even referred to the Neolithic Revolution as an inevitable mistake, separating man from a primitive yet unique balance with nature. In the words of Stanford neurologist Robert Sapolsky, hunter-gatherers had thousands of wild sources of food to subsist on. Agriculture changed all that, generating an overwhelming reliance on a few dozen food sources. Agriculture allowed for the stockpiling of surplus resources and thus, inevitably, the unequal stockpiling of them, stratification of society, and the invention of classes. Thus it has allowed for the invention of poverty. 67. This perspective is certainly not to argue that humanity should revert back to such primitive times, as though that would even be possible. Rather, it serves to give a sense of how the introduction of new means for survival can create complex and even negative trajectories as social evolution plows forward. In fact, how we define progress itself in society becomes equally complex, for what may seem like a logical step in the right direction at one time may very well prove problematic in certain ways as time goes on. 50. Now, to put this overall development concisely, since the Neolithic Revolution, we've had a process of economically driven cultural adaptation built around the survival requisites of the relatively new, settled agrarian paradigm. This evolution of post-Neolithic culture was self-guided by systemic environmental pressures and survival inferences common to the natural dynamics of the new mode of production. This gave birth to dominance-oriented incentives, values, and protections, evolving patterns of conflict, hierarchy, and disproportional allocation of physical and social resources. Over time, these incentives, values, and protections became accepted as just the way it is, and what most consider normality today has been the result. That understood, let's return now to the idea, promoted by social dominance theory, SDT, that economic surplus is the precondition that triggers the noted social dominance orientation, SDO, trait, the trait that, in turn, leads to group-based hierarchy. It seems clear that this idea is grossly oversimplified, if not fundamentally wrong. Conflict and group-based hierarchy was inevitable to the new mode of production, regardless of any assumptions related to human nature. It was a geographically determined recipe for social inequality and the institutionalization of competition, conflict, and dominance. Saying that it could go another way would be to assume early cultures would choose to misalign with what was going to serve their advantage for survival. In short, as stated by Tim Ingold prior, the culture went from one of gift-giving trust, of hunter-gatherer culture, to one of trade-strategizing dominance, of the newly settled cultivating culture. As SDT also implies, hunter-gatherers are claimed to not have expressed this SDO trait for hierarchy because they simply didn't have the economic surplus precondition. This is again a very weak assumption because it ignores all aforementioned issues regarding socio-geographical influence and the structural pressures inherent to the new mode of production. However, to further challenge the suppositions underlying SDT, there is good reason to assume that a sustained surplus of resources would not disrupt hunter-gatherer life, forcing the emergence of hierarchy in and of itself. In fact, many hunter-gatherer groups already had quite abundant resources by nature in the lush regions where they flourished. More important, hunter-gatherers are known to have 51. Generated a culture based upon cooperation, interdependence, sharing, and equality. 68. They actively created a culture of egalitarianism. They were conscious of the interest in equality, and if others attempted to rise up or assume control, the tribe as a whole would correct the behavior through various strategies, something anthropologist Christopher Boehm termed reverse dominance hierarchy. 69. Evolutionary psychologist Peter Gray theorizes other cultural factors that preserved the egalitarian ethos, including the playful nature of their socialization and the customary manner of childbearing. 70. So, the power of culture being what it is, there is little reason to assume such established social norms would be changed into group-based hierarchy by members consistently bringing back a surplus to store. In truth, we can't even really know what constitutes a surplus when the mode of production is hunting and foraging as opposed to agriculture. One wonders if the notion of economic surplus, meaning stored goods in excess of current needs, was even possible in the pre-Neolithic time to the same degree as in the post-Neolithic time. Assuming it was, is there still any reason to think the egalitarian nature of hunter-gatherer culture would then be disturbed into group-based hierarchies, without the additional influence of settled agriculture and its extensive social ramifications, as noted before? From a historical, sociological perspective, the evidence and logic supports a synergy of influences linking back to the structure of the new economic mode and the incentives it creates. Economic surplus can hence only be relevant in the context of other determining features and pressures inherent to the post-Neolithic world, as discussed. As summarily rebuked by Turner and Reynolds in the British Journal of Social Psychology. SDT is both reductionist and philosophically idealist in that it seeks to derive all political ideologies, intergroup relations, and indeed the whole social structure from one psychological drive. Abstracted, reified and distorted to stand for some hardwired original sin of biology, the beast within. Whereas, in fact, intergroup attitudes are not prior to but follow from social structure, they follow from the beliefs, theories, and ideologies. 52. Which groups develop to make sense of their place in the social structure and the nature of their relationships with other groups. SDO is a product of social life rather than an underlying cause. 71. Scarcity culture. SDT aside, we further see the power of this socio-economic development in the evolution of intellectual culture. With the advent of writing around 3200 BCE, this scarcity and conflict-based worldview slowly became formalized in educational awareness. Recorded history is replete with conclusions similar to those that Malthus reached with his theory, further supporting the perpetuation of inequality, hierarchy, and dominance. For example, a century prior to Malthus, Thomas Hobbes, considered the father of political philosophy, famously proposed that humanity's natural state was one of war. Therefore, a dictatorial sovereign power to oversee society and keep control was required to keep stability. 72. When Charles Darwin came along with his theory of evolution, the survival of the fittest notion was quickly bastardized to mean survival of the dominant class in support of the Malthusian worldview. It was haphazardly called social Darwinism, furthering intellectual speculation that dominance and inequality must not only be a fact of life, but being aggressive and winning also means you are doing a just service to the natural order itself. 73. As to be expected, these prevailing assumptions became codified in the very architecture of society, its systems, structures, institutions, and traditions, with the most notable and powerful manifestation arguably being the market system of economics. This system is premised in the Malthusian period. Its root dynamics are based upon the observation of universal scarcity and the need for strategic dominance for survival, with its mantra being not enough to go around. The very foundation of market theory and practice reinforces a social view that makes any notion of equality or abundance almost inconceivable and the gravitation toward dominance and exploitation virtually inevitable. Anything contrary to those assumptions simply doesn't exist in the lexicon of market theory or the behavior it incentivizes. This is why. 53. For example, profit is directly tied to scarcity, and the scarcer an item in demand is, the higher its exchange value will be. Therefore, the incentive system of the market actually prefers a general condition of scarcity, since it translates into more short-term gain for producers of an in-demand good or resource. Abundance, on the other hand, has no value in this kind of economic logic. In other words, abundance has no structural function or reward. Creating or preserving abundance doesn't help income, job creation, or economic growth. If you think about it, preservation, abundance, and even sustainability are problematic for the market economy, as they remove instruments of exchange. As a mechanism, the market is based entirely upon the need for real or assumed deficiency and insecurity. In fact, not only is a threshold of resource or goods scarcity ideal to keep prices higher, increasing profits, but an insecure culture conditioned to want more and more material possessions is also ideal. Emotional insecurity, groomed to be rectified by material gain, neurotically becomes a positive feature of culture as it helps the market system work via increased demand. Pick up any introductory textbook on market theory and you'll notice the rationale of the market's very existence starts with one basic premise: resources and means are scarce. 74. From that premise, the architecture of not only the economy but of society itself has been derived, again rooting back to trajectories set in motion from the Neolithic Revolution onward. This root socio-economic orientation then justifies competition, self-interest, hierarchy, inequality, and oppression. It is important to make clear that the economy is not some secondary institution that is only engaged when needed. Rather, economic decisions permeate virtually everything we do. From the stability of personal relationships, to the focus of vocation, to one's sense of security, to our perspectives on violence, crime, and competition, to the very vocabulary of political and social action, the prevailing economic method and its institutions are the strongest root sociological influence there is. One could argue that this economic orientation is perhaps second only to established religion. However, the retributive, polarized, and fear-based worldview rooted in most established religions actually shares the same stamp of economic scarcity and resulting xenophobia. This makes sense since the two dominant 54 religions in the world today, Christianity and Islam, are desert-derived. As noted prior, they are rooted in a socio-geographical precondition that, among other things, distinctly highlights similar competitive and hierarchical worldviews. 75. The main point here is that there is constant operant conditioning occurring, reinforcing behavior that narrowly serves a person's or group's economic success. This creates value systems and justifications that perpetuate a culture oriented around fear, self-interest, competition, and inevitably oppression and dominance. Put another way, a thought syntax is created in which people narrowly navigate life, focused on a contrived game of economic survival. This tunnel vision can blind us to the relevance of other issues, such as long-term social and ecological repercussions of our economic actions. The sustainability and pollution crises we see abundant today have been driven mostly by narrowly focused economic behavior, for example. And it isn't just the procedural incentives of market behavior that are the problem. Over time our brains literally become wired to this dominant worldview, as has been confirmed by research in social cognitive neuroscience. 76. Given this, it isn't difficult to see how patterns such as what we call greed can become second nature. One would rationally expect a person to ease his or her sense of self-interest once he reaches a higher degree of wealth. Yet the very wealthy often conduct their business with the same self-maximizing, strategically competitive logic regardless of their current financial security and lack of need. The fact that they may have $1 billion in the bank has no relevance. They only see the game, as oriented by this root socio-economic orientation that is based upon scarcity, competition, and self-interest. As such, they are able to rationalize walking over homeless people in the street without a second thought. That reality has been accepted as just the way it is, as per the thought syntax, expressing the win-lose gaming mentality. To conclude this section, let's now examine the ramifications of competition itself, which is the basic driver of resulting dominance hierarchies. I'm sure we have all been in a social setting where the subject of war or conflict is being discussed, and somebody inevitably interjects, "Well, humans are just competitive and warlike." End of story. Such an intuitive diagnosis certainly seems to make sense from a superficial view of 55. Recorded history. Under the surface, however, we see a complex mixture of collaborative and competitive behavior throughout time. Social science finds that we have the option to be competitive or collaborative, peaceful or warlike, both of which arise given the circumstance or environment in which we find ourselves. 77. We are adaptive to circumstance and culture and will generally conform to what is working. As noted earlier, one of the great misinterpretations that has led to confusion surrounding competition was the introduction of the term survival of the fittest, in relation to Darwin's concept of natural selection. 78. This phrase has been abused for over a century as meaning survival of the strongest, fastest, and most aggressive. Yet, fittest actually refers to what best suits the environment. This could be a range of behaviors including collaboration, tolerance, patience, and so forth. Survival of the fittest is about adaptation to a given environment, not the reign of the most dominant. Unfortunately, such fatalistic views of competition have been part of a long-standing hierarchy-enhancing mythology, with endless historical claims invoking the idea that competition is an insurmountable impulse of human nature. In 1937, anthropologist Margaret Mead published a book called Cooperation and Competition Among Primitive Peoples. 79. This work profiled 13 indigenous cultures, finding that the variability among cultures could only mean being cooperative, competitive, and individualistic is the result of the culture they live in, and is a habit, a taken for granted daily activity, learned from parents and other members of the society. 80 More recently, human and non-human primate anthropological research, coupled with work in behavioral neuroscience, has suggested the more radical argument that humans are, by nature, actually more prone to cooperative, altruistic, and prosocial behaviors as opposed to competitive ones. 81 It appears competition, aggression, and violence are natural reactions to stress, tempered by cultural influence. Anthropologist Douglas P. Fry's monumental work, War, Peace, and Human Nature, The Convergence of Evolutionary and Cultural Views, summarized the issue with respect to the myth of universal war. The grand conclusion. From archaeological, nomadic forager studies, primatology, and evolutionary theory, as applied afresh. 56. To aggression, is that in humans, war is recent, not ancient, and war is a capacity, not an evolved adaptation. In short, war was rare to non-existent under the conditions in which our species evolved, but obviously prevalent in more recent times that are dramatically different ecological and cultural circumstances. 82. Therefore, we must look for the roots of aggression, conflict, and competition within our modern social structure and the culture of stress it has created. The global economy, which presents competition as a virtue, pushes an earn a living, in-group/out-group ethic that basically says you either compete and win or you suffer and lose. We have nations competing against other nations for physical resources and power. We have corporations competing for profit and market share, and we have average workers competing for survival itself. We also have employers competing against workers and unions for lower wages. We have companies competing against government for lower taxes, and we have the upper class competing against the lower class to ensure its place in the hierarchy. While the term war is often used in the context of military or armed conflict, it is accurate to say that the entire society is basically founded upon a general war ethic. It is built right into the very architecture and belief systems of culture as we know it. And while some good may come from competition in the context of business, such as a degree of technological innovation, society tends to overlook resulting problems like human exploitation, violence, and abuse. Numerous sociological and psychological studies have been done to reveal that the romanticism that ennobled the competitive ethos in modern life is almost entirely a myth. Competition is a mechanism for destabilizing conflict and weakening public health, not a virtuous source of collective human progress. In her paper Competition as a Public Health Problem, Pauline V. Rosnaw exposes the mythology of competition as being some benign mechanism that drives social progress and health. She states, certain forms of competition may have quite serious negative effects on human health and productivity. The dynamic by which they do so are known and have been extensively studied for. 57. Example, they increase stress at the individual level. Destructive competition may also exacerbate already existing inequality among individuals, within societies, and between countries. Increased inequality is one of several social determinants of health. While commonly assumed to generate incentives for increased productivity, scholars in several academic disciplines have called the evidence for such an effect into question. There is little evidence that the current forms of unrestricted global competition maximize the health of populations or improve productivity. 83. Furthermore, we should also reflect on how this ever-reinforced competitive fetish has generated a culture obsessed with war and conflict in entertainment and play. Competition and violence is not only a featured plot of almost every film, TV show, and video game, but it also underscores the extreme popularity of competitive sports. I am not saying that such themes shouldn't be of interest in general, but the tendency or obsession appears extreme. The belief in a competitive society preys on our natural gravitation toward group inclusion, exacerbating our divisive propensity to seek in and out groups, setting the stage for winners and losers and ultimately bigotry. Moreover, our competitive orientation also implicitly justifies the state of the world as it is, including ongoing imperialism, poverty, inequality, and other social injustices. 84. It is no wonder that the U.S. Pentagon actually spent almost $7 million between 2012 and 2015 to fund patriotic displays at football and other games in an effort to boost military recruitment and support for national defense. 85. In effect, these popular sporting rituals help assist social control. Ironically, this is also the same kind of confused thinking that has conditioned many in poverty to fawn over billionaires. Many admire the rich as though they are beacons of social success to which all should aspire. Yet, it is statistically impossible for the vast majority ever to achieve this position, since the structure of capitalism is provably slanted in favor of certain interests, as will be further discussed in Chapter 3. 86. Theorist Antonio Gramsci, who formed the concept of cultural hegemony, perhaps best expressed the idea of social domination by influencing the thoughts, behavior, and expectations of general society, thus conditioning them. 58. To support the worldview of the ruling class. In doing so, they tend to support the mechanisms and institutions that actually oppress them. 87. In ancient Rome, the horrific gladiator games served many roles in securing social acceptance of the Roman Empire's atrocities, in the same way boxing matches, football games, and other sports do today. In the words of Rome researcher Alison Futrell, the amphitheater was a politicized temple that housed the mythic reenactment of the cult of the Roman statehood. The death of a gladiator served as a foundation sacrifice that answered the crisis of empire, validating the Roman struggle for power and offering a model for understanding the basis of Roman power. 88. Fueling this competitive spirit, coupled with constant reinvigoration of an irrational sense of loyalty to some team, or tribe, gives a foundational psychological pretense toward further supporting acts of state war, class war, conflict, and general outgroup human indifference. The market. Now, to restate a critical thesis of this chapter, the Neolithic Revolution set in motion agricultural-based economic practices that triggered the development of fixed settlements, labor specialization, and eventually trade. The disproportional layout of the Earth's surface in regard to climate, resources, and suitability to this new means of survival can be viewed as a structural imposition, geographical determinism, that effectively molded a certain kind of cultural thought and practice. Rather than forage and follow animal migrations, people of the post-Neolithic world became tied to the land in a more direct way, critically dependent on factors such as regional suitability for crops and availability of food for domestic animals. This adaptation then led to inevitable borders between settlements that also didn't exist in nomadic life. As such, emerging settlements were vulnerable, requiring protection of their location and economic productions. This then meant the need for increased organization through new social institutions. To translate into terms of modern political economy, you thus have the basis for property, ownership, capital, means of production, labor specialization, jobs, regulation, government, and protection, law/. 59. Police/military. In other words, you have grounds for what is now the ultimate mechanism of survival once again, the market system of economics. Now, I say system of economics as these attributes are indispensable to its real-life functionality. While trade in one form or another has been with humanity for thousands of years, it wasn't until the Enlightenment that a truly formalized conception of market behavior and economy was born. This is perhaps best categorized by the term free market theory, which is the market economy's purest theoretical formula for economic behavior. In traditional education, a pure free market is idealized as self-regulating, without the need for outside interference, such as government regulation. A pure free market is said to feature unobstructed trade between voluntary parties, with the prices people pay determined through supply and demand. Supply and demand is the self-regulating mechanism of price determination, adjusted dynamically by the ongoing actions of buyers and sellers in the marketplace. While both buyers and sellers effectively compete to gain the most optimal price in exchange, sellers also compete against other sellers to ensure they get enough sales or market share from the consumer public. This competition is also considered self-regulating, with the assumption that ineffective marketing strategies or poor relative product quality on the part of a given seller will naturally lose buyers, while the opposite will attract buyers, reallocating market share to the best performer. Of course, this pure, fully autonomous, self-regulating market economy is actually not possible in real life, even though many are still convinced that it could be. Simply put, such self-regulatory market forces have a limited range of effect, and once factors of fraud, desperation, irrationality, and the host of detrimental externalities come into play, the whole thing falls apart into disorder and abuse. As such, most of the world has accepted that some degree of intervention is needed, realizing that social welfare policies such as a minimum wage or institutional oversight are dire necessities to ensure some fairness and security in the arena of market warfare. 89 Yet the issue continues to be controversial, with ongoing debate over just how much regulation or interference the government should impose. In fact, most of the major economic schools divide themselves along 60 these lines. Terms such as neoliberal, laissez-faire, deregulation, or non-intervention are common to those who feel the market should be more free in order to be most economically efficient. Conversely, those who argue for increased regulation, state controls, unions, welfare, and increased legal safeguards tend to be categorized along an ever-slippery slope that leads to the derided, pejorative bowels of market socialism at the other extreme of thought. The bias, of course, is always toward the former side, not the latter, since free market theory is foundationally based on the reduction of interference, as the term denotes. Put another way, at the very epicenter of the debate is the degree of faith in market self-regulation. Adam Smith, the 18th-century philosopher largely considered the father of this worldview, coined the now famous term invisible hand to suggest that people, acting selfishly in their economic behavior, will paradoxically produce outcomes that improve society as a whole. Smith wrote, "Every individual necessarily labors to render the annual revenue of the society as great as he can. He generally, indeed, neither intends to promote the public interest, nor knows how much he is promoting it. He intends only his own gain, and he is in this, as in many other cases, led by an invisible hand to promote an end which was no part of his intention. By pursuing his own interest he frequently promotes that of the society more effectually than when he really intends to promote it." 90. Smith's concept of the invisible hand basically laid the foundation for general equilibrium theory. 91. This theory seeks to explain the functioning of the market as a whole in terms of the dynamics of supply, demand, and prices, generally arguing for a kind of inherent resulting balance. The theoretical ideal assumes that through this self-regulation, market forces should find equilibrium and be stable to an acceptable degree without institutional intervention. In other words, it is assumed that people rationally going about their self-interested economic pursuits will somehow create balance, preventing things like banking failures, extreme wage differentials, goods shortages, and other destabilizing imbalances that, as we know, have been constant in capitalist society for a long time. Given 61. The popularity of Smith's proposal, numerous traditional economists set out to prove his theory both formally and empirically. Not surprisingly, they have all failed. 92. While some equilibrium is present, such as the ebb and flow between low product demand tending to trigger lower prices and high product demand tending to trigger higher prices, the whole economy quickly moves to disequilibrium or destabilization when left to its own devices. A notable modern example was the 1999 financial deregulation of U.S. banks through the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act. This act was introduced after the Great Depression in 1933 to help ensure commercial banks would no longer get involved with investment banks, pursuing risky speculation with their customers' assets. However, once repealed after about $300 million in lobbying efforts, commercial banks turned around and engaged in credit default swaps and other high-risk derivatives, paving the way for the 2008 global financial crisis. 93. Needless to say, there was no equilibrium to be found in the deregulated environment, which serves as yet another historical case study illuminating the fact that markets simply are not inherently stable. In the words of Harvard researcher and author Jonathan Schooleffer, beginning in the 1870s, theorists sought to build a model of the invisible hand. They wanted to show how market trading among individuals, pursuing self-interest, and firms, maximizing profit, would lead an economy to a stable and optimal equilibrium. Those theorists never succeeded. Quite the contrary, in the early 1970s, after a century of work, they concluded that no mechanism can be shown to lead decentralized markets toward equilibrium, unless you make assumptions that they themselves regarded as utterly implausible. 94. Again, while most people today generally understand that markets need regulation, it is interesting to see how little attention this destabilizing tendency gets. What it means is that markets are fundamentally unstable and have negative consequences that can hurt people. Not only did the 2008 financial crisis trigger millions of home foreclosures, but an estimated 10,000 suicides between 2008 and 2010 have also been linked to. 62. The related Great Recession across America and Europe, along with 500,000 deaths worldwide from cancer due to a lack of medical attention as a result of financial loss, unemployment, and/or loss of public health care benefits. 95. The belief in the free market, as it is still politically termed across the world, is a critically important myth to modern society. The public's faith in the market system, with all its claims of freedom and empowerment, serves to protect the status quo, dominance hierarchy, and, most important, the vast social and economic privilege enjoyed by the elite minority. It is a system, as will be explained, that paints the illusion of a non-totalitarian social order that engages in no real coercion or violence against the population. Yet the truth is that the market is at best only a mild improvement in the development of historical social systems still based upon the root socio-economic orientation noted earlier: scarcity, self-interest, competition, and dominance. Ancient slavery, feudalism, mercantilism, and all post-Neolithic social systems thus far have been foundationally elitist in their mechanisms and loyalties, sharing this common thread. Even communism, as historically practiced, required large-scale social control with heavy propaganda and legitimizing myths to maintain a controlling elite, just as capitalism does. Communism, as practiced, was a form of authoritarianism that simply approached social dominance in a different way. While I do not condone the practice of communism as it unfolded in the 20th century, the highly biased Western mythology surrounding it does a great disservice to better understanding world history. It is true that communism suffered great economic inefficiency and corruption that led to famines, civil wars, violent political oppression, and forced labor. Some historians have estimated a death toll of around 94 million across all major practicing countries, with this figure sourced from a text called the Black Book of Communism that has been widely criticized for bias and inflating death tolls. 96. Regardless, for the sake of argument, let's assume this death toll is correct. When you strip away the traditional manner of thinking about violence, capitalism is far from an improvement when it comes to the structural nature of its effects. The difference is in how one defines violence and oppression. As will be expanded upon in Chapter 4, capitalism is and has always been vastly inefficient in its allocation of resources. 63. Across populations, with now virtually half of the world's wealth owned by 1% of the population. To put these figures into perspective, it is estimated that the annual income of the richest 100 people is enough to end extreme global poverty 4 times over. 97. Given this characteristic of the market to create inequality and relative poverty, researchers in the 1970s found that roughly 18 million people die every year due to these uneven distributions. 98. Extrapolated for the 20th century, that is 1,800 million deaths due to perhaps the most fundamental social characteristic of capitalism, inequality. In less than 6 years, capitalism's inequality arguably kills as many people as communism is claimed to have killed during the entire 20th century. While communism in its original Soviet-style form is now a thing of the past, millions continue to die unnecessarily every year in the now overwhelmingly capitalist world due to economic inequality. When the end result is unnecessary death and suffering, what is the difference between people who are consciously executing mass genocide and those who participate in a game of commerce that systemically creates comparable group death tolls, even if not deliberately intended? To repeat the words of Gandhi, it little matters to me whether you shoot a man or starve him to death by inches. 99. So, I would again argue that while there are indeed improved features of capitalism relative to prior systems, the main difference between its method of oppression and older systems is really the degree of public acceptance and identification with it. The beauty of this free market mythology is that, from the standpoint of elitism, it poetically cloaks the severe dominance implications, giving the public a shallow illusion of volition, social mobility, and freedom. In fact, this mythology has been so deeply politicized and moralized as some mechanism of human dignity, you will find free markets often associated with democracy itself in political and economic discourse. People are even said to vote with their dollar, which is ironic since that is exactly the problem when it comes to most corruption in the world today. A person with $1 billion can certainly outvote the vast majority of people in the world, as we know all too well from global corporate lobbying of governments. And this brings us back to the polarized debate between free markets and government regulation. Again, how and to what extent should 64. Governments regulate markets or interfere is an endless debate when it comes to political economy. In principle, the ultimate issue is what condition creates the best economic efficiency and stability. Those on the political left tend to want more control and safeguards, while those on the political right tend to want more market liberalization or self-regulation. However, when you begin to think more deeply about the synergy of the market and government, noticing how blurred the lines really are when it comes to loyalties, these ideological debates appear increasingly less coherent. It isn't that regulatory actions taken by state power don't often have negative consequences on trade efficiency in specific circumstances. This is often quite true, to the credit of proponents of laissez-faire. The problem is that people misunderstand why certain government actions are taken to begin with, missing the motivation. A simple example is the tariff. A tariff is a tax placed on imported or exported goods by a government. Macroeconomic theorists have long argued that tariffs are inhibiting to broad economic efficiency as they hurt the flow of capital and goods while disturbing natural price relationships. So why is it done? Of all the forms of taxation a government can impose, why this one? Is it possible a tariff is actually a tool that helps to protect certain favored industries from the risk of outside competition? If so, what does that say about the focus of government itself when it imposes such things? Isn't government intervention in the market generally argued to help secure larger order market efficiency for the greater good, without bias? The truth is that governments are really vested interests, just like the businesses they claim to regulate, and tariffs exist to restrict trade between regions, generally favoring internal domestic industries. In other words, government intervention can be just as much about securing competitive advantage for profit-seeking industries as it can be about trying to keep market operations stable. Similarly, a notable advocate for laissez-faire markets, Ayn Rand, is famous for arguing that the development of monopoly and cartel are actually the result of government collusion and that a pure free market could never allow for monopoly due to market self-regulation. 100. In theory, there are kernels of truth to that conclusion, if we were to consider only her myopic definitions. In reality, Rand, along with other orthodox free market adherents, denies the relevance of the fact that 65. Idealized free markets are actually impossible given the basic requirement of governmental oversight to ensure, to whatever degree, respect of property rights and some general honesty in trade. Given this capacity and power, the belief that government would ever be neutral and without hidden agendas or vested interests is deeply naive. Whether a monopoly is government-sanctioned, as in the case of a state-run utility company, or a huge corporation is favored in trade policy to be a virtual monopoly in their industry, there is little difference in the end. Governments are effectively defined and composed of the business industries that fund them. Yet the mythology persists that collusion between market interests and state power is an anomaly to be dealt with as though a few bad seeds are being corrupt. On the contrary, the market economy is and has always been one of direct and constant collusion with state power, because they are interlinked as one synergetic system. The mythological idea that markets are a system of natural liberty and that any corruption is a rare, moral problem simply serves establishment preservation by distracting attention from a deeper and much more troublesome reality. Now, since this line of thinking may be new to some readers, I have created a semi-satirical short story depicting what happens when the basic logic of free market trade is taken to its final conclusion. Tom wants an apple. John has an apple and offers it for $1. Tom counter offers 50 cents. John recounters at 75 cents. They agree. Sale. John decides this is a business he likes. But he notices other sellers are nearby. So, John needs to be competitive. One day John has some older apples that he normally doesn't sell. But he thinks they are still good and he really needs the income. Tom buys these apples, eats them and gets sick. Tom returns to John and asks for his money back. John refuses, claiming Tom has no proof it was his apples that made him sick. Tom calls his lawyer and sues John to pay for his doctor's visit. John goes to court and loses. John learns a lesson about the power of the government. Yet Tom wasn't alone in reporting bad apples. Besides John, others have also been selling bad goods, causing many lawsuits. So the government decides to set up an organization to regulate the production and distribution of apples. John, bothered now by costly new regulations that 66 are threatening the profitability of his apple business, decides to befriend the regulators and offers money in exchange for leniency. They agree, albeit covertly, and suddenly John has even better profitability, with his competitors now at a disadvantage. Over the next few years, John expands his apple business, buying up other shops in the region to limit competition. At a certain point, he is able to undercut just about everyone else around due to mass production, putting many small shops out of business. One of the people he put out of business goes to the government and complains that there is no way others can compete with John in the market. The official decides the man is correct and, under public pressure, forces John to break up his apple shop monopoly. John, who has become quite wealthy by this point, does not like this and quietly arranges for his executive friends to take control of the now divided apple shop monopoly. Then, in secret, the different shops work together to ensure they get maximum returns by keeping prices fixed overall, creating a cartel. Over time, John's public stature in the community grows as he gives to charities, attends fundraisers, and makes friends with government officials. John is happy. That is until it comes to his attention that a new apple shop is working to import apples from another town, posing a competitive threat. So, John, who gave generously to financially help a government friend get re-elected to office, asks for a return of the favor, that being to increase the town tariff on apple imports, making the cost high enough to ensure the other shop would no longer be profitable. It works and John is happy again, but not for long. It appears John's apple farm has been employing illegal workers and paying them very little. A gaggle of annoying human rights activists then come to his farm, causing a stink. John claims he was unaware of the illegal hiring and fires some of his staff as scapegoats. He then rectifies the situation, assuring his regulator friends it was all just an honest mistake. Unfortunately, one of John's former staff members, upset by being fired, then goes to the authorities with legal documents and memos proving not only that John gave orders to hire illegal workers but also revealing payments to the apple shop regulators, the conspiracy to ensure cartel power, and the collusion with government officials for the tariff hike. After being found guilty on all counts, John stands up to face the judge in court. 67. Judge, Do you understand the crimes you have been proven guilty of? John: No, sir. I was only following the ethic of the free market. Judge: Clearly you must have failed economics in school, as you have engaged in government collusion, conspiracy, price fixing, and illegal employment. John: No, sir. I have simply let supply meet demand and voluntary choice decide each action. Judge: So something like price fixing is not against the theory of free market practice? Last time I checked, a free market was to be free of interference and collusion. John: No, sir. A free market is having the freedom to trade and compete as you see fit, buying and selling whatever you choose, with all parties voluntary in exchange. Judge: That may be so, but your actions, such as conspiracy in tariff fraud, are clearly going against such principles, as you are using force to stifle your competitors. John: Your reasoning confuses me, sir. All acts of competition exist to stifle and outperform competitors. Only voluntary exchange binds how the act of competition unfolds in a free market. One does not make your claim when a company purchases advertising, disproportionately exposing consumers to an item over other competitors. Using government to my advantage is the same thing. Judge: So let me get this straight. You are telling me that the free market allows for buying and selling of the very mechanisms designed to regulate the free market? John: That is correct, sir. The free market includes the freedom to take away the market freedom of others through the act of competition. Judge: Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, John, but not everything in this world can be bought and sold. Our society was not set up to benefit those with the most money. Your sentence is 15 years in jail or a $50 million fine. 68. The judge then drops his gavel in a bold sign of dignity and satisfaction. John pauses, grins in amusement, and pulls out his checkbook. He pays the full fine, gets in his Ferrari, and goes back to his mansion in time for a dinner party. Welcome to the true free market. I call this the paradox of free trade. This paradox points out that to decide what is and is not for sale in the market is entirely subjective. Who is to decide if buying an apple is any different from buying government policy? The truth rests in the contradiction. Either we have a real, pure free market that requires no respect for law, buying and selling anything and everything, or we don't have a free market and never possibly could, for the act of buying and selling the mechanisms used to regulate the free market or simply interfering in general through monetary means will always be a problem, voiding the logic of its idealized foundation. I would add that in my personal experience with debating this issue, proponents of free markets tend to dismiss this ever-present reality as crony capitalism. They view the phenomenon as moral corruption rather than a natural gravitation of market strategy to seek advantage along a competitive continuum, hence creating a morally relativistic logical fallacy. Business democracy. In the words of famed 19th century, born economist and sociologist Thorstein Veblen, legislation, police surveillance, the administration of justice, the military and diplomatic service, all are chiefly concerned with business relations, pecuniary interests. They have little more than an incidental bearing on other human interests. 101. The impression that our major civil institutions exist to help perpetuate the well-being of society as a whole is one of the more notorious social mythologies to be found because it is a half-truth. We are taught that the police are there to protect the individual, the military works to protect the nation, legislation exists to ensure fairness and safety, while self-proclaimed democratic government itself represents the interests of the majority, adapting the society for the betterment of everyone. 69. In reality, while the average person will find some modest protections and benefits from these institutions as per the traditional claims, government's underlying loyalty and priority is and has always been to protect dominant business and economic interests. This is not to say that the average employee involved in law enforcement or legal service willfully and consciously focuses his or her attention away from general public good. It isn't necessarily about conscious, personal intent. Rather, it is about the structural function those civil service positions serve within the social structure itself, a social structure that is built upon a foundation of hierarchical loyalty and dominance, driven by the mechanism of market economics. For instance, while a policeman may come and get your cat out of a tree or chase down a purse snatcher on the street, the police as an institution are there to preserve the existing status quo of a nation. As such, their loyalty will always generally be toward established interests. This is why the history of activism, civil rights, and social change is replete with violent entanglement with law enforcement, regardless of the merit of the activist pursued. This is also why most arrests and prosecutions originate from the lower socio-economic classes, as they are the most profiled by the police due to the constant backlash that emerges from economic deprivation and inequality, two features that, as I've shown, are inseparable from market capitalism. The ethic and practice of business runs throughout governmental organization. While it is true that money can buy politicians and policy, as charged in common rhetoric and activist outcry, the reality is much starker. If monetary influence is considered something that can corrupt government, why would corporate lobbying be globally legal? The public seems to miss the implications of this exceptional fact. While the principle of lobbying is based on the idea of simply working to inform and persuade government on behalf of a social interest, such as a public petition to improve highways, that isn't the norm. Instead, lobbying is the route by which business uses government to its competitive advantage. This method of influence is so dominant today, I would further argue that governments are not merely vulnerable to business interests, they are business interests, even if our politicians have convinced themselves they are serving the people and not business. Again, there are structural 70 roles in play that override individual intent. The economic orientation of any society precedes its government, dictating what the fundamental functions of government are to be. Consequently, the greatest priority for protection are business interests, and the larger the interests, the more outstanding the protection. Now, since America is the current reigning empire and general father figure for much of the world, especially in regard to economic influence, it serves as an excellent case study of how business interests dominate and benefit from governmental decisions. Please note that I do not view America as an exception. True, there are other countries with apparently less collusion, as in some of the social democracies of Europe, but they merely exist at different stages of the same maturing disease. America is at a much more advanced stage of the problem, exacerbated by its global economic dominance and geopolitical power. As of 2015, more than half the members of the United States Congress are millionaires. 102. It has been estimated that the number of working lobbyists in the U.S. is around 100,000 and that lobbying brings in $9 billion annually. 103. The infamous revolving door between big business and politics is an everyday, characteristic feature. It's now standard operating procedure for political figures to come from powerful business origins only to eventually leave office and either return to those prior vested interests or actually become lobbyists themselves. Thomas B. Edsall, researching for the New York Times, concluded, when Washington politicians leave office, many, if not most, no longer return home. Instead, they head straight to the lucrative world of K Street, the nation's lobbying corridor, which runs through the heart of Washington. A former member of the House or Senate with even modest seniority can now expect to walk into a job paying up to $1 million or more a year and much more when bonuses are paid for bringing in new clients. 104. Given this, it is no wonder that a detailed study in 2014 conducted by Professors Martin Gilens of Princeton and Benjamin Page of Northwestern University concluded that the preferences of the average American appear to have only a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant. 71. Impact upon public policy. The researchers concluded that lawmakers' policy actions tend to support the interests of the wealthy, Wall Street, and big corporations. 105. Even American history reveals the governmental foundation to ensure disproportional favoritism for those of great wealth, regardless of the mythology surrounding the founding fathers' claimed quest for a government for and by the people. The American constitutional model, while progressive for the time, was still based upon the European model of aristocracy, only this time the aristocracy was born from class, ownership, and wealth, not family bloodline. James Madison, known as the father of the U.S. Constitution, made it very clear in the Federal Convention of 1787 why the Senate should be created. He stated, "They ought to be so constituted as to protect the minority of the opulent against the majority. The Senate, therefore, ought to be this body, and to answer these purposes, they ought to have permanency and stability." 106 The Founding Fathers of America really had no interest in the resolution of class differences, and ensured, as it remains today, that disproportionate support and power was to be given to the opulent minority. They knew that a true democracy would force a vast redistribution of wealth, since, of course, the vast majority historically have been poor. In fact, it should be a fairly obvious feature of all national governments in the world that this kind of protection of the rich is structurally secured through governmental policy. I would like to restate this for emphasis: if a pure democracy ever occurred, meaning every individual is given an equal, active influence on policy and could work in the majority interest to a just society to actually benefit itself, it would be impossible for the modern reality of 1% of the world's population to own almost 50% of the world's wealth. The poor majority would simply create policy to reallocate economic wealth directly, as James Madison understood. Now, earlier in this section Thorstein Veblen was referenced. He is highlighted because his analysis of the nature of government in the capitalist system has been instrumental in understanding the obscured economic loyalty of state power. A notable scholar of Veblen is Australian economist John C. Wood. Since Veblen's work can be verbose, the following passage from Wood's analysis will serve to concisely explain Veblen's important perspective. Wood states, 72. Veblen wrote extensively and insightfully on the relation between capitalist government and the class struggle. For Veblen, the ultimate power in the capitalist system is in the hands of the owners because they control the government. The government is the institutionally legitimizing means of physical coercion in any society. As such, it exists to protect the existing social order and class structure. This means that the primary duty of government is to enforce private property laws and protect the privileges associated with ownership. Veblen repeatedly insisted that modern politics is business politics. The first principle of a capitalist government is that, to quote Veblen, the natural freedom of the individual must not traverse the prescriptive rights of property. Property rights have the infeasibility which attached to natural rights. The principal freedom of capitalism is the freedom to buy and sell. The laissez-faire philosophy dictates that, to quote Veblen, so long as there is no overt attempt on life or liberty to buy and sell, the law cannot intervene, unless it be in a precautionary way to prevent prospective violation of property rights. Thus, above all else, to quote Veblen, a constitutional government is a business government. 107. Given all this, the very idea of any kind of effective democracy becomes increasingly illusory. The system simply isn't designed to cater to the well-being of the general public as a priority. Rather, it is designed to facilitate the affairs of business and most of all the protection of big business, which are naturally the dominant interests in the revolving door of government. In fact, if you look closely, the dominant political parties in the world today reflect not so much different social views held by the public, but different underlying business and economic views. And if you are wondering why the average population is granted the liberties and degree of choice it does have, for its benefit, the answer can be found back in social dominance theory. As accurately observed by Sidonius and Prato, a certain level of oppression is assumed to increase the survivability of a social system, while too much oppression will tend to decrease the survivability of a social system. Therefore, in social systems that are relatively stable, we expect an oppression. 73. Equilibrium. 108. Put another way, those at the top of the hierarchy, who are invariably the large business political powers today, are often delicate in their acts of strategic self-interest and elite preservation, since they know that too much imbalance, inequality, or oppression will result in social backlash that can put their positions at risk. Now, I would like to conclude this section by emphasizing that people in government and business engaging in this preferential behavior at the expense of public well-being generally do not do so with malicious intent. It is rather their belief system that is the problem. They may very well be somewhat indifferent, but the socio-economic belief system they subscribe to allows for the rationalization of such abuse and imbalance, in the same way religion can justify inhumane behaviors. It is simply part of a moral ethic, as per the supposed virtues of business and freedom. In the words of Thorstein Veblen once again, it is not that these captains of big business are naughty. It is not that they aim to shorten human life or augment human discomfort by contriving an increase of privation among their fellow men. The question is not whether this traffic in privation is humane, but whether it is sound business management. 109 As long as there is no sin in one's behavior, as dictated by the market faith, all resulting outcomes and atrocities can be dismissed, including global poverty, human trafficking, resource overshoot, climate change, sweatshop slavery, water pollution, and other externalities that the market god need not recognize or understand. I would argue unmetaphorically that money and markets now serve as the prevailing religious order of the modern world. The free market, with its still upheld religious invocation of the all-seeing and all-knowing invisible hand, is the center of the faith. This idea that one can navigate selfishly and then expect outcomes for the greater good is profoundly mystical. As such, why should money and business, in all of its all-knowing omnipotent glory, not be the force that drives public policy? At the time of writing there are many frustrated grassroots campaigns saying, "Get money out of politics." As well-meaning as they are, this is equivalent to "Get liquid out of soup." We live in a world where everything is for sale and the act of sale is considered sacrosanct. Life has been commodified, packaged, and made available to the highest bidder. So why should the line be drawn with government when it is drawn virtually nowhere else? 74. Moral illusions. My first real introduction to the business world was a corporate desk job as an entry-level video editor and music composer for a small production company in Midtown Manhattan. Within 2 years I found myself as a manager, overseeing the work of a small creative team. Everything was fine for a while, but slowly the company started to fall apart. Paychecks started to be delayed here and there. And then they stopped. The bosses promised the issue was due to pending client payments. We became used to the ebb and flow of inconsistency, working diligently as we were told with confidence that everything would work out in the end. Unfortunately, that end proved more and more distant, and eventually the entire staff found itself almost half a year behind in payment. I decided to go to City Hall and look up the company to see if it was going bankrupt. It turned out it was, and if the company kept up appearances long enough, it would not only void its debts, but it wouldn't have to pay the employees, either. I certainly needed to move on, but losing the money the company owed me was not an option. I was now in substantial debt, living off credit cards to make ends meet. I thought about small claims court, but if the bankruptcy went through, the company would not be held accountable either way. It was a trying personal experience, not only for myself but also for the other desperate employees, many of whom had families and children to take care of. Talking to the bosses proved fruitless, as they were not going to level with us given what they had at stake. I think in the back of their minds they were honestly trying their best, seeing the bankruptcy as a proactive stopgap, hoping they would turn the ship around for the sake of everyone. Unfortunately, when the walls start closing in and risk takes hold, ensuring personal survival is often not conducive to social goodwill or honesty. So, growing increasingly desperate, knowing there was value to the data and projects I had on my server, I transferred files I had been working with onto an external hard drive and held them hostage. Upon quitting, I explained I had the files and would not return them until I received the salary owed me. After a week, I was sent a check and I returned the data. As it turned out, I was the only one who ever received back payment. 75. Leaving about a dozen others with aggregate losses of almost $200,000 after being officially laid off. This experience really made me think about not only the market economy's inherent ethical challenges, but also how long one's moral convictions to be respectful and honest can withstand increasing levels of financial stress. The bosses were a married couple and they had just given birth to a second child a month prior. From their perspective, I suspect the well-being of their employees was secondary to family, as would probably be the case with most people. Was their decision to cover up what was going on unethical? What about my behavior of holding their files for ransom? Was it unethical for me to have held those files and not demand payment for all the employees, rather than just myself? In an economic reality where it is expected that some companies will fail as a natural law of competitive market dynamics, how are moral lines in behavior to be drawn when well-being or survival is constantly at risk? To consider such questions, which will be returned to later, let's examine the general history of moral debate. While it's certainly a vast and complex subject, with a range of theories as to the nature of what it means to be right or wrong, most traditional discourse revolves around the duality between moral relativism and moral objectivism. Moral relativism means different people, or different cultures, can hold different moral views of the same situation. For example, a person with the conviction that eating meat is immoral, hence deciding to be a vegetarian, stands in contrast to a person who sees no moral issue with the harvesting of animals for food. Yet that same person who does eat meat might find certain kinds of meat appropriate while other kinds not so much. For example, a Western meat eater, accustomed to the traditional fare, along with the culture of dog domestication, might very well find it repulsive and immoral that in areas of Asia people eat dog. Such is the nature of moral relativism. German anthropologist Franz Boas extended this theory to demonstrate the power of culture itself in determining core values and beliefs of people within it. Boas coined the term cultural relativism, a further distinction expressing the strong influence social tradition has when it comes to what individuals consider appropriate or not. 110 Cultural relativism is obvious from a historical perspective, with a vast spectrum of 76. Deemed moral behaviors common to some cultures standing in stark contrast to others. From accepted human sacrifice of the Aztecs, to the polygamy of Mormonism, to the endocannibalism of the Yanomami tribe of the Amazon, social variance across time and region is quite fascinating. It is also easy to see how one's acceptance of a given belief, moral or not, can become reinforced simply because it is shared by many in the same culture. Moral objectivism, on the other hand, says moral truths must be universal, that is, they are external to the beliefs of an individual or culture, like a law of nature. 111 This view is where the debate really heats up, since moral relativism is more of an observation than a method for analysis. There is something to be learned from the phenomenon of relativism, such as the power of culture to shape people's beliefs, along with the day-to-day heuristic logic that leads individuals to come to moral conclusions, based on their personal experiences. However, most moral concerns gravitate toward an imposition on others. After all, anyone with a true moral conviction generally expects others to conform to that belief as a matter of general integrity. They tend not to just sit by and allow the seemingly immoral behavior of others to go unaddressed, especially if they deem it severe. I have yet to meet a person who holds a strong moral belief who isn't socially active on some level, seeing the need to try to persuade others to share his or her view as a moral obligation. Philosopher of science Michael Ruse argues that humans evolved to think of morality as objective to motivate us to act. 112 If we do not feel the need to act and influence others, it could even be argued that the very purpose of moral conviction, or morality in general, is useless. Yet, moral objectivism as a theory has serious faults. The first is the reality of conflicting moral dilemmas. A man comes to your house and asks if you know where a friend of yours is, saying he is going to kill him. You do know where he is and you happen to have the moral conviction not to lie. Yet, if you tell the truth, your friend will be in danger. Since you also hold the conviction that murder is wrong, you have a conflict. What do? Well, as most would, sacrificing one conviction, truth-telling, to uphold the other, no murder, is the rational compromise. One is simply deemed more important than another, given the context and severity of consequence. 77. The problem with objective moral assumptions is they are isolated or localized, ignoring the systemic nature of causality. Moral logic cannot simply be reduced to singular instances. What may seem like moral behavior in one instance can very well create a systemic chain reaction that leads to highly immoral outcomes. To the extent that negative consequences can be predicted, they become a critical part of the assessment of any decision. In fact, I would go so far as to argue that reductionist morality, meaning moral judgments isolated to a given moment, only can be immoral in and of themselves since they forego consideration of larger order effects. Another associated problem is the continuum fallacy. A continuum fallacy occurs when two or more different states or distinctions are assumed, while those distinctions actually exist along a fluid continuum of states that cannot be differentiated. A common example would be the debate on abortion. The continuum is human life itself. The general moral view is that murder is wrong. Obviously, we have laws to deter murder in society, even though many societies do allow for murder when it comes to combat, capital punishment, or self-defense. Regardless, on the whole, murder of human beings is generally seen as wrong, and the abortion debate asks, at what stage of pregnancy a fetus is to be protected as a human being? Pro-life moderates may say it is okay to abort a fetus before 6 to 8 weeks, with various explanations as to why. But regardless of these attempts to create a distinction, there is really no defensible starting point for the initiation and development of singular human life other than conception itself. All arguments to draw lines through time principally fail as a continuum fallacy, since how life is to be defined cannot be objectively differentiated once fertilization has started. The human life cycle is a process that starts with conception and ends with death. Is there a way to create differentiation that avoids the continuum fallacy? Yes, but only when external factors are weighed in, bypassing the localized view and moving into a systems view. What are the possible long-term outcomes of having a child, based on the social condition? Is the fetus healthy, or will it have a severe, painful, lifelong disability? Is the family in a financial position to support the child, ensuring good quality upbringing? Is the region or even society itself equipped to accommodate? 78. Another human life? These are difficult yet relevant questions, for if it is predictable that that child's birth is to set in motion a life of abuse, deprivation, illness, and suffering, the notion of what is moral then takes on a different tone. It could very well be that the most immoral thing a parent could do is to bring a child into conditions unfavorable for development. If pro-life concerns secure the birth of a child into an unfavorable precondition, and that child grows up as an aberrated adult who kills another human being due to such life distortion, is the initial moral righteousness to save the baby still preserved? Of course, one could turn that around and argue that if the issue is poor development, personal suffering, or a statistical threat to others, then why not just kill anyone at any age with those deemed issues? This argument fails because social factors change when a child is born, along with where the child is in the life cycle. In our basic drive to survive, it is an act of conscious self-interest to see to it that murder and violence are not wholly sanctioned by society, given our most basic social goals of a peaceful and fruitful coexistence and reduced suffering. First, there is the clear destabilization that occurs in societies that constantly fear violence. I am unaware of anyone who prefers a gangland society, where people can be killed at whim for differing beliefs or just for walking down the street. Second, people in society naturally connect with others and become larger than themselves. We are social creatures and our very existence depends on and is defined by others. This means one's death can be not only emotionally traumatizing for others, even affecting their long-term mental health, but it can also lead to retributive murders, generating destabilizing chain reactions. We strive for rules of tolerance and advocate general peace in communities, not only because we may have a moral conviction but also because if we didn't, we would personally be at risk, along with social integrity itself. This socially connected experience is not the same for a fetus in utero, since the social bond is almost exclusively between the mother and child. This is why the pro-choice view focuses on the mother, as she is the one who has the most to endure as far as immediate risk is concerned. It is the mother who can suffer direct complications from an abortion or childbirth and is most prone to having long-term trauma, both physically and emotionally, from either event. It is also the mother. 79. Who, assuming no legally recognized father, is responsible for the child when born. While it is indeed difficult to consider the level of awareness of an unborn child in utero, especially at the later stages of pregnancy, we do know that the unborn have yet to experience social existence in a real way. That can only occur once born, locking in a range of social bonds between mother, father, and other members of the family or tribe. The bottom line here is that there can be no singular right or wrong view of this issue or, in fact, any issue. Moral assessments can only be made in consideration of context, with extended variables and consequences factored in. Put another way, a systems-based assessment is needed to make the most appropriate judgment for a given circumstance. Now, this is not to say general moral guidelines have no role. The cultural decision to generally value human life and its protection is a viable moral worldview because it translates into increased personal and social security. However, that doesn't make it objective in the sense of being universally applicable without exception. The complexity of life poses far too many circumstantial variations and conflicts in which the violation of general moral principles can be justified. Of course, superficial perceptions of this kind of thinking tend to make people nervous, and with good reason. It could be countered that if everyone freely evaluates a situation to decide on the morally appropriate course of action, people could justify destructive or immoral actions by subjective, biased, or poor rationalizations. A classic example is the greater good claim regarding war crimes by leaders, as noted earlier in this chapter on cultural superiority. History is full of genocides and murders led by seemingly ethical people, claiming that their actions are morally right in an end justifies the means kind of logic. Still, as problematic as this is, it does not change the fact that judgment is invariably contextual and multidimensional. So, just because an apparent wrong judgment occurs does not suddenly mean the only solution is the objectivist view. We see this mistake made by religious institutions, codifying moral laws such as the Ten Commandments. It is very easy to simply declare that some singular act should be right or wrong. Social establishments have attempted this for thousands of years, with great, hypocrisy-ridden failure. The old but still common view that religious moral objectivity is 80. Required by society to have any hope of not producing rogue, murderous, raping cannibals has also been a long-standing myth of many faiths. 113 The truth is that moral reasoning is really no different from any other form of intellectual judgment in the interest of truth. As such, the proper context for moral evaluation is epistemological, which simply means there must be some kind of justifying and inferential framework for validating ideas and knowledge. From this epistemological perspective, moral objectivism, as in the nature of religious moral codes, falls under the umbrella of what is termed philosophical foundationalism. Foundationalism is the view that all knowledge ultimately rests on a foundation of non-inferential understandings or pre-justified belief. 114 Non-inferential means that at some point a given idea or statement of fact requires no further justification. It's deemed a fact, and that is that. In other words, it should no longer be questioned. To use a tree metaphor, the firmly rooted trunk is like an unquestioned, foundational belief, while the branches are derived beliefs, built upon, or inferred, from the foundational trunk. For example, there is a God is a foundational statement that, through faith in its truth, requires no further justification. From there, people can inferentially build or justify a host of other beliefs, as is common to theistic religious philosophies. Foundationalism is partly a response to an intellectual phenomenon known as the infinite regress. Infinite regress is considered the central problem in fully understanding anything. It expresses the fact that logically, any proposition or statement of assumed fact requires a justification. 115 Yet all justifications must in turn be justified by something else. This means that any proposition or statement of assumed fact can be endlessly questioned to infinity. A classic example of this regress is in questioning the existence of God. Somebody says, God created the universe, with the logical thinker next to him chiming in with, okay, then, who created God? Aristotle was perplexed by this problem, as it makes trying to understand anything rather unstable. If every cause is also an effect in reason, then how do we find any universal truths? So Aristotle argued that there must be a stopping point where a proposition or belief no longer requires further justification. 116 He vaguely described a kind of innate knowledge. 81. Related to our built-in sense perception where, like a hierarchy, knowledge is built upon a foundation of these true facts. To date, I have yet to read a really clear treatment on the issue, despite its popularity. René Descartes is famous for saying, I think, therefore I am, implying that one can at least be sure of one's own existence, hence also arguing there must be some kind of an unquestionable foundation to all knowledge. 117 Again, how this pragmatically relates to viable inference and decision-making is never made clear. What seems to be argued by Aristotle appears related to what biologist Edward O. Wilson termed sociobiology, which links our basic biological and perceptual nature to certain propensities as a species. 118 An example of a possible socio-biological link to moral thought could be mirror neurons. As studied in many primate species, these are neurons that fire when one observes an event endured by another, generating an empathic response. 119 This kind of response is physiological, not logical, meaning it occurs in most people as an automatic reaction to observing others' behavior or experiences. An example is a person in great emotional distress. On average, people sense the distress and can become sad themselves. We see this phenomenon in the effect of movies, as the viewer identifies with a character and feels his or her experience, even though the character may be fictional. Generally, if there was ever evidence for something of a human nature related to moral sensibilities, mirror neurons seem to be the closest evidence for it. These neurons, apart from also assisting learning, seem to be a means to bond people, creating a sense of connection and compassion. 120 However, as relevant as this phenomenon may be to human society, it doesn't serve our purposes here. The point here is to establish intellectual, defendable reasons for moral conclusions. If the evidence of mirror neurons and sociobiology does hold weight, then empirical observations of the phenomenon can be measured and included in larger order arguments, just like anything else. For now, we will focus on the purely intellectual issues since there is no clear way at the present time to understand how such socio-biological reactions translate into full, defendable moral ideologies. Now, the archenemy of foundationalism is called epistemological coherentism. As with foundationalism, there are many subtle distinctions. 82. Around this idea, with no shortage of tedious historical debate. 121 For the sake of simplicity, all we really need to understand about coherentism is that for a belief to be justified it must be consistent, or coherent, with other beliefs. 122 These coherent beliefs generally form a belief system, where each singular belief in the system is supported by all the other beliefs in the system. In stark contrast to foundationalism, there are no absolute foundational or privileged ideas that can go unquestioned. Coherentism rejects this absolutism on the grounds that the infinite regress is not that much of a problem to understanding reality. By inferentially associating belief in linear and nonlinear ways, we can realize a kind of averaged equilibrium of truth that serves a functional role. Of course, just because a belief finds coherence with other beliefs doesn't mean anything is actually true. Just as with people voting to reach a consensus about something, social coherence, they could all very well be wrong, regardless of their agreement. So, coherentism is really a probabilistic model of intellectual validation. A classic real-world example is the case of Dr. Ignaz Semmelweis, who in 1847 realized that simply washing his hands was reducing infection-driven deaths of mothers after childbirth. 123. This was well before Louis Pasteur discovered the germ theory of disease. Unfortunately, Semmelweis's findings were rejected by the mainstream medical and scientific community at the time, for they did not fit the prevailing system of belief put forward. It wasn't coherent, even though correct, as many deaths continued for years after as a result. So putting all of this together, it's easy to see how ideas about reality can form based upon a small number of core beliefs, as foundationalism suggests. Yet it is also easy to understand how those core beliefs can very well be wrong. And if the very foundation of any inferentially derived ideas is wrong, it is safe to assume that so are those inferentially derived ideas. This is why coherentism does not assume any privileged root beliefs, and why its theory rejects such absolutism outright. Rather, it floats the idea of truth, using inference to both consider the structure that supports an idea and compare seemingly disconnected ideas to find validating consistency. Now, why is all of this important? If we look beyond the polarized simplicity of moral relativism and moral objectivism, focusing on 83. Epistemological structures common to the assessment of knowledge, we can create an improved model of moral evaluation. Aforementioned problems such as conflicting moral dilemmas or continuums can be better addressed within the framework of epistemology, as opposed to elevating human morality to something outside of rational thought. Regardless of our emotional reactions, one's morality is really a belief system like any other intellectual process. As such, epistemological coherentism appears to be the best framework of evaluation as it is systemic, without the baggage of ideological preconception we find with foundationalism. With this in mind, let's now return to the 4 questions I posed regarding my experience with the company that stopped paying its employees as it secretly went bankrupt to avoid all liability. Was the company's decision to cover up what was going on unethical? Well, if the owners had explained to the employees that they had just filed for bankruptcy and there would be no paychecks for months more or possibly never, destabilization of the office would have been certain. Small business bankruptcy is complex, with a range of protections and vulnerabilities at different stages depending on the type. Under some conditions, the employees could have sued for back payment. This would have meant what money the owners did have could have been taken. If they were honestly working to save or transform the company through bankruptcy, it isn't hard to see how they could have morally rationalized their dishonesty in not presenting the truth because they wished to avoid such destabilization, assuming the best interests of the employees in the end. What about my behavior of taking their files and holding them for ransom? While certainly illegal, this action didn't trouble me given the state of desperation I was in financially, owing back rent and living off credit cards. Effectively mirroring the logic for the owners to file for bankruptcy as a fail-safe, knowing it would mean screwing the employees in the end, my self-interest was also in play, coupled with the sense that I had worked hard for the salary owed to me and that getting that payment was an ethical right. Such is the nature of living in a social system that's foundationally oriented around competition, generating winners and losers. 84. Was it unethical for me to have held those files and not demand payment for all the employees, rather than just myself? While common good interest has always been something I feel is morally important in general, there was a good possibility that the large amount of money owed to the whole workforce exceeded what the owners had in total. Attempting to use the file ransom tactic to help everyone reduce the possibility of getting anything at all. And finally and most important, in an economic reality where it is expected that some companies will fail as a natural law of competitive market dynamics, how are moral lines in behavior to be drawn when well-being or survival is constantly at risk? This question illuminates a systems view of market economics, one that creates a coherent framework to better understand not only the other three questions, but the entire sociological condition. While we may look at isolated actions in this world and try to judge their moral integrity one by one, the real moral evaluation occurs on the systems level. Remember, modern society, with its basis in market capitalism, as derived from the root socio-economic orientation of scarcity, self-interest, and competition, as born out of the Neolithic Revolution, functions like a game, except this competitive game is about survival and well-being. As such, the game takes on a very different dynamic than a game in which there is nothing to lose. Not only does this game pose the threat of loss, but its very architecture actually makes loss and suffering inevitable for a large percentage of players. Given this, society's long-standing moral claims and ethical demands find limited expression in such a condition. If the moral goal of society is to try to create the best condition of public health, happiness, and stability possible for the world's population, seeking to prevent suffering, it must be realized that the structural impositions of our economy actually work against that goal. Contrary to prevailing philosophical mythology, moral behavior isn't just about people's individual nature, their education, parenting, peers, social bonds, personal intentions, or other such factors commonly discussed concerning a person's character. This mythology that morality is only about individual behavior ignores the incredible, stress-inducing pressure placed upon a civilization that is based upon 85. Its members fighting with each other to survive. In such a world, ethical behavior as we traditionally consider it is severely limited in its capacity for expression. It isn't that people aren't capable of more caring, compassionate, helpful, and socially respectful behavior, it is that the socio-economic system won't support it. In fact, I would argue that the more ethical you are, the more likely you will fail in the game of commerce. The system simply doesn't support real human compassion on the sociological level. It isn't designed to. Free will. Now, a great deal has been covered in this chapter thus far. Before we conclude with what is perhaps the most core and paradoxical of all secular social mythologies, free will, I would like to quickly recontextualize some of what has already been addressed. In this exploration, the structural importance of the Neolithic Revolution has been emphasized, along with its cultivation of trade, settlement, specialization, property, protectionism, and other characteristics that continue to define modern society. In contrast to the assumptions of social dominance theory, with its conclusion that humans are wired to group-based hierarchy by nature, once an economic surplus is created, regardless of the social system, the adaptive capacity of humans appears far more flexible. This is not to argue a behaviorist view of human nature, which, in extreme interpretation, views the individual as infinitely malleable by culture. Rather, this is about the highly deterministic role of anthropological effects related to broad shifts in economic conditions. In this, the term root socio-economic orientation has been coined and defined. This specifically refers to the nature of a society based upon competition, self-interest, and ultimately, a sociology formed around scarcity, fear, and in-group/out-group bias. While many may counter by pointing out that the animal kingdom generally operates in this same primitive way and humans should therefore not be expected to be any different, this response misses the fact that most species have no option but survival through force and competition. In contrast, humans are not like any other species when it comes to intelligence, variability, and 86. Adaptation. The real problem is that we have blindly accepted as custom a society based upon competition and scarcity, regardless of our vast intellectual ingenuity and the growing scientific evidence that we could, indeed, live quite differently if proper structural adjustments were made. In other words, we are reacting within a social system we have grown to perpetuate and assume is final, not reacting to some immutable restrictions imposed by the earthly habitat, human nature, or some natural law. It is also important to make clear that the current economic mode of capitalism, while touted as the most productive and free system humanity has ever known, is really a system of social control, like all prior systems post-Neolithic revolution. Its trademark is socio-economic inequality, a feature that artificially partitions human well-being and power in favor of a very small minority. The modern manifestation of this is called business, which is the competitive mechanism that sets in motion the inevitable inequality we see, organized in lockstep around government power, defusing any attempts at meaningful democracy. Government, used as a means to create stability in commerce, since there is no true invisible hand to be found, is also used to secure competitive advantage by a select breed of large business powers. These business powers circumscribe government behavior overall, even though the myth that government exists as an extension of the general public, i.e., as the will of the people, persists today. This is why the noted national or tribal mythology has been so critical for social compliance and order. The statues, symbols, language, taboos, and other means of cultural manipulation are constant since the needed cohesion to stifle any interfering social change depends on it. In this, the use of moral impositions and the idea that the problems of the world exist on the individual level and not the structural level are very powerful in effect. As argued, there is a tendency to be objectivist with our moral views, with overly simplistic slogans such as just say no or do the crime and do the time, etc. Yet, moral decisions cannot really be separated intellectually from overall reasoning and logic. In this, we are faced with a systems-based reorientation since everything is far more entrenched in causality than has ever been understood before. Science has opened these doors and each situation presents a new set of variables. Proper decisions are contingent on a range of considerations. 87. Not static moral declarations. And the ultimate moral conundrum today is this: how can we expect highly moral or ethical decisions by a population submerged inside a social system that rewards the exact opposite behavior? Market capitalism is simply not conducive to mutual human concern. It is a system based on social warfare, cultivated by its root socio-economic orientation. Now, with that stated, the final subject of this chapter will extend this primitive moral mythology to the notion of free will. Free will is the most reinforced and consistent ideological assumption in the world today. Not only does it rest on the foundation of the central moral and philosophical belief systems of modern civilization, but it also appears to validate itself at every turn in society's architecture and institutions. Every human action is generally assumed to be a conscious, willful, free decision by both others and ourselves. It is a powerful intuition we all share. Our minds are simply wired this way. 124 Yet, once a system's perspective is taken, accounting for statistical research showing the effects of larger order environmental and social conditions, and coupled with modern understandings in cognitive neuroscience, the mythology of free will quickly begins to unravel. Returning to the subject of preconditions from Chapter 1, it is easy to notice the power of regional culture in determining the language we learn as a child, the religion we are taught, or the customs we embrace. It is less easy to notice how people can develop predictable, long-term behavioral propensities as a result of childhood experiences. It has taken advanced scientific study to identify our bioevolutionary requirements, whereby certain things generally need to happen in child development to ensure long-term mental and emotional well-being, while certain things should not happen for the same reason. Our biology has been pre-programmed by evolution to respond in certain ways to stimulus and stress, with predictable outcomes when certain experiences happen. As one's life progresses, the biopsychosocial synergies of life dramatically shape one's thoughts, beliefs, impulses, and actions. This shaping makes certain propensities highly probable, with others highly improbable, regardless of the free will of the person. Drug addiction, as noted by neurologists and pharmacologists, is a kind of hijacking of the brain that subconsciously leads a person's behavior toward the reward of use. 125 The addict is often fully disgusted. 88. By his, or her, actions, but the addiction pattern continues as changes to brain chemistry drive changes to both thoughts and behavior, justifying the next use of a drug. One may indeed overcome an addiction by choice, willpower, and likely external help, but that single end does not discount the general loss of control found during the addiction period. Likewise, analysis that takes a biosocial view of the issue finds great evidence that child abuse, stress, and emotional loss can contribute to one's development of addiction as a form of self-medication. 126 In fact, an entire range of health and behavioral issues can arise later in life, since childhood abuse literally changes and damages the brain. Not only can abuse disturb the brain's neurochemistry, but it can also shrink and distort critical areas, such as the hippocampus. 127 This can lead to severe impairments in one's ability to make decisions and judgments, in the same way a person who has severe brain damage from head trauma in a car accident may no longer be able to speak. Do we judge a person's speech impairment in such a case as a problem of free will? No, we understand the impairment. In 1966, Charles Whitman, an American with no prior history of mental instability, suddenly murdered his mother and wife. He then proceeded to the University of Texas, climbed inside a tower, and killed 14 others with a gun before taking his own life. In his suicide note he talked about his feeling of going insane and not understanding his thoughts, and he even requested an autopsy. While the public stood in horror at this monster mass murderer, doctors discovered that he had a brain tumor pushing against his amygdala, in the prefrontal cortex. This was, without a doubt, a major factor in his violent acts. 128 While this is a rare case, it raises the question of where along the continuum of body-mind influence we can draw the line and conclude that a person is 100% responsible for his or her behavior. In modern culture, most people draw very clear lines between decisions they feel are free and decisions they feel are not, often with unrelenting judgment and criticism of others who act in ways deemed unsavory. This moral high ground is ever present, which makes perfect sociological sense because once again, mainstream society flaunts the ideas of independence, free will, volition, and human choice as the starting point of all personal success and human virtue. 89. There is a term in social psychology called the fundamental attribution error. This is an error of judgment people make when they experience a person's behavior as unethical, without knowing about other factors involved. 129 A simple example is a man who dines at a restaurant and, upon paying the check, exits without leaving a customary tip. From the standpoint of the wait staff, that person could be judged as inconsiderate. After the employees share a cathartic verbal bashing of the seemingly rude person, the man then re-enters and puts down a tip. When asked about leaving, the man explains he had no more money on him and needed to get some out of his car. This idea of mistaking a person's apparent behavior as being entirely representative of his or her character can be extended to one's life experience and biology. In a sense, the entire criminal justice system is predicated upon expressing the fundamental attribution error as a formalized method of evaluation. This is not to argue that all human actions can always be clearly traced to delineated preconditions, nor is it to absolve anyone of wrongdoing by default. It is to point out the general dismissal of such considerations in legal practice, focusing on the fragmented actions of the single person. 130 I would even argue that to exclude the biosocial condition of a person is really a crime in and of itself when one attempts to evaluate someone's actions. The myth of free will makes it easy, while helping to preserve the legal system's role as a means of social control, once again. The same goes for the economy, which has a clear coherence with the legal view. If you happen to believe that every human being has absolute freedom in thought and decision-making, with no biological or environmental preconditions that can influence behavior to make it uncontrollable, then you would conclude that any action taken is a person's moral responsibility entirely. Similarly, If you also happen to believe the common capitalist myth that economic prosperity is available to everyone who works hard, disregarding any structural elements that may create insurmountable social immobility, then you will likely agree that everyone who becomes wealthy or poor simply deserves what they get. It also isn't difficult to see how such root assumptions can then form a basis to infer more extended beliefs. For example, from the "you get what you work for" dogma, one could reason support for more right-wing 90 or conservative politics, also leading to support for more free trade or neoliberal policies. This could also mean finding little rational motivation for, say, increasing state-funded social welfare to help the poor. Likewise, if market virtue rests on free, democratic exchange and the maximization of utility for the greater good, then any intervention by government can only be sacrilegious. To throw one more coherent validation into the mix, if social dominance theory is assumed to be true, then the inequality and poverty in the world can really only be natural and even necessary to some degree to ensure the larger order stability of society. Such shared social characteristics derived from this free will foundation are enormous in modern culture. In the realm of philosophy, the assumption of human choice is a bedrock of discussion, since philosophy is just as much about principles of proper behavior as it is about the investigation of knowledge and reality. Perhaps the most dominant moral philosophy today is utilitarianism. This is the view that the correct moral choice in any given situation is the one that produces the greatest utility, usefulness, in terms of generating happiness and reducing suffering. It is basically hedonistic, viewing the individual as interested in maximizing his or her own utility, benefit, at all times, while at the same time trying to maximize utility for the largest number of people, making them happy too. 131 sounds great, right? While poetically viable, the way this theory has unfolded in the context of market economics has deviated quite far from its original intentions. Basic economic utilitarianism says that all market behavior is to be reduced to rational, strategic attempts to maximize gain and avoid loss. This reasoning occurs in the purchase of a consumable good, the hiring of labor, or the process of capital investment. It is basically a form of game theory. In a way, it is the theory of how humans behave and how they ought to behave in the context of rational economic decisions. In this process of rational self-maximization, as per the ideal of Adam Smith's invisible hand, the greater good is to be achieved. 132 While much could be said on the issue, what this theory effectively does is reduce human beings to mere gaming agents, shifting focus away from the actual nature of economic production and of real life and societal interaction. The theory focuses only on the abstraction of trade itself. In a way, it creates a false view of equality among everyone. 91. In the economy, reducing people to hedonistic exchangers. As such, it distracts attention from structural and imbalance problems, justifying the market's basis in competition and narrow self-interest. One important idea found within this school of utilitarianism is that of voluntarism. Quite popular in modern libertarian circles, voluntarism is about action based solely on free will, without any force. In market behavior, the act of voluntary trade is considered the ultimate moral priority. So, a woman has a ring. She goes into a pawn shop and sells it. From this perspective, the exchange is considered to be mutually beneficial to both parties, since the woman willfully sold the ring and the shop willfully bought it. This simple idea of exchange is held up by microeconomic theorists to argue that a trade always serves the best interests of both parties, and even does so equally, since they are both just exchangers, maximizing their utility, or personal benefit. The problem with this view is that it ignores all other pressures that distort the will of the individual making the trade. From a voluntary, utilitarianism perspective, it doesn't matter why the trade occurs, as long as it appears both parties are acting on free will in the exchange. But what if the ring being pawned was her dead husband's, who had recently been in a fatal accident, leaving his family with no income or means? In distress, with bills to pay and no social safety net, the wife sees no alternative but to sell off a highly sentimental personal item. Can we still call it voluntary? In abstraction, yes. But in reality that circumstance cannot be dismissed as simply voluntary, just as we can't view as simply voluntary the choice of an impoverished, drug-addicted, and mentally handicapped prostitute to exchange sex for more drugs. Life is a sea of complex coercive pressures and external forces, occurring both consciously and subconsciously. The snapshot of a voluntary exchange is a dangerous free will illusion as it distorts social perception of causality, limiting more thorough understandings. At the same time we are faced with the question of rationality itself. While we are naturally unaware of choices and factors outside of our education or experience, making those choices or factors unavailable for consideration, we also have common inhibitions that interfere with the information we do have. These are referred to as cognitive biases. Cognitive biases are errors and gravitations in thinking and judgment. 92. Usually tied to our social condition. Being the social organisms we are, arguably defined by others and culture itself in terms of personal identity and self-worth, the power of our social nature often gets the best of us. A notable theoretical framework to understand this is called social identity theory. In short, people have a propensity to identify with groups, drawing their identity and sense of status from them in many ways. It is observed that people often view their own group as in, with other perceived groups as out, as is characteristic of racism and other forms of group-based bigotry. 133 Consequently, this ubiquitous social tendency for inclusion and approval creates serious psychological problems when it comes to rational choice and critical thought. One such problem is the tendency towards social conformity, or the bandwagon effect. A herd mentality often arises, such that people gravitate toward being consistent with their group's actions or beliefs, suspending critical thought. 134 One famous study conducted in the 1950s entailed asking a group of people to make simple decisions about visual images, such as which line on a screen was the longest of a set. However, all but one test subject was in on the study. These other participants were fakes, planted to purposely agree on the wrong answer and encourage the test subject to go along with their group decision about the correct match. The controlled study proved a strong effect of peer pressure, with more than 75% of the participants in the total of 12 repeated tests conforming at least once. This is in contrast to the control group, no pressure to conform, where less than 1% conformed. 135 It is not difficult to imagine how this same effect can occur in groups with shared values, such as political parties. People also seem to prefer being on the winning, majority side of a given situation, bypassing true critical thought. Bandwagon persuasion is everywhere in the world today and can rightfully be deemed a natural gravitation of our evolutionary psychology. From advertising slogans declaring millions of satisfied customers can't be wrong, to the self-fulfilling prophecy of stock market bubbles in which rising prices driven by buyers simply encourage more buyers in a euphoric trend. Political persuasion is also similar. The media need do little more than present the idea that a candidate, concept, or policy already enjoys popular approval, and the herd will usually follow blindly. 93. There is also the tendency of group bias in general. This means the propensity to favor your group, in-group, while disfavoring others, out-group. This is most common when the groups have some relationship to each other, such as rival baseball teams, religions, or nations. The development of prejudice is predictable, with the history of bigotry largely a group-based phenomenon. An informal yet famous study on this phenomenon was done by an elementary school teacher named Jane Elliott, who divided her third-grade class into two groups based on whether the children had blue or brown eyes. She then explained to the kids that those with blue eyes were naturally smarter than those with brown eyes. Amazingly, this simple act rapidly created group tension and conflict, including name-calling, shaming, and discrimination against the brown-eyed kids. 136 Now, I wish to clarify that this is not about absolute determinism. It is about a general propensity, linked to our evolutionary psychology, for humans to gravitate toward group identification and to develop biases based upon that identification. As Charles Mackay wrote in his famous text, Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, men, it has been well said, think in herds, it will be seen that they go mad in herds, while they only recover their senses slowly, and one by one. 137 Our social nature being what it is, this tendency clearly does not favor critical evaluation of information. It takes a great deal of self-awareness to notice the propensity when it is occurring. As for causality, our nervous system seems to reflexively want to remain part of a group identity, falling victim to the power of its social influence. Neurobiologist and researcher Vasily Klecharev writes that the deviation of individual opinion from the group behavior, opinions, is interpreted by the nervous system as behavioral error or reward prediction error, which starts the process of behavior change, based on the dopaminergic mechanism of reinforcement learning. 138 In other words, our very brains are somewhat trapped between rational thinking and impulsive counter-reactions that seek to prefer in-group conclusions. These lower brain reactions make us vulnerable to numerous thoughtless behaviors triggered by brain chemistry and make us susceptible to external manipulation. The arenas of marketing and politics are perhaps where the greatest damage is done today. 94. In general advertising, for example, much work has been executed in the field of subliminal effects that create unconscious bias. This has even led to making the practice, called subliminal advertising, illegal in many countries. However, more recent research has shown that the influence of general advertising has a similar subconscious effect. In a 2010 article published in the journal Science, psychologists Custers and Arts report how the unconscious will has a powerful role in decision-making, without our being aware. 139 Custers and Arts write that people should be much more scared of commercials they can see, rather than those they can't see, for the effect of things like psychological positive reward cues can create bias. Using an example of a soda commercial, Custers and Arts write, if you are exposed to these advertisements over and over again, it does create an association in your mind, and your unconscious is more likely to suddenly decide you want a Coke. 140 It isn't enough to simply be critical when watching a commercial, the ad can affect your subconscious even when you think it has had no power. It does this simply by repetition and by the, usually, positive emotions associated with the product. The only way to avoid the possible influence is to completely avoid the ad. This understanding also brings up a powerful question of ethics, for if people are exposed to repeated ads promoting unhealthful behavior, their unconscious will may influence them, leading to sickness. In this sense, we can rightfully view advertising as a possible form of violence. Now, to conclude this chapter, I wish to clarify my basic position on free will. Taking determinism to its extreme, we could see all human behavior as involuntary, a biological clockwork affecting every thought and cell, driving every event, shaping all aspects of reality with its massive, singular motion. Such an extreme perspective accomplishes little. It is much more productive to view the individual and his or her surroundings as a dynamic synergy of cause and effect. As the evidence shows, due to biological, social, and other factors, one's capacity to make choices is inhibited sometimes profoundly at every moment of existence. Grasping this gives us a more comprehensive understanding of not only human behavior, but of reality itself. After all, to view yourself and others as partly self-propelled and partly vulnerable to biological 95 and cultural influences forces a very different sense of how and why the world is the way it is. It is also important to point out that no matter what the truth may be in terms of exactly how much free will we have, to believe we are in control is very important to our psychology. Research has shown that people who believe they have control over their lives are much happier and more motivated, which makes perfect sense. 141 After all, who wants to feel like one has no control over anything he or she is doing? Yet the cold reality is that on a certain level we are not free and we are not rational. there is a surprising kind of automaticity to our existence, meaning we are doing many complex things automatically. 142 In this, we are faced with a very uncomfortable sense of self and identity. We have to admit that on a certain level we are simply out of control. We are not in full control of our thoughts and behaviors, and neither are the people around us. Yet, in recognizing this, we are then able to better understand human limitations and weaknesses, allowing for more intelligent decisions on how to better adjust our society to improve well-being, public health, and social relations. This view, once again, rests on a system-based context of our existence. While having some purpose in supporting our required sense of identity and sanity, the highly propagated, dogmatic, and institutionalized idea of free will and morality is also what keeps us from better understanding the causal factors paralyzing the world, perpetuating the same destructive patterns in public health, civil injustice, and environmental destruction. We are constantly judging people and their individual actions, rather than factoring in the structural roles, cultural pressures, modulating stressors, incentivizing influences, dominance mechanisms of control, human vulnerability to submission, cognitive biases, and the litany of other system-based factors that keep the vicious cycles of human disorder in motion. When this higher view is taken, one that positions the individual in a network of factors, bypassing the illusion of singular will and autonomy, a more holistic and effective sense of problem-solving emerges. As such, social activism must become a social science in and of itself. The synergetic, biopsychosocial nature of the human condition needs to be not only understood but also used as a strategy for instigating needed. 96. Social change. We also need a firm grasp of history and its effects, knowing that our society's root socio-economic orientation, as derived from the geographical determinism of the post-Neolithic revolution, has evolved a condition based upon factors of competition, dominance, and scarcity. These factors have been fully absorbed into virtually every aspect of our lives, from the social system, to its institutions, to the prevailing psychology of the masses. Without these foundational understandings, very little progress can be expected in the realm of human justice and equality as we move further into the 21st century. The negative forces preserving the status quo today are not substantially affected by street protest, public outcry, media exposure of corruption, or other traditional methods. It is fruitless for us to demand idealized or more just behaviors from our existing institutions, since they have been built around a value and incentive system that thrives on the very behaviors we wish to change. Only deep system changes will prove to have long-standing effects, as will be argued in future chapters. 97. Chapter 3. Structural Bigotry, the Economics of Oppression. Where justice is denied, where poverty is enforced, where ignorance prevails, and where any one class is made to feel that society is an organized conspiracy to oppress, rob and degrade them, neither persons nor property will be safe. 1 Frederick Douglass. After high school I moved to New York City to attend a music conservatory in pursuit of a degree in classical percussion performance. As passionate as I was about music, the financial reality of my student loans quickly polluted the circumstances. Combined with a growing disillusionment with having to monetize an art form I considered sacred, a tool for meditation and personal growth, I ended my college career at the age of 20 after a mere 2 years. Amazingly, the interest-bearing loan schedule for this short time projected values of over $40,000, a shocking sum for a young adult just entering the earn-a-living reality. Of course, watching my friends graduate with master's degrees from prestigious institutions such as the Juilliard School, only to moonlight in coffee shops thereafter as they struggled with low-paying gigs, wasn't very encouraging, either. While I was disappointed at the time, the prudence of the decision is as clear to me today as it was then. As expressed in the previous chapter, economic deregulation and privatization are considered sacrosanct requirements of a supposedly free world. Ironically, the freedom of markets means effectively nothing. 98. Should ever be free, and being $40,000 in debt certainly didn't give me a sense of liberation. I suspect I have not been alone in that feeling. As of 2015, American student loan debt was about $1.2 trillion, surpassing the GDP of Australia, New Zealand, and Ireland combined. One may rightfully wonder why a society that ostensibly seeks to educate and prepare young people to be intelligent problem solvers and creators would perpetuate a system that shackles them with immobilizing debt the moment they enter the post-education workforce. One may also wonder why many other countries that subsidize higher education through strategic taxation, making sure young people are not inhibited by financial limitation or debt, consistently outperform the United States in global test comparisons. 3. Yet this is only curious if one is unaware of the dominant socio-economic philosophy of the United States, along with its position as a global empire. Today, the US leads the world in terms of both economic influence and military force, endlessly pushing the neoliberal values of free trade as a root priority. Like a philosophical crusade, it has been deemed an imperative of Western business political leaders to ensure that people comply with what is in effect the new global religion, a religion that invariably prioritizes commerce over everything else, with human rights increasingly subordinated to business rights. When one understands how the rules of trade, property, and exchange have become the determining mechanisms of society, decoupling focus from actual life-supporting means and factors of social trust, the dehumanized, conflicted-ridden nature of the modern world begins to make a lot more sense. Given this ethic, education is simply another product to be bought and sold and little more. The US government allocates roughly 2% of its annual budget to education. This is in stark contrast to the 20% allocated to the military, suggesting war is more beneficial to the nation's leaders than an educated population. 4. At any rate, with the minimum debt payments from my student loan mounting, I quickly sought whatever work I could find. Within a few weeks, I found myself in the glamorous field of work as a cater waiter. In comparison to traditional restaurant service, this job consisted of being bussed around New York City from one privileged upper-class event to another. We were an army of servants in tuxedos, following the 99 wealthy 1% around the Big Apple. While certain traditional functions had endearing merit, such as weddings and birthdays, the majority were corporate, political events and superficial charity fundraisers. I say superficial because if the goal of charity is to help those in need, you certainly wouldn't know it based on the degree of waste and decadence present. There is something fundamentally wrong when people are eating extravagant meals, wearing $5,000 suits, and drinking $800 bottles of champagne while a guy on stage preaches about global starvation and poverty. This is particularly troubling in New York City, a place with about 60,000 homeless on the street each night. 5. Nevertheless, it was certainly an education to be a fly on the wall. At one event, executives from the Walt Disney Corporation were being honored for both their apparent philanthropy and record profits, explaining how they were bringing needed jobs to impoverished people in Bangladesh and Haiti. It wasn't long after I saw Disney exposed on the news for facilitating some of the worst human rights abuses in sweatshop labor history, paying as little as 4 cents an hour, denying basic labor rights and benefits, tolerating the beating of workers for failing to meet quotas, sexual harassment, using children as labor, and more. 6. It's a unique state of mind when a company moves operations to impoverished areas of the world, exploiting the vulnerable for cheap labor, only to then try to convince themselves and others they are doing the region a favor. In the end, during this time as a cater waiter, I was able to see a side of society I think most do not. Coming from a lower middle class upbringing, my father a postman and my mother a social worker, I had little exposure to such privilege. What I came to realize is that there is often a distinct detachment from reality in wealthy culture. It wasn't that these folks were overtly disrespectful or mean. Most were quite polite when dealing with the help. Sometimes, I would end up at mansions and exotic penthouse apartments serving as a family's personal servant for the evening. These were generally kind people and clearly caring when it came to their home life. Still, A clear disconnect from general society was obvious, a kind of cultural alienation, if you will. Given the access the wealthy have to means and conveniences that most do not, coupled with different social atmospheres and other cultural nuances, this alienation isn't difficult to understand. In the same way we can understand 100. Why the Amish tend to isolate themselves as a community. The rich tend to do the same, losing touch with the plight of the normal world. Rather than simply demonize the wealthy, it is important that we realize they are victims of circumstance and groomed into their characteristic worldviews and behaviors by larger order forces like everyone else. They are only partially responsible for their actions, as expressed in this chapter. This fact is important, for viewing society through this system-oriented lens is needed to better understand the true nature of class conflict. It is also needed to establish a new level of compassion toward others. There is little value in group versus group thinking, as the real problem is not the nature of any group but how that group manifested its values and biases to begin with. I view those whose values and worldview are distorted by power and wealth as little different from those suffering from any other biopsychosocial derangement of culture. In the same way that we can expect certain social preconditions to lead to problematic outcomes within the lower class such as street gangs, crime, and violence, similar sociological processes all too often lead the rich to develop selfish, apathetic, and power-hungry behaviors. Social psychology. As F. Scott Fitzgerald cogently wrote, "Let me tell you about the very rich. They are different from you and me. They think, deep in their hearts, that they are better than we are because we had to discover the compensations and refuges of life for ourselves. Even when they enter deep into our world or sink below us, they still think that they are better than we are. They are different." 7. Social status is not just about material access and social privilege. Our sense of rank has a deep impact on our self-identity. It doesn't have to be money that creates the difference, but in the world today this is by far the most defining cultural modulator. And the unsettling truth is that there are, on average, pronounced psychological differences between upper and lower classes. Confidence and self-esteem is an example. As was touched upon in the preceding chapter with respect to in-group/out-group associations, our social nature is a feedback system and how we perceive ourselves is 101. Inexplicably linked to others. In a 2004 study focusing on two different ranking social castes, birth classes, in India, it was found that if the whole combined group did not know they were a mix of two castes, their performance on problem-solving tests was different from the results when they did know. When the caste was not announced, the two castes performed basically the same on the test. When the caste was announced, the lower caste did far worse. 8. This study is one of many confidence studies showing that if people feel inferior and lower in value, they very well may act that way, losing confidence. This is called the golem effect and it has been widely researched. 9. There are also measurable neurobiological effects of perceived social status. In a 2002 study with macaque monkeys, it was found that those in lower ranks had less dopamine activity in the brain as compared with those in upper ranks. This effect would then change when the monkeys were strategically regrouped. When lower status monkeys assumed higher status positions, they had more dopamine activity, while the prior alphas had less. 10. This shows a direct correlation between perceived social rank and biological expression, a pretty damning link that reveals public health ramifications to social status in a very clear way. Reduced dopamine activity can lead to serious psychological and emotional effects, including depression, loss of motivation, anxiety, attention problems, and other problems. 11. What such studies also highlight is how psychological traits can be consequential to a social condition, as opposed to determinant. In other words, when people see the confidence, will, motivation, apparent intelligence, and other virtuous traits celebrated as characteristic of the rich and successful, superficial reasoning suggests that they gain their financial success owing to those traits. While that may be true at times, the biopsychosocial reality is that those traits also arise from the mere privilege of simply being in a high class, respected, and rewarded position to begin with. Hence, one's sense of status can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Perhaps more troubling are differences in empathy and compassion between upper and lower classes. A 2010 study found that higher-class individuals actually had a more difficult time recognizing emotions in others. It appears the lower class develops more perceptive social skills. 102. Than the upper, including the ability to better recognize emotional details in others, making empathic connections. One of the study's researchers concluded, upper-class people, in spite of all their advantages, suffer empathy deficits. And there are enormous consequences. 12. Likewise, numerous studies examining differences in compassion suggest that the more one's bank account increases, the less compassionate he or she becomes. In a paper titled Having Less, Giving More, The Influence of Social Class on Prosocial Behavior, the relative poor were found to give over twice as much to charity as the relative rich in percentage terms. The study also stated, lower class individuals proved to be more generous, charitable, trusting, and helpful, compared with their upper class counterparts. Mediator and moderator data showed that lower class individuals acted in a more prosocial fashion because of a greater commitment to egalitarian values and feelings of compassion. 13. A similar study by the Chronicle of Philanthropy showed that households earning between $50,000 and $75,000 a year give an average of 7.6% of their discretionary income to charity, while those making more than $100,000 gave only 4.2%. In some of the wealthiest neighborhoods with the largest share of people making in excess of $200,000 a year, the average giving rate was only 2.8%. 14. In the words of Ken Stern, writing for The Atlantic, one of the most surprising, and perhaps confounding, facts of charity in America is that the people who can least afford to give are the ones who donate the greatest percentage of their income. In 2011, the wealthiest Americans, those with earnings in the top 20%, contributed on average 1.3% of their income to charity. By comparison, Americans at the base of the income pyramid, those in the bottom 20%, donated 3.2% of their income. 15. Again, while these percentage numbers may seem small, 1.3% to 3.2% actually means the poor are giving well over twice the amount in percentage terms. I remember going to work early one winter morning, riding the subway into Manhattan from Brooklyn. An older homeless man was 103. Making his way through the mostly empty train car, pausing in front of me as I scrounged for whatever change I had to put into his empty cup. After I dropped in 2 quarters, the man thanked me and moved on. At the other side of the train was a clearly poor woman, bundled up and appearing to try to sleep. The man shuffled along as though to pass her, only to stop and make eye contact. After a brief moment of interaction, he reached into his cup and took out one of the 2 quarters and gave it to her. I was stunned to see the compassion. While I did not know the man's circumstances, there is good reason to assume that with that act of charity, he actually gave away 50% of all the money he had in the world to a stranger. While today many fawn over the billions given by this or that wealthy icon, the real measure of compassion has to do with how giving affects you personally, and that is why the percentage people give is more telling than the absolute values. Sociological research also suggests that something happens to people's ethics as they move up the economic ladder. While there are always exceptions, a general loss of social concern appears common. In a 2011 study from the University of California, Berkeley, it was found that upper-class individuals behave more unethically than lower-class individuals. Upper-class individuals were more likely to break the law while driving, relative to lower-class individuals. In follow-up laboratory studies, upper-class individuals were more likely to exhibit unethical decision-making tendencies, take valued goods from others, lie in a negotiation, cheat to increase their chances of winning a prize, and endorse unethical behavior at work than were lower-class individuals. Mediator and moderator data demonstrated that upper-class individuals' unethical tendencies are accounted for, in part, by their more favorable attitudes toward greed. 16. It has been something of a historical cliché that those who achieve great financial success in business tend to be ruthless or desensitized. It has even been said that the more caring and empathic you are, the less likely you are to succeed in capitalism. It appears the Ebenezer Scrooge phenomenon is not far off the mark as per modern social science. Given 104. The self-interested focus required in economic competition, increasingly rewarded as one climbs the socio-economic ladder, it makes sense that such disassociated values become dominant. Detached from the plight of the lower class, the rich begin to think the padded world they experience is the world everyone else experiences. In other words, people in the lower classes are more attuned to the common suffering and hence more compassionate. 17. Some call this the empathy gap, embracing both the lack of exposure the rich have to the plight of common folk and the psychological changes that reinforce social indifference. 18. Needless to say, it doesn't bode well for general society when those of great wealth and resulting power tend to have a propensity to be indifferent and apathetic. Another feature of this phenomenon is the relationship between the degree of apathy and selfishness and the prevailing socio-economic climate. The United States is a unique case for observing this, given its status as a kind of forbidden experiment in class extremity and material culture. During the Great Recession, it was found that those who made more than $200,000 a year donated 5% less than in prior years, while those who made $25,000 or less a year actually increased giving by 17%. 19. The proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences found that as income inequality increases, the wealthy tend to give less. 20. The research suggests that elite wealth concentration tends to lead to the belief that one is more important and deserving than others and that resources rightly belong to them in an increased sense of entitlement. This tendency has also been verified by an extensive lab study led by psychologist Paul Piff, who found that in a rigged game of Monopoly, with one player given more turns, more initial money, and every advantage ensuring an inevitable win, those winning subjects actually acted as though it was their cunning and smarts that led to the outcome when interviewed afterward. 21. This finding has a clear parallel with the real world, where the social system, as will be further discussed in this chapter, provides great structural advantages to a small minority. People simply want to believe they are getting what they deserve, ignoring the unearned advantages they happen to have over others. Put bluntly by Piff, while having money doesn't necessarily make anybody anything. The rich are way more likely to prioritize their own self-interests above the interests of other people. It makes them more likely. 105. To exhibit characteristics that we would stereotypically associate with, say, assholes. 22. There is also a correlation found between wealth status and what charitable causes donated money goes to. Unsurprisingly, the rich tend to give to elite schools, museums, symphonies, and other more tasteful interests on average, bypassing social welfare programs such as homelessness or poverty. In 2012, not one of the top 50 individual charitable gifts went to a social service organization or to a charity that principally serves the poor and the dispossessed. 23. While it is true that in monetary terms the upper class gives more than the lower, even though substantially less in percentage terms, the fact that their focus tends to avoid core social welfare interests, favoring more luxury interests such as higher education, arts, and research, is certainly troubling. It isn't that those interests are not important, but with almost a billion people failing to meet basic daily nutritional requirements, we need to question the sense of priority. 24. Philanthropy. It is interesting how the term philanthropy, defined as the desire to promote the welfare of others, has become associated almost exclusively with the wealthy, a badge worn to show how they give back to the community. Yet, rarely is the question of why there is the need to give back considered from the standpoint of market dynamics itself. While there is indeed growing global concern about increasing inequality, existing poverty, and so on, little real effort is being made to counter the problem from the standpoint of altering the social structure to correct what are clearly systemic problems inherent in our society. In fact, philanthropy appears to be the only practice to redistribute wealth that isn't met head-on with great disdain by the prevailing intelligentsia, especially in America. Even quite basic traditional platforms, such as increased taxation of the rich, are routinely met with contempt by gatekeepers of the capitalist religion. In the words of conservative Forbes contributor Jeffrey Dorfman, once you admit that income redistribution is fair, there is no logical stopping point short of communism. 25 By this, Dorfman essentially 106 implies that there is no stopping point short of everyone simply getting the exact same distribution of income regardless of what job they perform. From there, of course, the gesture suggests this path can only lead to gulags, indifferent central planners, and the loss of individuality and liberty itself. This kind of anti-socialist dogma is nothing new, prominently set in motion in the early to mid-20th century when the threat of communism was putting capitalist hegemony at risk. The long-term consequence has been a reactionary Western culture that sees any direct government action toward economic equality, especially if it inconveniences the wealthy, as little more than a move toward bureaucratic tyranny. Not only does this bias vindicate the idea of philanthropy as the only acceptable solution to inequality and its consequences, but it also ignores the simple fact that the market economy is a process of wealth redistribution in and of itself. That is what the market does. It redistributes, literally, existing wealth and materials, whether raw, produced, recycled, financial, intellectual, or otherwise. As such, market dynamics cannot be merely assumed to be untouchable simply because its mechanics are seen as an objective process. In other words, it is deemed sacrilegious to impose equality-targeting taxation since the market faith rests on the invisible hand of the market god to make everything okay. If this god is fallible, then the whole belief system becomes suspect. But there is nothing but evidence, formal and empirical, that the market god is horribly incompetent at best. Thomas Piketty, a French economist who became famous in 2014 for his treatment Capital in the 21st Century, makes a strong case, concluding that there is no way the growing global class divide can subside given the way capitalism is unfolding in its natural, financially liberalized state. The amount of money being made off existing wealth itself will continue to far exceed what normal people make through labor income. High-level capital investment in the form of financial instruments such as stocks and other means are producing returns far exceeding anything the public can generate without such existing levels of wealth to invest. The technical term is the wealth-to-income ratio, and the higher it is, the worse off the general population. A 2015 Oxfam study found that by 2016, 1% of the global population will own 107. More than the other 99% combined, with dire implications for related social problems. 26 Piketty's proposal to stop this trend is the most expected one, a large progressive annual tax on wealth. Yet, even with this practical, commonplace attempt at a solution, the wealthy community quickly and expectedly condemned the idea. Most notable was the response by Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft, who is worth almost $80 billion and the richest person in the world as of 2015. He partly contested the idea of capital taxation since, in his view, philanthropy by the rich should be considered a viable institution in itself. 27 He argues that those who choose to be philanthropic with their wealth should not be treated the same as wealthy folks who simply buy yachts and sports cars. While the gesture of this is respectable, given how Gates and his famous Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation have indeed performed positive charitable acts, we need to step back and examine what he, along with an entire culture of high-level, big-money charities, are actually saying. Naturally, the main focus of society should be to solve problems directly, addressing root origins. In fact, I would argue that a true philanthropic desire to promote the welfare of others could only seek to alter the preconditions creating social problems to begin with. The ongoing need for social welfare charities is really a response to an inefficient economic system. It is a supplemental action to help those who are not as fortunate. The idea of turning this supplemental act of charity into an established social institution, deemed inclusive to the system of capitalism itself, implies the society is no longer to view outcomes such as poverty and other interests common to philanthropy as a real problem. Rather, it is a tacit admission that the resulting deprivation must be necessary, expected, and effectively accepted as just the way it is. Forget trying to change the preconditions leading to these problems, let's just focus on giving back after the fact. That is the message, and it is a terrible one, as it avoids examining the structure of the economy itself. So, neither Piketty nor Gates offers actual solutions. Taxation, as suggested by Piketty, is only a patch, as it doesn't address the structural and systemic mechanisms that converge to create inequality. As with a car engine constantly leaking oil, you do not cover up the problem by continuing to refill the oil tank, pretending everything is fine. You fix the engine. 108. Or replace it to stop the leaking. Gates, however, takes things to a new level by arguing he and other people of great wealth should simply use their charitable foundations to affect the disadvantaged world directly. Forget government, public policy, democracy, transparency, or even accountability. Private foundations built by billionaires will now save the world. While all charity is admirable, once it becomes institutionalized and funded to the extent seen by organizations such as the Gates Foundation, it turns into something different, with extended social ramifications. 28. These elite charities are true, large-scale institutions with power, engaging in lobbying, transnational partnerships, political policy alignments, and so on. Where and how the George Soroses and Bill Gateses of the world mobilize money can have powerful effects on industry, politics, culture, academia, scientific research, national policy, and the like. In the case of Gates, his foundation is undeniably the most powerful and influential global health charity in history, in the words of health law professor Lawrence Gostin. 29. What critics rightfully point out is that, regardless of good intentions, unaccountable, singular private power in global health affairs poses serious problems, in the same way autocratic dictatorships pose serious problems for democracy and liberty. Any organization with the power to actually affect the lives of millions of people needs transparency, accountability, and a democratic presence. These private institutions have little to none. 30. So, what we have is the rise of a new breed of pseudo-egalitarian capitalists. They generate their great wealth by way of often ruthless competitive behavior in the private sector, arguably promoting the very mechanisms that have led to the vast structural violence and extensive poverty existing on Earth to begin with. They then turn around and offer their charity as the solution to the problems created by the very system that rewards them. Once again, this has nothing to do with intent. It is about an underlying hypocrisy that bypasses and obscures the real problem-solving focus desperately needed to further human rights justice. That focus can only be structural. At the same time, this institutionalization of philanthropy also serves to placate the public, giving a caring face to those who have often extracted such great wealth at the cost of others' well-being. In the words of activist Slavoj Zizek, charity is the humanitarian mask hiding the face. 109. Of economic exploitation. 31. As shown before with the research regarding how people tend to change as they gain more wealth and advantage, there is a deep psychological need in those of great wealth to feel that their exceptionalism is justified. They naturally wish not only to ensure everyone believes they deserve what they have, but also to justify it to themselves. An example of this is the Giving Pledge, wherein a group of more than 130 people, mostly billionaires, have promised to give half or more of their wealth to charity before or after their death. 32. This now globally recognized project has been met with great humanitarian accolades in the media, especially given its timely creation as public outcry against inequality grows. Yet it's very difficult not to view the entire project as a PR stunt for the upper 0.1%. As the organization states, the pledge is a moral commitment to give, not a legal contract. It does not involve pooling money or supporting a particular set of causes or organizations. 33 In other words, it is first and foremost a gesture and no one signing the prestigious pledge has any obligation to do anything. There is also no transparency, so the public might never know whether a person gave or not. For those who do follow through, there are prominent tax incentives, specifically in the United States. Since donations to charity and philanthropic foundations allow for reduced tax liability for the rich, giving money away often becomes an act of strategic self-interest. Very often, the rich simply set up their own foundations and move money through them via tax loopholes. For example, the infamous Walton family, 5 people with a combined net wealth of over $139 billion as of 2014, more than what the bottom 40% of Americans have combined, do some fantastic tax gymnastics through their foundation. 34 An independent audit of the Walton Family Foundation found that not only did only 0.04% of its wealth make it to charity in its generation's lifetime, but it also stated, the Walmart heirs have built one of the largest and most powerful private foundations in the country at almost no cost to themselves. In addition, the Waltons are exploiting complex loopholes in the tax code in order to avoid billions of dollars in estate taxes by funding their foundation with special trusts. 35 Estate taxes are interesting as they relate to the rich only. In the US, when people with more than $5.43 million die, the tax is 40% as 110 of 2015. 36 The rich work around this tax in various ways, with charitable foundations forming the most common means. Billionaire Albert Yoltska signed the Giving Pledge in 2012, and died later that year. It was reported that in his will, he made the condition that nothing would go to charity if there was no U.S. estate tax. Since there was one, he followed through, moving that money to his own charities. 37 This is also interesting as a general correlation. A study done by the Tax Policy Center in 2003 found that the estate tax encourages charitable giving at death by allowing a deduction for charitable bequests and also encourages giving during life. 38 The center calculated that if the estate tax was removed, there would be a reduction of charitable giving upon death of up to 37%, while the Congressional Budget Office corroborated this finding and added that during life, this same class would also reduce giving by up to 11%. 39 What this means first of all is that the giving doesn't appear to be entirely genuine. We can understand a poor family donating to a charity, knowing they can write the donation off their taxes if the deduction is itemized. They might not be able to afford the donation otherwise. The wealthy have no such excuse, and sociologically that is quite interesting. What they are really doing is bypassing state funding in favor of their own interests. Moving money to charity foundations, effectively consolidating wealth in the hands of private interests rather than government, is a logical method to better keep things in the club of private business power. Keep in mind the state is deeply flawed, as noted previously. But at least the state has some basic formal responsibility to the public, regardless of how corrupted it may be by vested interests. The Giving Pledge is partly just another avenue for this anti-government and hence antisocial behavior. In the words of German multimillionaire Peter Kramer, an open critic of the Giving Pledge, it is all just a bad transfer of power from the state to billionaires. So it's not the state that determines what is good for the people, but rather the rich want to decide. That's a development that I find really bad. What legitimacy do these people have to decide where massive sums of money will flow? That runs counter to the democratically legitimate state. 40 Pablo Eisenberg, a senior fellow at the Center for Public and Nonprofit Leadership, said regarding the pledge. 111. What concerns me is that no one has said what the pledge is going to do, who it will serve and how it will be accountable. It will increase the number of mega foundations, and I worry that will hurt our democracy because of the influence these institutions will exert. 41 These are legitimate social concerns given how such high-level, unaccountable private power is similar in effect to that of regulatory dictatorship. This is something deeply obscured in prevailing views of capitalism. While the world still seems to associate markets with freedom and democracy, the very structure of private business is actually in direct opposition to both. In the words of political economist Robert Brady, within the corporation, all policies emanate from the control above. In the union of this power to determine policy with the execution thereof, all authority necessarily proceeds from the top to the bottom and all responsibility from the bottom to the top. This is, of course, the inverse of democratic control. It follows the structural conditions of dictatorial power. 42. The accelerating rise of private charity foundations have the same flaw, as they can set their own public health and social standards, bypassing public participation in areas that require it. Inequality machine. As expressed, the socio-economic system produces predictable outcomes in social psychology, and better understanding the characteristics of the upper class is specifically important. After all, it is this class that indisputably dominates social affairs. Again, this has nothing to do with deliberate conspiracy or the like. It is simply a systemic result inherent to the logic, values, and structure of capitalism. The sense of superiority naturally cultivated by the upper class, coupled with measurable losses of empathy, compassion, and ethics, makes the condition of modern power highly troublesome. The more people become rewarded by market economics, the more they tend to identify with the market, assuming its integrity. Hence, the rewarded wealthy are naturally the last to be critical of the very system that allowed for their flourishing, and they are certainly hesitant to change it. Such is the historical nature of class conflict itself. 112. Yet it goes deeper than elitist behavior or general policy administration. Mechanisms of social oppression come in many complex forms, some of which are built directly into the architecture of the social system, something referred to as structural bigotry. Building upon the idea of Stokely Carmichael's institutional racism, structural bigotry recognizes mechanisms in the social structure that create and reinforce social oppression indirectly. Unlike the aforementioned personality distortions and system loyalties of the upper class, guiding biased behavior almost subconsciously, these indirect mechanisms tend to go unnoticed. At least bad decisions and policies of biased politicians or corporate leaders can be exposed and, ideally, corrected within the realm of political or legal action. However, these more indirect mechanisms tend to go unnoticed or misunderstood. By indirect I mean they are engaged in a procedural way, without deliberate intent to cause harm. This involves the interaction of essentially everyone in society. We are all pulling levers on a giant machine, and the consequences of these actions go far beyond our localized perception, making our ability to comprehend the outcomes difficult. Structural bigotry is about relationships and reactions, not necessarily individual decisions or events. While one may argue that a government's tax policies are structurally oppressive if they favor the rich by allowing loopholes, reduced maximum rates, and so on, it isn't exactly structural by my definition, as tax policy is actually designed to change and commonly does. 43. What I am referring to goes deeper, and I will focus on two mechanisms. The first has to do with the incentive psychology inherent in market behavior itself and the structural interplay that naturally leads to highly unequal outcomes and ultimately injustice. The second mechanism is slightly more obvious than the first, addressing the nature of the monetary system itself, specifically the existence of and dynamics related to debt. These are both structural in that they are interactive frameworks engaged by everyone, with very little objection. You will likely not see voter referendums related to them, protests in the street, or official governmental meetings about altering them in root form. Rather, what you do see are constant protest movements and public outcry against the chain reactions created by these hidden structural mechanisms. Again, society is constantly battling symptoms, not causes. 113. For example, to revisit a subject from Chapter 1, at the time of writing there is a growing social movement in America called Black Lives Matter, which protests for justice and seeks solutions to a modern epidemic of racially charged American police brutality and general discrimination. The work is very much an extension of the 1960s civil rights movement in America, and eerily so. To really understand the origins of such problems as police brutality and discrimination, one must look beyond the current political environment, specific police department policies, or even the lone mentality of the individual perpetrators. The problem is sociological as opposed to political or moral. These sociological issues stem from early economic practices, namely abject African slavery. Like an infection that is constantly reinvigorated by contaminated conditions, racism between white and black culture has continued as a form of class conflict, long after abject slavery ended. In fact, classism is really racism's father. In the words of Dr. King, racial segregation as a way of life did not come about as a natural result of hatred between the races immediately after the Civil War. There were no laws segregating the races then. The segregation of the races was really a political stratagem employed by the South to keep the Southern masses divided and Southern labor the cheapest in the land. You see, it was a simple thing to keep the poor white masses working for near starvation wages in the years that followed the Civil War. Why, if the poor white plantation or mill worker became dissatisfied with his low wages, the plantation or mill owner would merely threaten to fire him and hire former Negro slaves and pay him even less. Thus, the Southern wage level was kept almost unbearably low. 44. As such, impoverished white society was forced into competition with the now semi-free impoverished black society. This sparked a complex reinforcement of in-group/out-group fear and exacerbating bigotry that has pushed racial tensions ever since. Coupled with the consolidation of poor blacks in urban areas after segregation, with reduced means and options, the focus of law enforcement has been disproportionately targeting blacks and minorities to help meet arrest quotas because it 114 is easy given how vulnerable and often desperate those impoverished communities have been. From there, the racial profiling begins to take on a life of its own, and suddenly a white cop, who likely has many black friends and doesn't think he is racist, still conditioned by his experiences, impulsively shoots a black man in a middle-class neighborhood with no viable provocation. The racism is ingrained in his mind through a web of influences, literally stretching back hundreds of years. Yet activist communities still tend to fragment things in a more localized way, missing deeper connections. While we cannot go back in time to change the history of economic slavery to stop the toxic chain reactions that brought us to where we are today, we can, however, change the current conditions that continue to preserve and inflame those traditionally bigoted associations. This is something Dr. King knew well as he pushed his Poor People's Campaign of 1968. He understood that if we could just remove general poverty, easing desperation and labor fear, many of the pressures and associations creating racial bias would dissipate. It is not a complete solution, but it would help. As will be detailed in Chapter 4, racism, bigotry, and xenophobia, including resulting consequences such as minority-targeted police brutality, are ultimately linked to mechanisms of economic inequality and its consequences. Until economic inequality and its causes are reduced or stopped, bigotry and social injustice on many levels will continue as a systemic result. In fact, as I will also argue, positive social trends that have occurred have a good probability of reversing in certain ways as looming negative social and ecological pressures mount. I have little doubt that if our business-as-usual socio-economic practice remains, the growth of bigotry, race-based or not, will continue to accelerate rather than decline. Rational choice. Now, the first class-dividing structural mechanism to discuss has to do with the inherent gaming logic or so-called rational behavior demanded of the market economy to ensure survival. This is again about the shared incentive psychology of the interacting masses. While the generally 115 caustic nature of competition itself was already touched upon in the previous chapter, the issue here is specific to the actual dynamics of mass competitive behavior. What is to be found is that inequality and oppression are systemically reinforced through the market's most basic, trivial, incentivized gaming behaviors, regardless of the personal intentions of people. In the prior chapter, utilitarianism was introduced. This idea of people seeking to maximize their utility, or self-interest, in economic decisions was further codified in microeconomics by rational choice theory. This is defined as an economic principle that assumes individuals always make prudent and logical decisions that provide them with the greatest satisfaction and act in their highest self-interest. 45. This simplistic principle raises difficult philosophical questions about what exactly rational or prudent decisions are and to what degree they are rational and prudent. What exactly is self-interest in the long run? For simplicity, let's divide market decision considerations into two categories, primary and secondary. Primary considerations have to do with the root incentive logic of markets. This means reducing costs and maximizing income. Each one of us orients our economic behavior this way in general. From buying discount clothes, to selling off the old family car for the highest possible price, to running a company, we naturally seek to maximize our income and reduce our expenditures as best we can. In fact, most do not even think about this procedure today, as it is now so customary. Every day, our lives revolve around the abstraction of minimizing costs and maximizing gain. Secondary considerations are actual real-life considerations, such as gauging how your actions may tangibly affect the well-being of others and the environment. These decisions enter the realm of morality or ethics. Do you buy slave-harvested chocolate or clothes made by children in sweatshop conditions because they are less expensive, even though your purchase is maintaining abusive labor demand? Should your company use a cheaper part in a product to save money and increase profits, even though it will prematurely break and contribute to waste and pollution? Should your company maximize the price of a scarce resource in a poor region to ensure optimized profits, even though it may further impoverish the locals? 116. Primary considerations are abstract considerations, made irrespective of real-world conditions. They are morally or ethically life-blind, which is why secondary considerations are needed. For example, a company could dump toxic waste into a local water supply to save money on disposal, while also cornering their market through cartel power to sell their product at many times the market value, exploiting consumer vulnerability. While considered unethical, the logic is in perfect accord with primary market rationalization. When the Bayer Pharmaceutical Company willfully and knowingly sold HIV-tainted drugs across the world in the 1980s, killing thousands, simply because the financial investment in the product was considered too high to destroy the inventory, basic moral integrity was no doubt in question. 46. But where do we draw lines in more subtle cases, where people succumb to undertaking negative behaviors not because they are malicious, but because the pressures of their circumstances require acting for market survival? When it comes to ethical assessments in the market game, the real calculation very often comes down to how much ethics you can afford, not what you think is morally correct. Once again, the root socio-economic orientation of commerce is based upon scarcity. This means that regardless of the reality of the human condition, the market system looks for deficiency and seeks to capitalize off of it. This is built directly into the logic of every business decision by way of the primary incentive framework of reducing costs and maximizing income. All players are seeking advantage in every circumstance, fundamentally denying the well-being of others by strategic default. Therefore, the moral continuum resulting from primary market logic is already structurally biased in an inhumane, or at best indifferent, way. This makes whatever extreme of perceived moral violation merely a matter of degree. In other words, when it comes to primary rationale, there is no difference in principle between selling people HIV-tainted drugs to save money and increase profits and knowingly selling people cheap processed foods that contain sickness-causing additives to reduce production costs and make the product more affordable in the competitive marketplace. There is no difference in principle between exploiting the labor of an intern fresh out of college at minimum wage and exploiting the extreme. 117. Poor in the third world for 2 cents an hour. There is no difference in principle between dishonestly selling a used computer that has a major hidden defect to a person who isn't the wiser and a corporation selling factory new computers that have inferior quality components in them so the corporation can save money in the short term and increase profits in the long term by repeat purchases. 47 In a system fundamentally based upon the exploitation of economic circumstances, morality becomes one massive gray area along a continuum of general social indifference. That understood, let's now extend this primary rationale from individual actions to interactive or systemic actions. In other words, instead of thinking about one person making such decisions, let's consider many people making them, interacting and competing with one another, as is the case in reality. Related to the equilibrium ideal behind Adam Smith's invisible hand, mass interaction based on primary market logic results is what can be called competitive self-regulation. Competitive self-regulation is about the dynamic of multiple, interactive parties in trade, producing mutually affecting systemic outcomes. It can be considered a sub-mechanism of market self-regulation, focusing specifically on competitive dynamics between agents. A simplified example is a store owner who buys goods wholesale and sells them retail. The prices he ends up selling his goods for are not randomly decided at whim. They are semi-determined based upon market factors, such as the cost of inventory and the prices set by his competitors. This economic interaction helps determine the market price of his goods, based upon competitive self-regulation. This was already touched upon in Chapter 2. However, determining prices is just one of many consequential outcomes of competitive self-regulation. Returning to the foundation of systems theory from Chapter 1, by definition systems produce consequences undetermined by the sum of their parts. The dynamics of competitive self-regulation are what link and turn individual human actions into collectively generated system-level outcomes. And these outcomes can arise with no direct intention on the part of the players. Again, this is very important to understand, as our world has been obsessed with ethical arguments to improve things, missing the system-level outcomes that have little to do with an individual's moral compass. The specific outcomes I would like to focus on here can be categorized as negative externalities. 118. An externality is generally defined as a consequence of economic activity that is experienced by unrelated third parties, positive or negative. A common negative example is pollution. Oil businesses that pump, refine, and distribute oil products factor in only their internal financial costs of operation, generally basing their prices only on supply and demand. If pollution occurs, the costs associated with that problem, such as cleanup, are usually not factored in. They are external costs and they will need to be paid by someone. Yet, while from an economic standpoint external costs are to be measured in financial terms, these costs also far exceed something one could put a price tag on. In many cases damage caused is irreversible, posing serious threats to entire ecosystems and to public health. And while certain industries or even specific companies can be sourced to certain problems, with legal actions taken to get them to change their behavior or cover costs, the deeper problems are those that cannot be easily linked to any single company or industry. They are system-level problems and just about everyone is to blame to some extent for participating in the market economy itself. When we consider overall pollution, inequality, poverty, resource depletion, species extinction, loss of biodiversity, reductions in public health, civil conflict, behavioral violence, overall structural violence, and other pervasive social and ecological problems, we are looking at consequences not of one person, one institution, or one industry. We are looking at problems literally produced by market behavior itself, like an old combustion engine constantly spewing caustic exhaust. These problems are really categories of problems, with one externality triggering many others. For example, imagine a company that over the course of years pollutes a water source to save money on proper disposal. That polluted water is linked to a town's water supply, leading some people to get cancer, not knowing why. In one family, this pollution leads to the sickness and death of a father. Since the father was the breadwinner, the widow is now trying to afford to take care of 2 kids. This financial strain increases their debt, with the oldest child then unable to attend college, as he needs to help support the family, etc. You can see how chain reactions spread in complexity and are difficult to track due to unforeseen consequences linked to negative externalities. 119. A defining characteristic of externalities is that they require actions outside of the market's primary logic for resolution. This is another reason why mainstream economists take such a positive view of charity. Since those who are homeless and poverty-stricken clearly have no money to buy things, charity is the only real option as a workaround. In fact, these system-level externalities explain why there are so many non-governmental organizations, NGOs, charities, activist groups, and nonprofits in the world today. These groups are mostly trying to help clean up the constant mess the market leaves in its wake. In essence, these organizations represent the secondary considerations mentioned previously, trying to correct the real-world consequences constantly created by the primary ones. Unfortunately, as will be detailed, no matter what such groups do within the existing socio-economic system to help, problems resulting from these negative external forces will remain to one degree or another. Now the central point here is how these costs, both financial and in terms of real public health, unequivocally hurt the lower class. As phrased concisely by Charles M. Kelly, author of Class War in America, negative externality is the fundamental reason we need regulations for every aspect of corporate activity that impacts the environment. However, the same thing can be said about all other corporate behaviors that transfer what should be their own costs onto workers, the economy, the taxpayers, or the community. 48. The socialization of external costs from big business to the general public happens through taxation or subsidization and systemic servicing. By systemic servicing I mean each related consequence has to be dealt with on a per-case basis, connected to a complex chain reaction, such as the example above with the father getting cancer. There is the financial cost of cleaning up the water source, medically treating the cancer, possible government income subsidization to help the family after the father's death, etc. These are difficult costs to track as they blend into the normal, everyday world of problems. However, they are not normal, and the literal costs of these externalities reach into the many trillions each year. For example, a 2015 economic report by the International Monetary Fund put the external costs of fossil fuel alone at $5.3 trillion a year, 6.5% of global GDP. 49. This report attempts to account for extended 120 health and environmental costs associated with fossil fuel use both on the side of the producer and the consumer, but not factored into its price. The Economist stated, the fiscal implications are mammoth. At $5.3 trillion, energy subsidies exceed the estimated public health spending for the entire globe. 50. Their general use of the term subsidies is not to be confused with direct government subsidizing of fossil fuels, which is about $500 billion a year. 51. Rather, it is about the collective costs, including systemic servicing, that have to be paid in general, distributed across the population. More dramatically, in a 2013 report on behalf of the Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity, TEEB, program sponsored by United Nations Environmental Program, it was found that, in effect, no major industries in the world could be considered profitable from the standpoint of external costs. 52. In other words, if our core industries actually had to pay for fixing the external problems they create, they simply would not be profitable. The major profits gained are occurring without regard for the long-term destruction they are creating. How all this affects the poor disproportionately is twofold. The first is the direct financial burden. The direct tax subsidies come from public coffers that could be used to better help the poor, improve education, and expand other social welfare programs. While one can argue the lower prices obtained by subsidization help the poor as well, such that in some regions an increase of $0.25 per liter in fuel would reduce the purchasing power of a poor household by more than 5%, Poor households actually account for only a small portion of total fuel use. 53. The stark reality is that households with incomes in the top 20% get the majority of the financial benefits. 54. At the same time, real-world public health and ecological problems fall predominantly upon the lower class. The most notable example is climate change, which is already affecting the poor across the world disproportionately. 55. As Kermel Dervis of the United Nations Development Programme concluded, ultimately, climate change is a threat to humanity as a whole. But it is the poor, a constituency with no responsibility for the ecological debt we are running up, who face the immediate and most severe human costs. 56. Water pollution, which is largely attributed to industrial behavior, has been estimated to account for 40% of all global deaths. 57. This negative externality and its consequences targets 121. The poor overwhelmingly. On both a global and domestic level, such as in the US, the well-to-do have the option to avoid polluted water supplies for consumption. The poor generally cannot afford such options and rely on basic infrastructure such as tap water or local reservoirs. These types of examples go on and on. The point being, while in the long run pollution and other externalities can affect everyone on Earth, they will engulf the poor and lower classes first and foremost. This disadvantage furthers their individual economic inhibition and class suppression not only by way of an increased economic burden but by way of health and social problems as well. And as a final variation of this analysis, externalities create economic imbalances that have chain reactions throughout the business network, due to competitive self-regulation. Like a trapped air bubble being pushed around poorly hung wallpaper, shifting but not really going away, an unexpected cost incurred by one agent can start a chain reaction of adjustment across many agents. For example, imagine a tuna company that has been profitable and stable for some time. One day it is found that the tuna it has been fishing is highly polluted with mercury. This mercury pollution is an externality coming from power plants nearby. People who have become sick bring lawsuits against the tuna company, and it loses business. The company cannot in turn sue the power plants for its resulting losses, as the tuna company is not directly in trade with the power plants and hence the pollution is legally seen as an act of God. The tuna company is stuck with costly litigation, a need to shift its fishing to another region, and the loss of sales. So, bound by the law of competitive self-regulation, the company has to make adjustments in order to adapt and stay competitive with other tuna producers who are not weighed down by these external costs. Hence, the tuna company is now highly disadvantaged and perhaps even desperate. And with desperation, the gray area of what constitutes moral behavior in business starts to widen. Up until this time, the tuna company was held in high social esteem. It had clean boats with no fuel leakage, cared for workers with extensive benefits, and was even careful not to overfish, to prevent depletion. However, with this new pressure, those high standards have to be lowered for the sake of company survival. So the company lays off some employees, extends the hours for others. 122. And reduces medical benefits. It also curtails equipment inspections and mechanical updates, while raising fishing quotas so it has more tuna to sell. While these changes return the company to profitability, new external costs have been created that otherwise would never have occurred. The employee layoffs have put more pressure on the city's unemployment insurance program, increasing taxes on the general public. The extended work hours result in more employee injuries, while the loss of medical benefits puts them and their families in debt, injuring overall financial health. The reduced equipment inspections and mechanical updates lead to equipment decay, and some of the boats start to leak fuel, causing even more pollution. Meanwhile, the higher quotas hurt the ecosystem, reducing tuna fertility and increasing regional scarcity. This scenario has immeasurable downstream effects. The point is that once an externality is set in motion, it can trigger many others as companies try to compensate for the disequilibrium. As financial stress increases, companies become less ethical as they try to remain competitive and profitable. And who suffers disproportionately in these corrective circumstances? The workers and, in general, the lower class. In fact, all debilitating influences that reduce market efficiency, regardless of what they are or where they came from, will hurt and suppress the health, income, and options of the lower class more than the upper class. This unfolding in turn maintains downward negative pressure. Such reality becomes even more frustrating when one realizes that no matter what the market system does, these problems will arise over and over again because the market's function is constrained by its own rational choice mechanisms. It creates negative externalities not as an anomaly but as a constant predictable attribute of its system-level behavior. All this is particularly alarming when we look at current large-scale negative externalities that are trending into more and more ominous territory. While this will be addressed in detail in Chapter 4, there is no doubt a sociological correlation between desperation and less ethical behavior. Therefore, the more pressure put on the profitability of existing companies, the less ethical they will tend to become, no different from how perceived scarcity and desperation can affect one person's decisions. In fact, you might notice how consumers today are encouraged. 123. To be socially conscious with their purchases or to vote with their dollar. Yet, the inconvenient fact is that being socially conscious is contingent upon one's financial flexibility. Many who would prefer to avoid items made in morally questionable circumstances such as sweatshops often still end up making those purchases because of the lower prices. A debt-strapped single mom working for minimum wage will be hard-pressed to be selective when buying her child's shoes, even if those shoes were produced in an unethical way. People can only spend within their limits, and there is no doubt that ethics are expensive. So, competitive self-regulation is not just a determinant of prices and other economic variables, it is also a determinant of ethical capacity. It comes down to what degree of morality can be afforded, depending on how badly profitability or survival is hindered by external pressures. Debt bondage. Shifting gears here, the second mechanism of structural bigotry I wish to discuss is a little more straightforward than the winding road of negative externalities and competitive self-regulation. This mechanism deals with debt and its dynamics. Stretching back thousands of years, credit and debt practices can be found in virtually all societies with written records. In fact, it appears early civilizations actually used debt systems for trade even before they used money. 58 One could imagine how an early farmer, experiencing a bad crop season, might go to a neighbor to borrow some grain. The loan is made under the condition it will be paid back in a future return of grain or something deemed to be of similar value, with the lender also asking for an extra amount as a service charge, what we now call interest. Over time, the practice of making loans and storing deposits has evolved into the powerful banking/financial system we know today, a system that effectively underscores the entire global market economy. However, this seemingly innocuous practice has a very dark history. In fact, to track the history of debt is also to track the history of something else: class conflict and slavery. They are so interlinked throughout the evolution of human civilization that an entire college course should 124 be dedicated to it. In the words of anthropologist David Graeber, for thousands of years the struggle between rich and poor has largely taken the form of conflicts between creditors and debtors. The rights and wrongs of interest payments, debt peonage, amnesty, repossession, restitution, the sequestering of sheep, the seizing of vineyards, and the selling of debtors' children into slavery. 59 The practice of debt peonage, also called servitude or bondage, has been a formal institutional practice throughout the past 5,000 years, coupled with debtor prisons that existed up until the mid-19th century. Of course, most first-world cultures today see debt slavery as a relic of the past, along with abject or chattel slavery. Unfortunately, the obscured reality is quite different. First, I would argue that the only real reason we do not have debtor prisons anymore is that people in prison are not generating any value. Unless it is a slave labor prison, there is no real point since the creditors gain nothing. And the reason we have very little abject slavery anymore, meaning the complete ownership and control of people, is that time has eroded its feasibility and necessity. 60. During the post-Neolithic Malthusian trap, abject slavery became justified partly because labor and survival were highly arduous. This climate led to serfdom and slavery as a social dominance reaction by those who could assume such power and control, embracing the competitive nature of survival. However, once the Malthusian trap broke upon the Industrial Revolution, things started to change rapidly. Most countries moved to abolish chattel slavery in the early 19th century, starting with the British in 1833 and the United States in 1863. There is a seldom talked about correlation between applied mechanization in production and the reduction of abject slavery. With the rise of technology in farming and the slow shift from land to factory work, the nature of labor itself has changed, becoming more and more interactive with efficiency-improving technology. As generalized by the Abolition Project, as the Industrial Revolution took hold in the 18th century, Britain no longer needed slave-based goods. The country was more able to prosper from new systems. 61. From there, the ever-looming moral quandary grew more compelling to resolve, with each country further incorporating low-wage free labor upon the rise of modern industrial capitalism. Well, at least to a degree. European. 125. Countries still specifically traded for America's slave-made cotton long after their abolition, since it was still the cheapest on earth. By 1860, 80% of the cotton grown was exported across the Atlantic, much of it to Britain. 62. In fact, the American South's cotton production of the 19th century dominated global markets and was the cornerstone of the Industrial Revolution. There is a long-standing economic myth that free labor proved to be more efficient than slave labor and the transition away was economically practical. 63. This is untrue and appears to be mere hopeful dogma. Essentially, it's an attempt to avoid the reality that slavery is inherent in the true roots of capitalism. There is no empirical or statistical evidence that paid labor on its own was or is more profitable or productive than slave labor. U.S. cotton production had reached a staggering 4 million bales a year in 1860, up 22 times the rate from 1790, meeting enormous global demand. 64. Cotton was the oil of the world in economic force, setting the stage for the emerging U.S. empire. In Edward Baptist's work The Half Has Never Been Told, he explains how the real driving force that increased productive output by slaves was not just more slaves being brought over through the slave trade, but strategic torture. What enslavers used was a system of measurement and negative incentive. Actually, one should avoid such euphemism. Enslavers used measurement to calibrate torture in order to force cotton pickers to figure out how to increase their own productivity. 65. While it may superficially seem that free labor was more efficient than slave labor due to the increase in productivity, once the Malthusian trap broke, it was actually the cultivation of technology that set this trend. This trend very slowly eased stress on low-status labor roles, as machines assisted tasks, increasing efficiency. That being noted, the main evolutionary link between modern capitalism and abject slavery rests with the practice of debt slavery, something still with us to this day. After the American Civil War, millions of slaves were suddenly free in the South. Quickly, a troubling yet not unexpected practice termed convict leasing arose. With the white Southern population in economic disarray, a very deliberate method of arresting and charging former black slaves with bogus crimes became common. Vagrancy laws and other fraudulent means to conduct. 126. An arrest sent enormous numbers into the courts. When inevitably found guilty, they would usually be charged a fine. They could either pay that fine, get a bondsman to pay the fine, or go to jail, except it wasn't jail. It was forced labor, then still legally allowed for criminal punishment by the Constitution. 66. So, if the person could pay the fine, which was rarely the case, then he would be free at least until the next bogus arrest. If he couldn't pay, he would be sent off to forced labor by private contract to pay off the debt. Or, the person could get a bondsman, who was usually a former slave plantation owner sitting in the corner of the courtroom. The bondsman would pay the debt for the person, then force him to sign a contract to work until the new debt was paid off. Since literacy was almost non-existent for former slaves, rarely did they know what they were signing. Many were multi-year contracts, effectively putting them right back where they were before emancipation. The practice was so popular that by 1898 convict leasing constituted 73% of the state of Alabama's total revenue. 67 This brutal practice, which caused immense suffering and death since convict workers were considered easily replaceable, was very slowly shut down by the federal government over many decades. It really wasn't until 1951 that the government finally created comprehensive statutes against any form of involuntary servitude, including such debt peonage. 68 As an aside, what this convict leasing version of debt slavery also reveals is a feature buried deep inside the American criminal justice system. The general practice of imprisoning people who cannot pay fines while employing private prisons that use prisoners to create goods for corporations is alive and well in the United States and elsewhere. In fact, just like convict leasing in the late 19th century, in which corrupt arrests were made based upon meeting labor demand quotas, today private prisons actually have contracts with state and local governments that effectively encourage the same thing. These contractual agreements require a certain number of occupants to be sent by the courts to the prison. The state complies, agreeing to meet a prison occupancy quota, and if the state doesn't, then it, or the taxpayers, must pay for the empty cells. 69 One may argue that this quota stipulation is a simple technicality for the service offered by the private prisons, but it actually encourages maximum occupancy of the prisons, regardless of the level of crime in 127. A region. In fact, this incentive has manifested in predictable associated corruption, including the 2008 scandal known as Kids for Cash, in which 2 judges in Pennsylvania were caught taking millions in bribes from a for-profit prison company to increase the number of inmates. 70 As far as labor goes, numerous corporations exploit prison populations today. 71 Earning as little as 23 cents an hour in some cases, modern prisoners make things for the U.S. military, McDonald's, Microsoft, and Starbucks, along with furniture, car parts, solar panels, and a host of other goods. 72 The facade is that convicts are learning a trade so they can be better prepared when they get out of prison. Convict leasing, which was an extremely violent, racially targeted practice to enrich the corporations of the post-bellum South, is just a variation on the common theme of labor exploitation by whatever means businesses can get away with. Modern private prisons making money off of inmates, along with prisoners working for corporations, are principally the same thing. This pursuit of cost efficiency is what notably defines market efficiency and hence profitability. This is simply the nature of capitalist logic, and the still common idea that the rise of capitalism was somehow instrumental in the general ending of abject slavery on the structural level is little more than denialism. That noted, what I find most interesting about debt slavery as a through line of labor exploitation and coercion is how almost all the prior forms of its use going back 5,000 years still exist on Earth to one degree or another. As recognized by the United Nations, for 2 decades now, it has been estimated that there are roughly 27 million slaves in the world, more in absolute terms than ever before in human history. 73 However, these numbers have recently been challenged. In 2016, an organization called the Walk Free Foundation released new estimates, finding a startling total of 46 million slaves. 74 The vast majority of those slaves are bonded laborers, debt slaves, in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Nepal, according to expert Kevin Bales. 75 Human trafficking is also a large part of the problem, moving coerced prostitutes, domestic servants, and other groups around the world. General debt bondage industries include brick making, mining, jewelry making, carpet weaving, and a vast amount of agricultural labor. As expected, the areas where people are most vulnerable to this exploitation are in extreme poverty. In the words of Bales 128. The question isn't are they the right color to be slaves, but are they vulnerable enough to be enslaved? The criteria of enslavement today do not concern color, tribe, or religion, they focus on weakness, gullibility, and deprivation. 76. Debt bondage is so strong in some areas today it can still actually be passed through generations, with children literally being born into slavery due to a parent's debt. 77. Monetary system. Now, with all that in mind, let's examine where we are today. Credit, debt, interest, and money creation are deeply connected, with debt resting at the epicenter. While for a time in the modern period money was backed by precious metals such as gold and silver, its root association is and has always been based around credit and debt. Today, this relationship is even more apparent, since quite literally money is brought into existence by a process of inventing debt at the exact same time. As odd as it may seem, virtually all money is created out of debt by banks extending credit or giving loans. If all the debts of the world were paid off, there would be no money in circulation. How does this occur? Allow me to oversimplify, starting with government. When a government needs money, it creates bonds. These bonds represent debt. It then exchanges these bonds with its central bank, an institution granted the ability to create money. Of course, governments can also sell the bonds to the general public and even foreign nations to raise money, but that doesn't actually create money, only banks can do that. Though considered investments, these bonds are really interest-bearing loans. If I buy a government bond for $1,000, I have actually loaned that amount to the government with the expectation that it will pay me back with interest accrued. Likewise, when the government sells bonds to its central bank, the central bank is technically loaning the newly created money, expecting interest payments. Bear in mind, both the government and the central bank are exchanging things invented out of thin air by essentially the transaction itself. Of course, the central bank doesn't just create money to loan to government, it also has the power to create money and loan it to common. 129. Commercial banks, effectively upon request. The commercial banks in turn make loans to the general public, setting in motion what is actually the most active money creation process of the global economy. While most tend to believe governments create money and that money is simply put into circulation, that is not at all what happens. The government acts as another debtor of the banking system, albeit one with special privileges. The vast majority of the money supply is actually created by commercial banks through a process of deposits and loans. All that is really needed to create new money is, first, a demand for a loan, such as by a family who wants to buy a car, and second, a bank's meeting a required reserve percentage in existing deposits. This reserve requirement, which is usually 10%, simply means a bank can create new money by issuing loans of up to 90% of the value of its existing deposits. So, let's say a person is approved for a $9,000 automobile loan by his or her local bank. The loan will not come from existing stores of deposits in the bank, as is commonly assumed. Rather, the bank invents the money through credit, out of debt, assuming it has at least $10,000, 90% of $10,000 is $9,000, in existing deposits to base it on. In other words, that $9,000 is literally created when the debtor party signs the loan contract. Likewise, since most money in the system just moves between banks, if that $9,000 is indeed loaned out, it will likely end up as another deposit in another bank. So, let's say you borrowed $9,000 from a local bank to buy a car, giving a check for that amount to the car dealer upon purchase. The car dealer will then deposit that check into its own bank account. And with that deposit, this money creation process can repeat. Given the 10% required reserve, that bank is now able to create/loan out $8,100, 90% of $9,000 is $8,100, in new credit money upon demand. If that new loan does occur, the $8,100 will then likely make it to another bank, becoming the basis for $7,290 in new loans. And so on. Taken to its mathematical extreme, an initial $10,000 deposit that is repeatedly used as a basis for new loans can create about $90,000 in new money. 78. Of course, each time a loan is paid back, that money disappears. So, like a financial monster breathing in and out, the money supply expands and contracts as loans are given and returned. However, there is a severe problem with all of this. Since the business of banking needs profit like any other, each loan given is done 130 with interest attached. So, if a person borrows $9,000 for a car loan at 6% interest, she will need to return $9,540. Yet, if all money comes into existence through loans, with the returning of those loans removing the money from the money supply, where does the money to pay the interest come from? To better understand the question, consider a small island with 100 inhabitants. They have a bank that creates and loans money. Let's assume each person gets a $100 loan. This means $10,000 has been created as the island's total money supply. Everyone then buys goods and services, exchanging this money with each other, generating economic activity. This $10,000 in loans could then technically be returned to the bank, fulfilling the society's loan obligations, removing all money from existence. However, if interest is charged, more money needs to be returned than actually exists. If each of those $100 loans required has a 10% interest fee, then while the total money supply is still $10,000, the actual value owed back to the bank is actually $11,000. So where does that extra $1,000 come from? In modern society, with its enormous amount of economic activity, it is very easy to miss this reality. In theory, if the velocity or rate of money changing hands is quick enough, then society paying back and loaning money at a certain simultaneous pace could theoretically operate without experiencing shortages. But that is far from the case in reality. Rather, the entire world is producing debt by way of interest charges that are mathematically impossible to repay, and there are severe consequences. The proof of this is in plain sight. As of early 2015, there was $199 trillion in debt in the global economy, 286% of GDP. 79. So just how much money is in our global economy, you ask? About $81 trillion as valued in US dollars, well under half the amount of debt outstanding. 80. See the problem? The only outcomes that reconcile it are bankruptcy, defaults, property repossession, or more loans to extend the day of reckoning. It is like a game of musical chairs. At some point, certain people somewhere are not going to have the money to pay back their loans. As the world witnessed to an extreme in the 2007 US housing crisis, when defaults occur, the most common step is repossession. In this, the same banking system that created money out of nothing and loaned it at interest can now take ownership of physical assets, such as houses or cars. 131. It is bad enough that debtors can pay off 99% of a debt and still have 100% of the property repossessed if the final 1% isn't paid. But often the failure to repay is not even an issue of responsibility or personal choice, it is a mathematically inevitable result due to the amount of debt in the system. In this scenario, what we really have is a structurally induced transfer of wealth from the lower class to the upper class, for guess who owns the banks? The lucrative financial sector, including lending institutions, is the realm of the wealthy 1%. Now, a traditional economist hearing that would quickly object, noting how the bank will often take a loss on a loan when it sells off property at auction after repossession. This is true on paper. But remember, in real life the money for the loan was created out of thin air, whereas the property is real. Banks merely deal in bookkeeping ledgers. At the same time, since money is debt and when it is moved or spent, the debt separates from the money, you can better understand why the people in the lower class are most injured. Consider the island example of 100 inhabitants again. Ignoring interest, if each takes a $100 loan, creating $10,000 in the money supply, and through capitalist gaming for profit $9,000 ends up in the hands of only one person, the other 99% still need to pay back $9,000 in debt, abstractly speaking. Yet they only have $1,000 among them. As of late 2015, U.S. household consumer debt, which includes mortgages, student loans, credit cards, and the like, was over $12 trillion. 81 once again, that is only consumer debt, with the total outstanding U.S. money supply at about only $12.2 trillion, based on M2 data. 82 needless to say, it is the lower class that takes on most consumer debt by a long shot, in effect creating $12 trillion. So where did all that money go? Why do 62% of Americans not even have $1,000 in savings, living paycheck to paycheck? 83 Obviously, the loans creating the money supply are spent in the economy and, due to the magic of structural classism, much of that money trickles right up to the upper class. I liken it to taking out a loan to buy a house, and paying the mortgage, while another person lives there without you. The poor create the money and debt, while the upper class extracts the money, leaving them with the debt. In the words of Dimitri Papadimitриou of the Levy Economics Institute of Bard College, the evidence demonstrates that the deleveraging debt reduction of the 132 very rich and the indebtedness of almost everyone else move in tandem, they follow the same trend line. There's a strong and continuous correlation between the rich getting richer, and the poor make that the 90% going deeper into debt. 84 Likewise, this debt system that suppresses the lower classes further rewards the upper class by way of capital investment. While a lower class person may take on the burden of common loans and interest payments, an upper class person who has no need for such loans can simply invest in things like interest-bearing certificates of deposit, CDs, or other financial vehicles to create interest income. For instance, a person who puts $1 million into a CD at 5% interest will generate $50,000 a year merely for that investment alone. This situation relates back to the research of Thomas Piketty, showing that the wealth capital inherent to the upper class leads to highly disproportionate gains by the rich as compared to everyone else, increasing economic inequality. While interest income is one of many kinds of returns possible for the investment class, what is really happening is also a transfer of wealth. Although indirect, the interest payments from the lower, consumer class are effectively being funneled into the pockets of the upper, investment class. Then we have inflation. Inflation is generally defined as the rate at which the general level of prices for goods and services is rising, and, subsequently, purchasing power is falling. 85 While the causes of inflation are nuanced, devaluation of a currency by way of money supply increases is the most powerful. 86 The hyperinflationary period in Germany after the First World War. Old photos show people loading billions of marks into stoves to burn for heat is a classic example of what increasing the money supply too much can do. 87 Germany had massive deficits after the war and decided just to start printing money itself. By 1923, it took 200 billion marks just to buy a loaf of bread. With respect to debt, there is naturally a correlation since money is created out of debt, the more money and the more inflation, generally speaking. 88 In the US, $100 in 1950 is equivalent to almost $1,000 today in its power to purchase things, an almost 900% cumulative increase in 65 years. 89 So a $50 dinner today would have cost you $5 in 1950. Of course, while there is often great time lag in the relationship, economists rationalize modest inflation as acceptable since wages 133 also tend to rise along with the price of goods. But what isn't talked about is how inflation functions as something of a hidden tax, strongly affecting people's savings and people with fixed incomes. While people are encouraged to counter inflation by putting money into interest-bearing savings accounts or the stock market, Not everyone has or prefers those options. 83% of all US stocks today are owned by 1% of the population. 90 Only the rich really have the risk threshold to take full advantage of the financial market's ability to offset inflation, not to mention most savings accounts as of 2015 offer a mere 0.06% annual interest on average. Meanwhile, annual inflation averages 3 to 5%, conservatively measured. 91 So, a person with a life savings of $30,000 will only have the purchasing power of $21,000 after 10 years given a 3.5% rate of inflation. While this applies to any value, a person with $1 million in savings will clearly be better able to absorb or counter the devaluation than a person with only $30,000. More important, what the rich and poor tend to buy and the proportion of income spent on such things varies greatly. In other words, different income groups tend to have different consumption habits. For example, the poor generally spend a much higher percentage of their income on food. 92 German economist Michael Grimm has studied these effects, concluding that inflation, especially in poorer countries, leads to crippling inequality and social disadvantages, such as children not being able to go to school. 93 In a global study titled Inflation, Growth, and Income Distribution, a cross-country study, it was found that inflation worsens income distribution, increases the income share of the rich, and reduces the rate of economic growth. 94 Now, short-term inflation and deflation usually relate to expansion and contraction in the economy, something commonly referred to as the boom and bust cycle. While there are many variables, generally speaking, the more money in the system, the more it is put to work and the more goods and services are created and sold. GDP rises, employment increases, and so on. However, monetary expansion and economic growth can't go on forever, owing to a number of factors, namely the increasing parallel debt and eventual inflation. As a result, contraction has to occur at some point to reset the cycle. 134. Perhaps you have noticed how central banks often manipulate interest rates. This is a kind of acceleration and deceleration on the rate of money being created, as interest rates go up or down. When interest rates go up, borrowing becomes more expensive, leading to a reduction in loans given, meaning less money being created. Since this behavior is generally in an economy already saturated with debt after a period of credit expansion, the existing loans will start to be repaid faster than loans given, effectively removing money from the money supply. This means that debt that cannot be repaid is brought to the surface as the pool is drained. And it is the poor who are holding the bag, suffering defaults and enduring unnecessary economic stress. Bear in mind that in 2003, 43% of American households spent more each year than they actually earned. 95 Now, we can argue that they are living beyond their means, however, it isn't that simple. The debt burden of mortgages, student loans, and credit cards, supported by average paying jobs, often means that taking on more credit is the only option to keep up. And once the availability of jobs, wages, and loans starts to dry up, low and middle class households, with proportionally greater debt, suffer first and foremost. While considered natural to capitalism, this boom-bust process is a vehicle of class war, highly destructive to those who hold most of the debt in society. Likewise, in times of recession, values of many assets and businesses diminish, making them more affordable to the wealthy. Business consolidation is very common during these periods, as vulnerable small businesses can be wiped out, then absorbed by larger ones for pennies on the dollar. Recessions also help tame labor rights and reduce union expectations, benefiting owners. The creation of increased unemployment naturally works in favor of the upper classes as it increases labor power surplus, consequently lowering wages. When you add these factors together, not to forget the debt default-driven redistributions of wealth, you find a powerful, largely hidden systemic mechanism that moves wealth from the lower to the upper class, periodically over time. The 2007 Great Recession, while extreme, is an excellent example of it all. In the US, A massive housing bubble was in play prior, peaking around 2006. Bubbles are characteristic of monetary expansion/economic growth and represent concentrated capital accumulation usually. 135. Confined to one sector of the economy. Before the housing market bubble, we had the dot-com bubble, which crashed in 2000. After the dot-com bubble, the U.S. central bank primed the pump by expanding credit, freeing money for more speculation. The housing bubble was also fueled by profit-seeking banks pushing risky loans. Many of these loans went to poor families that likely wouldn't have secured the loans if not for bubble fever. Regardless, when the housing bubble finally popped, these highly vulnerable communities, which were effectively preyed upon more than usual by lenders, quickly defaulted as housing values tanked. 96 And since the banks were at the same time and in large-scale securitizing those mortgages, meaning turning them into financial assets to hedge and gamble with these post-bubble defaults, caused a complex chain reaction that spread across not only the US but also the world financial system. It was the largest economic downturn since the Great Depression. Since then, as of 2015, almost 7 million people have lost homes to foreclosure in the US alone. 97 As an aside, the ratio of empty homes to homeless people is troubling to think about. In Europe there are about 11 million empty homes and 4 million homeless, a ratio of just under 3 homes for every 1 homeless person, while in the US the ratio is 6 empty houses to 1 homeless person. 98 In the UK alone, there are 10 empty houses for every homeless family. 99 This is no doubt a clear indication of serious structural inefficiencies in the economic system. Beyond that, while unemployment has been a notable problem since the end of the Great Recession, with the real US rate at about 10% as of 2015, 100 wages have also declined. As reported by the National Employment Law Project, since the recession, most workers have failed to see improvements in their paychecks. Taking into account cost of living increases since the recession officially ended in 2009, wages have actually declined for most U.S. workers. The report added that the trend was only really accelerating, stating, "The declines in real wages since the Great Recession continue a decades-long trend of wage stagnation for workers in the United States." 101 As far as related small U.S. business failures are concerned, between 2008 and 2010 alone 170,000 were destroyed, subsequently causing countless jobs losses. 102 Of course the wealthy took a hit too upon the collapse, and naturally so. The housing bubble had deep ties to Wall Street and the financial. 136. Sector. From late 2007 until its official end in 2009, the top 1% of America saw its income drop about 36%, while average family income dropped by about 17%. However, that was just a transition phase. From 2009 to 2012, the 1% gained 31% while the 99% gained 0.4%. In effect, 1% captured 95% of the total wealth growth in the U.S. recovery. 103 In fact, if you track the ebb and flow of expansion and contractions, there is a common theme. The rich do lose with everyone else during recessions, usually a bit more in percentage terms, but once the boom starts again, the rich gain substantially more than everyone else, while pushing inequality higher. 104 In 2012 the top 10% took 50% of all income, an amount unprecedented in U.S. history. The moral of the story is that in the long run recessions simply help the rich overall, and it has been that way for a long time. There may be upper-class carnage with this or that mega failure, but that is minor compared to the enriching power of adjustment and monetary stimulus that sets the stage for expansion and disproportionate upper-class wealth gain. And this brings us to quantitative easing, QE. When things get really bad, beyond the economic failures of the lower class, more is needed than common monetary expansion tactics through enticingly low interest rates. These methods include QE, an increasingly common practice of central banks. From 2008 to 2015, the U.S. Central Bank, called the Federal Reserve, bought bonds in order to inject almost $4 trillion into the troubled economy. 105 with the bonds being bought from the holdings of financial institutions such as commercial banks, pension funds, and insurance companies. All that money was basically funneled right into Wall Street, not Main Street. While some trickle-down helped create jobs and expand the general economy, the profit gained by the existing rich has been substantial. In the words of economist Anthony Randazzo, QE is fundamentally a regressive redistribution program that has been boosting wealth for those already engaged in the financial sector or those who already own homes, but passing little along to the rest of the economy. It is a primary driver of income inequality. 106. A report by the Bank of England stated that its QE program raised the value of stocks and bonds by 26%, or about $970 billion, with about 40% of those gains going to the richest 5% of British. 137. Households. 107. In fact, in 2013 Andrew Husser, a former U.S. Central Bank employee, made a rather dramatic guilt-driven admission, as reported by the Wall Street Journal. He stated, "I can only say, I'm sorry, America. As a former Federal Reserve official, I was responsible for executing the centerpiece program of the Fed's first plunge into the bond-buying experiment known as quantitative easing. The central bank continues to spin QE as a tool for helping Main Street. But I've come to recognize the program for what it really is, the greatest backdoor Wall Street bailout of all time." 108. It is troubling to realize that the institutions most responsible for creating economic crises are actually the ones to gain disproportionately by attempts to fix them. Now, very often in public talks and conversations on these issues, the idea of simply removing debt and interest from the economy is brought up. But these features are predominantly structural. Debt goes back thousands of years and forms the root of capitalist exchange, since exchange is about mutual values being traded. In cases where a need is required but equal exchange cannot be satisfied at the moment, debt is created. The implications of this led to control and domination as a natural side effect, once again. 109. To simply get rid of debt from the economy, in the sense of a policy shift, would effectively change the nature of things beyond the scope of what we could call capitalism. Debt is foundational to the market system. The same goes for interest, but to a lesser degree. Interest itself simply represents profit for the service of loaning money. Like the retail markup on any inventory, interest is principally just a fee. Could it be removed from the equation? Yes, it is possible. But it would first require that the entire banking system be turned into a non-profit agency, funded directly by other means. However, as will be explained in the next section, the financial sector itself has now become the epicenter of the super-rich. As such, it is also the epicenter of political lobbying power and hence the cornerstone of the revolving door of plutocracy. Bank nationalization and other dramatic changes, therefore, would be met with fantastic resistance. 138. Financialization. As discussed, the Neolithic Revolution gave birth to the slowly evolving organism we know as market economics today. While the root socio-economic orientation has remained the same, unique mutations have occurred. If Adam Smith were alive today, he would likely be baffled at the incredible rate of technical advancement and how what was once a world marked by great scarcity and endless strife has transformed to one where machines are replacing jobs entirely, increasing technical efficiency exponentially. And while he might not be too surprised by how the colonialism of his day has merely morphed into a higher-tech version now termed globalization, he would still be shocked by how powerful transnational corporations have become. These operate with larger GDPs than many countries, have little loyalty to specific nations, have built global trade agreements that act like their own legislative authority, and effectively have transcended national sovereignty through a kind of financial deterritorialization. In effect, big transnational businesses have been slowly morphing into a kind of sovereign entity network in and of themselves, making their own rules. 110 However, I think the most shocking thing Smith would notice is the financial system, with its trillions in stocks, bonds, derivatives, and other assets, and how it increasingly overshadows in performance the tangible productive market. In effect, gambling and service fees are replacing real production, with the financial sector becoming proportionally the most profitable sector on the planet. Yet, it creates nothing of any tangible relevance and, in point of fact, has no true structural importance to meaningful economic production. I state that, of course, not from the standpoint of capitalist operations, but from the perspective of pure technical economic reality. I suspect that never in a million years did Adam Smith think the real-world market of handicraft, basic services, and physical trade would evolve into the abstraction of financialization, while giving birth to the mutant monster known as Wall Street. I was first introduced to Wall Street and financial trading when I was about 25. This was a few years after my cater-waiter days and that dubious first corporate job I spoke of previously. At this point I was working at an ad agency in Lower Manhattan, doing audiovisual design. 139. Work to sell high-end real estate. As in my cater-waiter days, the clients were super rich and the focus was on luxury properties only they could afford. Basically, we would make movies to sell these overpriced places to people with money to burn. It was the ultimate vulture institution, as advertising companies generally are. At one point it was leaked that the bosses would ask for around $75,000 to produce a 2-minute promo, paying my production team about $7,000 in salary to produce it. That is enough surplus value exploitation to give Karl Marx a stroke. 111 Of course the rich clients simply had no concept of real production costs and hence could be milked for their ignorance, as they routinely were. Needless to say, I was far from fulfilled in this job and tired of working 10 hours a day with harsh deadlines and aggressive, stressed-out co-workers. However, I didn't just want out of that job and the industry, I wanted out of the entire top-down dictatorial structure inherent to business itself. So I looked around and eventually homed in on short-term, private stock trading. In hindsight, I'm not quite sure which I find more offensive, advertising or the financial markets, but from the standpoint of personal freedom, equity trading from a private account is the only job I know of that literally has no boss and no clients, and that is all that mattered to me at the time. So, with the little savings I had, I shifted my ad work to part-time freelance and focused on equity trading in the morning markets. The learning curve was steep and I had expensive mentorships with various professional traders. These were people mostly like me in that they had just wanted to be outside the corporate structure. While I certainly have met some traders with truly distorted worldviews, the guys I learned from were not inhumane, soulless people. They were simply professional game players, not insiders, who understood risk management, macroeconomics, and mass human psychology. It was through this training and related research, via reading literally hundreds of texts on economic theory and behavioral psychology, that I began to really understand the nature of capitalism, leading me to where I am today as an activist, interestingly enough. Now, for those unfamiliar with the history of financial markets and where they came from, allow me to summarize. The global financial markets, including stocks, bonds, futures, currencies, options, and a host. 140 of other derivatives, are an outcome of thousands of years of what I consider the maturation process of trade-based economics. While the root socio-economic orientation of capitalism is built around scarcity, competition, and dominance, as noted in the previous chapter, the financial markets embrace the pure abstraction of capitalism's primary incentive structure, that being the art of reducing costs and maximizing income. This translates into buying an asset at one price and selling it at a higher price, making a profit. It doesn't matter what that asset is or even if it exists, just as long as one can reasonably assume it will gain value and can be sold back off, securing profit. The evolution of this practice is in lockstep with the rise of merchant capitalism. Upon the advent of agriculture and settlement, labor specialization and good markets slowly emerged, along with mediums of exchange or money. A merchant class developed where producers would create goods and their merchants would take them to public market centers and sell them. This division of labor then led to more modern systems of distribution, where the merchants simply bought items in advance, selling them independently at higher prices. At this stage, you can begin to see how the idea of trade for the sake of trade started to take hold as an abstraction. It didn't matter what the merchants bought and sold, they simply made profit on the act of exchange. By the late 19th century, the practice of raising capital to start new companies was common. In this, representative company shares or stock would be issued to those who invested, with that stock entitling them to a percentage of ownership and profits of the company. If there were 10 investors, for example, there would be 10 shares of stock and each would get a tenth of the profits. This practice evolved into the idea of public ownership, in which stocks would be offered and sold to the public to raise money, with the owning public then being paid dividends, which could be fixed or variable. However, in the midst of all of this, the merchant mindset of simply trading for the sake of trading shifted focus. Stock exchanges allowed people to trade their shares of stock with other people they had never met. And while gaining dividends was once a major focus, trading the stock itself and speculating on its price moves emerged as the main interest for profit. Initial public offerings of company stock now grew. 141. To include millions or billions of shares depending on the interest and company size. Likewise, commodity markets, trading in staples such as wheat, cotton, steel, etc., went from finding value based on real material supply and demand, to prices being pushed around by speculative traders through commodity futures, the speculated future cost of a commodity. Currency exchange markets allowed people to literally make money off of money, gambling on how the value of one nation's currency would change relative to another's. Of course, this idea of speculation goes back hundreds of years, with the tulip mania of the 17th century a notable highlight. In Holland, people became obsessed with tulip bulbs and the bulbs skyrocketed in price as people paid more and more for them. Some even sold off their homes to buy the flowers, assuming the value would keep rising. 112 Now, to correct a common misconception, the actual real-world performance of a publicly owned company is not directly related to its stock price. Rather, prices are driven by the perceptions of people as they buy and sell existing stock shares, moving share prices around by their collective actions. While the performance of the company is a factor, it is just information or news to the trader or investor. There is a predictable psychology that tends to move prices in certain ways on the basis of different performance metrics released by a company, but these metrics are still superficial. For example, it could very well be that the CEO of a company gets caught cheating on his wife, sending his company's stock lower because of emotional public reactions. Just as easily, a company could lie about record profits, sending the stock price upward. As one of my trading mentors used to always say, we don't trade stocks. We trade people. So, what we have is a kind of financial parallel universe. There are real producing companies and resources in one universe and these proxy, avatar-like financial representations of them in the other. A company such as Apple has a market capitalization of about $700 billion as of 2015. This number represents the total value of its more than 5 billion stock shares outstanding. Does this mean Apple is worth $700 billion as a wealth creation industry, turning raw materials and information into tools for people to improve their lives? No, the value is derived from mass speculation after an initial public offering of the stock, IPO, and 142. Little more. As of 2015, the U.S. stock market itself was valued at about $25 trillion, with the global stock markets at about $70 trillion. 113 Total global financial securities value, meaning not only stocks but also bonds, options, and other such assets, was about $300 trillion. 114. Then we have derivatives, which are financial instruments that link to underlying assets created out of thin air once again. These are cartoonish proxy instruments that take anything from stocks, bonds, currencies, interest rates, indices, options, commodities, credit, or just about anything two financial parties can agree upon, deriving a new instrument for gambling. Of course, if you read mainstream views of derivatives, they are defended as hedging, or a means of lowering risk for some party. While this may be true in the fantasy land of abstract investment, the argument defends nothing as to their root absurdity. Today, the total value of these derivatives has reached epic levels, with conservative estimates being about $700 trillion in notional value. 115. If we add common securities, we get an estimated global market value of more than $1 quadrillion. This number, which is about 1,300% of global 2015 GDP, would be almost funny if it didn't have such serious real-world implications, such as the 2007 global financial crisis that destroyed 45% of the entire planet's financial wealth in one swoop. 116. Now, this abstract trading reality is only part of a larger trend termed financialization. Financialization can broadly be defined as a pattern of accumulation in which profit-making occurs increasingly through financial channels rather than through trade and commodity production. 117. Generally, it has to do with the increase in the scope, power, and range of application of the world economy's financial sector. The financial sector is composed of financial services. These deal with the management and administration of whatever financial activities are in play, usually based around bank loans, stocks, investment services, insurance, and so on. Financialization is an evolutionary outcome of market capitalism, prevalent in economically mature nations. It appears to be part of an increasingly common developmental path as countries' true productivity declines, pushing non-producing mechanisms for income. Now emerging as, indeed, the most profitable industry on the planet, this economic mutation from merchant capitalism into financial capitalism is further expanding the already problematic inequality and oppression producing. 143. Tendency inherent to the system. Like the growth of cancer in an organism, the global market economy is becoming increasingly more life-blind and polarized as financialization takes over and abstraction becomes reality. From the broad view, given trends over the past 40 years, it is difficult not to view the growing financial sector as little more than an upper-class money machine that does little for the normal economy. Its growth and profitability has eclipsed other sectors' growth, even though there is little evidence this disproportionate income has had any benefit for anyone in the world but the investment banks, brokers, and other financial players. In fact, if you compare the profit trends from the manufacturing sector to the financial sector, you will notice they are now inversely related. 118. The production of goods is becoming less profitable while immaterial financial services are becoming more so. This is particularly bothersome since the number of people employed in the financial sector has virtually stayed the same, while the amount of profit they extract has skyrocketed. According to economist Michael Conchal, between 1980 and 2006, while US GDP increased 5 times, financial sector profits increased 16 times over. While financial and non-financial profits grew at roughly the same rate before 1980, between 1980 and 2006 non-financial profits grew 7 times while financial profits grew again 16 times. 119. In 1950, the U.S. financial sector accounted for about 2% of GDP, growing to 9% by 2013. 120. In the 1980s, profits in this sector were about 10% of GDP, while 30 years later they are more than 30%. 121. Yet, the number of people employed in this U.S. sector has been less than 5% since 1950. 122. That is a ton of money going to very few people. Again, we are talking about an industry that deals with intangible financial assets and fees, not true production. This radical income growth has been occurring during a time when wages for the rest of the American, and global, economy have been stagnating for decades. 123 In fact, research conducted on countries with large financial sectors has found that this trend is actually detrimental to overall economic expansion and prosperity. Admittedly, it is difficult to imagine how the growth of any given sector of a country's economy could be a negative pressure in general, but that is exactly what has been found. 124. 144. In fact, the correlation of financialization to inequality, counterproductive effects on general economic expansion, wage stagnation, and periodic crises such as the staggering 2007 derivative-triggered economic collapse invites the question of what this institution, and phenomenon, really means and why it is tolerated at all. Economist Gerald A. Epstein in his text Financialization and the World Economy states, "Finance benefits handsomely from the same processes that create economic crises and injure so many others. Hence the costs of financial crises are paid by the bulk of the population, while large benefits accrue to finance. Financial institutions and owners of financial assets have been able to greatly increase their shares of national income in a variety of OECD Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development countries since the early 1980s. Financialization has had a profound and largely negative impact on the operations of U.S. non-financial corporations." 125. Epstein's research also explores how the growth of financial power is deeply related to globalization and neoliberalism. With globalization being the expansion of market networks across the world and neoliberalism being the view that deregulated free trade is the proper mode of markets, financialization is well argued to be a natural development in this supposed liberalization of the world economy. To complete this section, I would like to pause and consider the sociological ramifications of all this on the cultural level with regard to how we view ourselves. The rise of financialization is the rise of an economic abstraction that exacerbates the already dehumanizing, commoditizing nature of market capitalism. Like a large, suffocating tumor spawned from a long-existing underlying cancer, the life-blind nature of this development reveals where global society is heading. While financialization is contextualized here as a structural development furthering class separation and oppression, there is a deeper sickness in play, one of enormous moral hazard. I extend this definition of moral hazard to anything that encourages the disregard or injury of others, including apathy to other people's suffering. What we have is a kind of sociopathology born. 145. From commercial enterprise, compounded by the now ever-expanding financialization of the world. From the creation of securitized slave mortgages in the early 19th century American South that allowed many anti-slavery countries to invest in slave labor while hedging financial risk on the part of slave owners, 126 to the modern practice of dead peasants' life insurance, in which companies take out policies on their employees, wagering on their lives and making money when they die, the sickness is palpable. 127 This moral hazard is in lockstep with the reality that the financial industry is constructed around making money in both directions. In the stock market, one can execute what is called a short sale. This is the practice of selling before you buy, which simply means you are gambling on the decline of a company's stock. This type of bet exists in virtually all financial trades, including complex hedging derivatives like credit default swaps. In the case of mortgage swaps, investors are basically betting on whether people will lose their homes or not. And someone will make money if they do. Also, high-energy mass speculation in commodity markets can artificially raise the real exchange price of things like food and energy, deeply affecting the lower classes that rely on affordability. In fact, since the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act and other adjustments, speculation in the commodity markets went from 12% to 60%, with a great deal of detrimental volatility ever since. 128 While more extreme, let's not forget that financialization and the ability to profit directly off of social failure and human suffering is really just a variation on a long-standing theme. While Wall Street incentivizes human indifference in a more direct way, commoditizing destruction, Main Street also structurally requires general disregard for competitors, employees, and even consumers. When a competing business fails, it is in the best interest of other competitors. When employees are vulnerable and desperate, it is in the best interest of employers. When people are unsatisfied and even sick, it is in the best interest of industries catering to those needs, such as the medical community. However, at least on Main Street, everyone is frequently reminded that we are all human beings, usually bringing out some basic moral, empathic sense. On Wall Street, however, the human aspect is removed, replaced by abstractions that are 146. Utterly detached from any sense of humanity. I call it drone warfare economics. The military people today who command remote-controlled drones into distant territories to kill others do so in the abstraction of a video game, losing a sense of reality. I consider the rise of financialization as a means for capital accumulation a cogent parallel. Class war. To conclude this chapter, I would like to now step back and examine the overall state of class conflict. Perhaps best formalized by sociologists Karl Marx and Max Weber, class conflict or class war is defined as an antagonism between socio-economic groups, with the dominant class minority disproportionately favored against the subservient class majority by a range of social factors. There are many intersecting mechanisms in play, including class-biased psychology, sociology, politics, legislation, economic policies, and so on. Culturally, we have what historian Carl Becker called the climate of opinion. Commenting with respect to recorded history, Becker wrote, "The facts which historians include or omit, the interconnections between the facts given which they stress, depend in no small part upon the approach which seems to them a meaningful one, and that approach which at any time will seem significant to the historian depends in no small part upon the social situation in which he finds himself, in short, upon the preconceptions and value judgments of the age in which he lives." 129 In the age in which we live today, with all the media power to remind us of what we are supposed to agree with or not, the climate of opinion still overwhelmingly favors materialism, competition, selfishness, dissatisfaction, war, and elitism. These are critical social values for maintaining the capitalist social order. Anything contrary to those values is fundamentally a threat. Needless to say, there is nothing more important to modern class war than the widespread belief that capitalism is in the best interest of everyone and any alternative will only lead to social destruction. Any speculation that the market system may indeed function as a means of oppression and social control, or is perhaps just highly inefficient in its 147 assumed purpose, must be actively countered and made to appear irrational. Such activity was notably ramped up in the late 19th and early 20th century upon the first and only great mass global revolt against capitalism thus far. Fearful corporate and political power centers in the United States responded by unleashing an unprecedented public relations campaign. It was not only a reaction to the growing spread of anti-capitalist ideas and socialism, it also directly targeted emerging labor unions that were demanding better circumstances. The tactic was to associate organized labor with communism and tyranny, portraying it as un-American. Before this, American labor was literally embroiled in a bloody class war, resulting in a great deal of violence against workers trying to strike or formally organize. 130 From the machine gunning of striking coal miners in Pennsylvania in 1897, to the Colorado labor wars of 1903, to the Ludlow massacre of 1914, to the 1917 lynching of prominent American labor leader Frank H. Little, to the far-reaching union-busting espionage and sabotage activities that became formalized near mid-century, the rise of free labor was far from free. 131 However, once the Wagner Act of the 1930s was passed as part of Roosevelt's New Deal, legally protecting union formation and collective bargaining, business owners realized force wasn't the best route. It was time for pro-capitalist psychological warfare. The National Association of Manufacturers, NAM, conducted a massive media blitz, painting unions as anti-American and communistic, the New Deal as slavery, public ownership as totalitarian, and free market capitalism as the only true savior of humanity. This propaganda was incorporated in schools, social events, and every major form of media. According to the Hagley Archive, a museum and library of business material, the NAM public relations team circulated 2 million copies of cartoons, 4.5 million copies of newspaper columns written by pro-business economists, 2.4 million foreign language news pieces and 11 million employee leaflets. It also displayed 45,000 billboards, which were seen by an estimated 65 million Americans daily, while its film series was viewed by approximately 18 million. 132 in Elizabeth A. Phone's Wolf-Selling Free Enterprise, The Business Assault on Labor and Liberalism, 1945-60, she further details the vast extent of this campaign. She writes, sourcing primary materials. 148. The NAM was joined by several trade associations, including the American Petroleum Institute, the National Association of Electric Power Companies and the American Medical Association, in an effort to derail fair deal programs on such issues as natural resources, public power, and health care. J. Warren Kinsman, chairman of the NAM's Public Relations Advisory Committee and vice president of DuPont, reminded businessmen that in the everlasting battle for the minds of men the tools of public relations are the only weapons powerful enough to arouse public opinion sufficiently to check the steady, insidious, and current drift towards socialism. In 1950, the NAM turned to television, launching a weekly program, Industry on Parade, which showcased companies, explained how products were made, and demonstrated what industry gave to individuals, communities, and the nation. In early 1952, Oklahoma City reported that the series ranked among the first 5 programs in popularity, and Milwaukee gave Industry on Parade a higher audience rating than Meet the Press, telecast in the same segment. She continues. Corporations as well as the NAM saw advantages in movies and television. Ford, for example, laced its Ford Sunday Evening Hour with attacks on New Deal programs and government interference in business. The Bonn Aluminum and Brass Corporation's NBC program, for instance, regularly warned the public about the dangers of socialist schemes that looked safe but in reality were deadly poison that limited individual rights and freedom. Other firms dramatically expanded their production and distribution of movies into clubs, schools, churches, and theaters as well as to television. These movies range from simple company promotions to sophisticated attacks on what business viewed as a growing socialistic economy. By late 1951, business-sponsored movies reached an audience of 20 million people per week, more than one-third of the nation's weekly attendance at commercial movies. 133. 149. In short, it was perhaps the largest propaganda campaign in American history. While unions survived, the overall pro-capitalist climate this campaign established still lingers, to be sure. As for the place unions have in this evolution, labor has always been at the heart of class struggle. And it is important to recognize that the world's labor movements are really extensions of abolitionism. From abject and debt slavery to free labor by wage, there is a continuum of exploitation in play that goes mostly unacknowledged by historians and social theorists. Again, from the standpoint of owners, laborers factor in as economic commodities, in the same way abject slaves were. I state this not to be sensational but to be principally factual. No matter how wealthy and happy a slave may be, it doesn't change that he or she is being coerced into labor for the disproportionate gain of an owner. The qualifying difference has to do with the degree of coercion or force perceived. Where in the continuum of coercion do you draw the line saying one form of labor is free while others are not? In today's modern era, most would agree that chattel slavery, meaning direct human ownership through violent force, is incomprehensibly inhumane. But what about debt bondage? While humans are not technically owned, they are bound to contracts to work off debts, often in extremely inhumane circumstances. Again, Tens of millions of people in the world today exist in this condition, and even the UN refers to it as slavery. Then we have wage slavery. In this case, the coercion comes from various unrelated pressures that appear to exist outside of the labor role itself. There is no gun held to one's head and no debt contract looming. Instead, there are systemic forces that constantly put free laborers into vulnerable conditions, such as the pressure of unresolvable debt, as noted, or the simple threat of poverty itself. While they may have some choice as to whom they work for, they have no choice but to submit. And it doesn't matter if one can select between 2 companies or 2 million companies, it does not change the structural, man-made coercion present. 134 Obviously, the majority of this chapter has been about such forces, ultimately keeping the working class vulnerable and submissive. The most cogent example to me is sweatshop slavery. The sheer destitution in poor, developing nations forces people to volunteer for grueling, low-wage jobs, and yet it's referred to as free labor. 150. Overall, the general economic slavery of the majority has been well masked by the neoclassical, utilitarian euphemism of mutual exchange, often condemning those who talk about structural coercion and exploitation as whiny, annoying Marxists. This has also been a common aspect of the strategic climate of opinion that helps ensure docility, creating the illusion that people are as free as they ever could be. Today, many pro-market theorists actually deny the structural reality of labor exploitation outright, turning the tables to argue that everyone is simply helping everyone else, networking specialization for mutual benefit through voluntary trade. While I certainly appreciate my dentist and will exchange money for the service, reciprocating in a mutually satisfactory way, this singular exchange is not even close to what defines capitalism as a structure or its systemic effects. This myopic, overly reductionist perspective simply avoids the nature of inevitable hierarchy and the primary logic of reducing costs and maximizing returns. Moreover, laissez-faire or neoliberal predominance in economic policy, specifically in the West, constantly refocuses attention on the importance of the ownership class rather than the wage-working majority. The mantra that the rich need more tax breaks since they are the job creators, along with the vast exceptionalism big business experiences when problems arise, reduces any ambiguity as to who is deemed socially important. These laissez-faire views were reinvigorated in the 1980s during the Reagan and Thatcher era, when further tax cuts for the rich, deregulation, and a move from public provision to private provision were seen as the only solutions to social woes. The long-term result has been an exacerbation of inequality and further loss of public and environmental health. At the same time, the free trade or market discipline hypocrisy is palpable, as it most certainly doesn't apply to the rich and powerful. From too big to fail bailouts, to massive corporate subsidies and general international protections, the truth is that big business and the rich elite operate with direct, non-market, socialized, top-down controls. As put succinctly by Dr. King with respect to America, this country has socialism for the rich, rugged individualism for the poor. 135 It seems the lower class can battle it out in the free market, fighting, failing, and suffering, while the rich tend to enjoy a general exceptionalism, unsusceptible to 151. Market forces when things get bad. Of course, as expressed in Chapter 2, I say hypocrisy only in gesture. It is only hypocritical if you were to believe the current system was actually supposed to respect true laissez-faire principles, applied to everyone regardless. The truth, as I hope this text demonstrates, is that capitalism is a system of structural class oppression and social control, with only the naive illusion that these pure free market principles are universal, effective, or even possible. One example is low-wage labor subsidization. At the time of this writing there are U.S. protests demanding higher wages for lower-class jobs. Since the minimum wage is far from livable for many, welfare support from the state is needed for millions of people. Some of the most profitable companies such as McDonald's and Walmart are able to keep these low wages because the state is filling in the gap. In other words, the state is subsidizing the wages, effectively saving these big corporations responsibility and money by taking tax dollars from the public. One estimate put the value of this subsidization at $153 billion a year, as of 2015. 136 Meanwhile, while wages generally stagnate, CEO pay continues to grow globally. Naturally, the US leads the way, with CEOs earning about 354 times more than their average employee, while often deemed socialist Canada trails with a modest 206:1 as of 2014. 137 In fact, in a study conducted by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, it was found that Canada's top CEOs make an average worker's yearly salary in just 3 hours. 138 Meanwhile, general corporate welfare practice is found throughout the industrialized world and in various forms, working in concert with strategic tax avoidance. The UN estimates about $200 billion is avoided in annual tax each year by corporations owing to offshore holdings alone. 139 In 2016, 11.5 million documents were leaked by an anonymous source, revealing the financial specifics of over 214,400 offshore entities sheltering in what would otherwise be known as tax havens. 140 Now called the Panama Papers, this leak revealed the enormous amount of tax avoidance and other schemes practiced in the world today by the super-rich, with reportedly an estimated $21 trillion to $32 trillion invested virtually tax-free as of 2010. 141 We also can't ignore the legal exceptionalism inherent. As common to all historical royalty, those in power generally make the rules, not follow them. Of course, to ensure the appearance of democracy, examples. 152. Must be made, and every now and again a very powerful, rich figure will be prosecuted, with great fanfare, in lieu of addressing the modern epidemic of corporate crime. But generally, as author Glenn Greenwald would put it, most are too big to jail. In his work Liberty and Justice for Some, How the Law is Used to Destroy Equality and Protect the Powerful, Greenwald catalogs the modern history of white-collar and political crime. From hedge fund managers getting away with hit and runs to banks absolved of rampant fraud, Greenwald concludes in regard to the U.S. financial elite, worse still, the scope of these financial crimes is so vast, and the suffering they have caused so deep and enduring, that the refusal to impose any consequences on the culprits proves the near absolute nature of this elite law-breaking license. It is now clear that there are virtually no limits on the magnitude of the crimes that the nation's most powerful private actors can commit with impunity. 142 At the same time, as touched upon in Chapter 1, the general U.S. population experiences a legal punitiveness unmatched in the industrialized world, with much higher levels of incarceration, longer sentences, worse prison conditions, and other draconian attributes. While most politicians give lip service to an ideal society without crime or insurrection, a looming sense of public fear and a certain amount of crime actually assists the preservation of the ruling class. On the most basic level, criminal behavior consequential to the precondition of socio-economic inequality within the lower class allows for a systemic targeting by legal forces. Again, it is within this lower class demographic that society can expect the majority of common crime, along with political or economic disapproval. In other words, the subculture most likely motivated to change society, to alleviate their plight, are also these poor or lower class demographics. So, keeping highly punitive attitudes in legal justice proceedings is a straightforward act of social oppression of this demographic, helping to keep sources of insurrection fragmented and at bay. Again, this is a systemic consequence, like a feedback loop that structurally favors the preservation of existing power. Another level has to do with dependence. We again see this with the highly politicized use of terrorism, as it makes the general population feel as though they must succumb to the whims of state power for some kind of alleviation. This has led to a general public sanction of arguably 153 fascist social policies that have systemically reduced civil rights while allowing for numerous human rights violations on the whole. The phenomenon is really no different than the war on drugs, only this war on terrorism extends what was mostly US class oppression into global nation class oppression. Politicized or not, terrorism has become an excuse to inject social dominance both domestically and internationally, justifying war, theft, and violence against the global poor. Regarding war, it is important to realize that when it comes to root cause, all wars are class wars. While the lower social classes tend to have limited options, partly serving as cogs in the wheel of upward wealth redistribution, the rise of national empires exploiting their vassal or tributary states is effectively the same thing. In other words, we can view the nations of the world as stratified in a power and wealth hierarchy in the same way a national population is. The United States Empire, like Britain and many before them, has great geopolitical and economic power over the affairs of much of the world. With nearly 800 military bases across 70 countries, the US casts a wide shadow. Through what is the new colonialism, by way of globalization, neoliberalism, and financialization, the US and its parallel Western interests have been pulling the world into a tight web of international financial and transnational trade agreements that favor Western imperial business interests. Over the past century, highly privatized, deregulated economic policies have spread globally, often by force. Many wars have resulted in the overthrow of old national regimes, giving way to this expansion, while the growth and power of international finance institutions has increased. These dominant global trade and banking institutions, the World Bank, World Trade Organization, and the International Monetary Fund, which are Western in origin, blatantly subscribe to these neoliberal views, constantly imposing welfare-removing austerity on poor countries in debt, leading policy shifts in favor of free trade, liberalization, and so forth. This process of conformity only strengthens the power of US transnational corporations, as the leverage they hold is already vast in the globalization game. This is not speculation. You can simply examine the growth and influence of these powerful corporate entities statistically as they have expanded via free trade agreements and structural adjustment policies. 154. Even the smaller, socially democratic Scandinavian countries that are often praised as examples of what capitalism should be, since they have generally had less inequality and stronger social safeguards, are systemically being dismantled with the spread of financialization, globalization, and neoliberalism. 143. In fact, all OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, countries are seeing inequality rise, as tracked by comparing Gini coefficients, which measure income inequality. 144. Government subsidies for education, transportation, healthcare, food, housing, and so on are continually being eroded, replaced by privatization. Understanding this as a global trend is important, as it has become very common for economists to assume what is going on in one country can simply be applied to another. Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and other countries have had low inequality, high relative standards of living, low crime, low unemployment, and fairly stable overall economies as compared with the erratic and elitist West. It is almost like they are two different worlds. Can't countries like the US just copy their policies? While there is certainly good sociological information found in understanding how other nations are successful in specific ways, the mistake is to assume they are isolated from global dynamics, each existing in a vacuum. The rise of empires, a historical constant for thousands of years, reveals a systemic drive for dominance inherent in global affairs. This has become much more apparent with the rise of advanced weapons, communication, and transport technology, with the British Empire the first to really have the ability to control vast amounts of territory from a small plot of land. By 1922, it covered 13 million square miles, dominating 20% of the world population and controlling 25% of the world's lands. 145. The resonance of European ideas and policy certainly made its mark as well, as is the case with the United States Empire today. The dominance of American media and fashion alone demonstrates the power of its presence, and the same goes for its social and economic views. In fact, We really cannot understand the state of the world crisis today without understanding the role of the United States' influence. With the growth of technology in the 21st century, the power wielded by us-centered Western interests has also increased, enabling the American empire to extend its influence in ways once impossible. There is far less of a need for physical colonial invasion anymore, since 155. The dynamics of trade agreements and financial negotiation can create the same subservience and exploitation of resources and labor. This isn't to say military power isn't apparent or utilized, as the world continues to impoverish itself by way of global military spending. However, it is now mostly an ominous backdrop to the highly strategic economic warfare constant at all times among and surrounding today's major industrial powers, the US, China, and Russia. All of this is to say that no country is an island, and the interplay of global affairs creates outcomes across countries in the same way socio-economic classes self-arrange in a given nation. In the world of nation-states, the Scandinavian countries play the same role as the fleeting middle class in American society, with security, fulfilling jobs, little debt, reliable transport, a good home, and overall balance. These countries are the resulting global middle class and exist only because of the extremes surrounding them. And, like domestic classes today, they are also slowly being eroded by the ongoing pressure of neoliberalism, which is again really the socio-economic colonization of the modern era. Contrary to popular belief, this game of strategic international exploitation and geopolitical dominance has not declined in the past century, only morphed into new methods. French colonial Secretary of State Albert Sarraut stated bluntly in 1923 regarding African resource expropriation, "What is the use of painting the truth? At the start, colonization was not an act of civilization, nor was it a desire to civilize. It was an act of force motivated by interests. An episode in the vital competition which, from man to man, from group to group, has gone on ever increasing. The people who set out to seize colonies in distant lands were thinking primarily of themselves, and were working for their own profits, and conquering for their own power. The origin of colonization is nothing else than enterprise of individual interests, a one-sided and egotistical imposition of the strong upon the weak." 146. This is as true today as it ever was, despite modern rhetoric. Only today, the profiting interests Sarraut speaks of operate in plain sight, with no shame. This pattern of dominance is facilitated by an increasingly fluid 156. Global infrastructure that, like a well-oiled machine, extracts wealth for the benefit of a small elite while ensuring resulting concentrations of power are protected from all sides. Why? Because this is what the economic system is and what its structure creates. The social psychology it manifests, compounded by the historically self-generating culture and its customs, fueled by structurally consequential negative pressures that constantly reinforce the psychological need to fear and fight, brings out the worst of the human condition. The structural bigotry inherent only mutates, never changes. As will be discussed further in the next chapter, the gravity of this entire sociological predicament is and has been tearing the fabric of humanity apart, resulting in a schizophrenic culture that is quickly moving towards social and environmental oblivion. 157. Chapter 4. Public Health, Spectrum of Disorder. Not only does structural violence kill more people than all the behavioral violence put together, structural violence is also the main cause of behavioral violence. 1 Dr. James Gilligan. What is poverty? Poverty is generally defined as the economic condition where people are unable to meet their most basic needs. Yet there is natural ambiguity as to what defines a basic need after a certain standard of living is achieved. Generally, poverty takes on three forms. First, there is extreme or absolute poverty. This is where people are not meeting nutritional requirements or are vulnerable to debilitating environmental conditions. Today, nearly 1 billion people fit this criterion, the bulk of whom live in the southern hemisphere. The Global South, as it is often referred to, houses most of the developing and third world regions, such as Africa, Latin America, and parts of Asia. The prevalence of poverty, pollution, and communicable disease there is dramatically higher than in the wealthier North, meaning the US, Canada, Western Europe, etc. While absolute poverty is certainly present in the North and widely so, it doesn't compare in scale to the deprivation, destitution, and preventable disease epidemics found in the Global South. 45% of all child mortality under 5 years of age links to malnutrition, amounting to about 3.1 million deaths a year, most of which occur in sub-Saharan Africa. 2. 158. A second type of poverty is relative. Like absolute poverty, relative poverty is a socio-economic condition that leads to a decrease in one's well-being. People in relative poverty are unable to rise to the most common, shared standard of living in a country or the world. While appearing almost trivial on the surface since it is relativistic, meaning it is based on comparisons and not absolutes, this inequality is a powerful driver of negative public health outcomes. Only recently have social scientists come to realize the destructive nature of relative poverty, as the problems associated with it tend to blend into the general disorder of society. As will be explored further, the very existence of socio-economic stratification or class generates a vast range of problems. It isn't just about inequity, with its lack of true life-supporting resources, it is also about the stress of social comparison and the sense that well-being is not shared fairly. The way society morally justifies unnecessary human suffering due to such inequality imposes some of the most profound existential questions about what it means to coexist. Overall, modern social science shows that an economically stratified society is fundamentally destabilized, manifesting a range of public health problems. While social dominance theory and other elitist views regarding group-based hierarchies see stratification as necessary for social stability, as touched upon in Chapter 2, it is a fact that public health is directly inhibited in vast and complex ways. This phenomenon is a fairly new area of study that is increasingly being explored by epidemiologists. 3. From the prevalence of physical and mental health disease that targets the lower class, reducing life expectancy and well-being, to the psychosocial stress of social exclusion generating antisocial behaviors such as violence, relative poverty is caustic, unnecessary, and extremely inhumane. The third form of poverty to introduce could poetically be termed poverty of the spirit. I first heard this phrase used by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in describing the maladjusted way society utilizes the material success it has gained through science and technology. He eloquently stated in his 1964 Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech. Yet, in spite of these spectacular strides in science and technology, and still unlimited ones to come, something basic is missing. There is a sort of poverty of the spirit which stands in glaring 159. Contrast to our scientific and technological abundance. The richer we have become materially, the poorer we have become morally and spiritually. We have learned to fly the air like birds and swim the sea like fish, but we have not learned the simple art of living together as brothers. Every man lives in two realms, the internal and the external. The internal is that realm of spiritual ends expressed in art, literature, morals, and religion. The external is that complex of devices, techniques, mechanisms, and instrumentalities by means of which we live. Our problem today is that we have allowed the internal to become lost in the external. We have allowed the means by which we live to outdistance the ends for which we live. So much of modern life can be summarized in that arresting dictum of the poet Thoreau. Improved means to an unimproved end. This is the serious predicament, the deep and haunting problem confronting modern man. If we are to survive today, our moral and spiritual lag must be eliminated. Enlarged material powers spell enlarged peril if there is not proportionate growth of the soul. When the without of man's nature subjugates the within, dark storm clouds begin to form in the world. 4. Beautifully put, to be sure. However, if we were to technically reduce his poetry, this poverty of the spirit really signifies a value system disorder. While Dr. King's views express it as a moral problem, which it is by extension, the root is still sociological. As such, these characteristics invariably link back to the structure of society and what is incentivized by the social system. As expressed, there is a primary market logic that leads people to operate in very short-sighted and ultimately neurotic ways. This is consequential of the overall root socio-economic orientation of assumed scarcity and competition, also discussed before. This orientation continues to mold and reinforce a destructive kind of tunnel vision that guides human focus along a detrimental path, favoring values actually needed to perpetuate capitalism, not perpetuate sustainability, justice, or social well-being. Many philosophers frequently imply that moral maturity is a solution to our poverty of the spirit. However, it is incomplete to argue for improved. 160. Morality merely through personal growth and increased empathy. It is not enough to change yourself. From a systems perspective, we cannot rationally conclude that an ideal moral compass can be fostered or perpetuated in a socio-economic condition that doesn't reward it. People typically can only walk against the current so long, no matter how strong their convictions. Humans are far too vulnerable to pressures in their environment. Without the social structures changing to directly embrace our idealized moral strides, little progress can be expected. The fact is, no matter how moral we may think we are or how moral we think the world could be, the structural bigotry inherent in market logic will forever get the best of us, undermining integrity, fueling this poverty of the spirit relentlessly. Impoverished values. This value system disorder, from in-group, upper-class dominance to the casual discrimination common to everyday competitive thinking, has already been touched on in various contexts. In the next two sections I will home in on two specific distortions, the first being a general incapacity to problem-solve accurately, given that overwhelming loyalty to market values blinds society to mechanisms of true improvement, and the second being the rise of consumerism, infinite wants, and the commodification of reality. With respect to problem solving, almost all modern attempts to resolve existing social problems seek to use markets as the means. You may recall that we explored this some in the prior chapter in the context of the role charity plays in mitigating negative externalities. This market-based attempt at a solution is particularly troubling given that in most cases the very dynamics of markets are what have created the problems to begin with. Society pays great lip service to poverty resolution, increased equality, improved democracy, resource conservation, ecological sustainability, and the general hope for social and environmental justice. Yet regardless of the media fanfare, highly publicized conferences, the UN's Millennium Development Goals, ubiquitous protest movements, and endless green rhetoric, we've effectively been running in place with only minor improvements for decades. 161. Of all the conceivable ways to approach socio-ecological problems, the most common solution proposed has merely been the pursuit of more economic growth. Increased economic growth along with other market-based initiatives continues to be pitched as the solution for just about every social problem there is. Those areas where economic growth can't be at least gestured at as a solution are simply ignored outright, further adding to the endless frustration of the activist community. Given the very nature of the market economy, economic growth has, indeed, helped alleviate some poverty and some loss of opportunity, and so economists speak of it as though it is the only possible solution. Yet, economic growth is far from a universal positive in its dynamics. Economists tend to ignore its fundamentally problematic nature, forgetting that market-based economic growth is first and foremost a function of human and habitat exploitation. The United States, which is home to 5% of the world's population, consumes 25% of the world's energy production and 50% of the world's production of raw materials, and produces 40% of the world's waste. In fact, only 20% of the world's wealthier population consumes a massive 80% of the world's goods. What this means is that the standard of living enjoyed by the United States and the global North is largely built upon international trade, and that trade is highly incentivized to find and utilize cheaper resources and labor. The decision to globalize, moving industries and markets to developing regions, is not based upon goodwill or an interest in relieving poverty. It is done to exploit countries and improve profits, with any alleviation of social woes in the long run merely a side effect or afterthought. There is no question that over the course of the last few centuries the fruits of the global North have been built on the resources and labor of the global South, exploited for the purposes of the North's economic growth. 7. This isn't to say that many poor nations of the world currently fill this subservient role, for many have already been effectively used, gutted, and tossed aside after decades of exploitation. As a result, these regions tend to fester vast internal corruption, regional fracturing, and destabilizing tribal warfare, as evidenced by areas such as sub-Saharan Africa, home to perhaps the greatest foreign exploitative abuse. Once 162 of the most resource-rich places on earth, it is now largely a vast expanse of destitution and corruption. Many observers fail to see this chain of causality, sharing the view that these countries were always corrupt or always poor. As described in what has been termed post-colonial theory, the long-term socio-economic and cultural effects of historical imperial abuses have proven highly caustic. 8. In the words of Vandana Shiva of the International Forum on Globalization, responding to the myth that the poor of the world have simply not implemented proper market reforms and are the authors of their own poverty. This is a totally false history of poverty. The poor are not those who have been left behind, they are the ones who have been robbed. The riches accumulated by Europe are based on riches taken from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Without the destruction of India's rich textile industry, without the takeover of the spice trade, without the genocide of the Native American tribes, without Africa's slavery, the Industrial Revolution would not have led to new riches for Europe or the US. It was this violent takeover of third world resources and markets that created wealth in the North and poverty in the South. 9. Put mildly, economic growth or development results in inequality as a side effect. This is due to the inherently exploitative and imbalanced procedural dynamics of market economics. This inequality materializes both within nations and between nations in the same basic way, as we see with globalization. We have been told that rising tides lift all boats, and while that idea may be somewhat true over time, it is a grossly misleading aphorism. The truth is that this rise only occurs in tandem with the creation of corrosive inequality, including many stages of adjustment and abuse before the possibility that those drowning boats find mild buoyancy. In the words of Gavin Kitching, Professor of Social Science and International Relations at the University of New South Wales, economic development as a long-term process of structural change, as a historical process, poses awful and awesome moral and political dilemmas which, even to be confronted adequately, require hard and 163. Informed thinking. Development is an awful process. It varies only, and importantly, in its awfulness. 10. Likewise, the positive outcomes of the growth process are limited to areas that have a certain degree of relative economic development already. In other words, the extreme poor are less affected by broad economic growth because their regions lack the proper infrastructure and resources to benefit. As concluded by Matilda Dahlquist in a detailed study of low-income countries, does economic growth reduce poverty? Economic growth does not appear to be sufficient a tool when the level of extreme poverty is high. This seems to indicate that poverty reduction must be triggered, the gears must be set in motion, especially in countries with a large portion of extremely poor. Accounting for this fact should, if something, be an initiative for governments across the world to invest in poverty-reducing activities targeted strongly toward eradication of extreme poverty. 11. Africa has 75% of the world's poorest countries, with only nominal poverty reduction over the past few decades. The number of African people living on less than $1.25 a day has declined a mere 8% since 1990. 12. Not to mention that the $1.25 guideline put forward by the United Nations in its original Millennium Goals as the working threshold of global poverty is far from viable as a public health measurement. Even with the recent 2015 elevation of the poverty line to $1.90 a day, it is still not enough. Arguably a more accurate measure, termed by some researchers as the ethical poverty line, puts the dollar value much higher, revealing a different picture of reality. As articulated by Jason Hickel of The Guardian in late 2015. If we want to stick with a single international line, we might use the ethical poverty line devised by Peter Edward of Newcastle University. He calculates that in order to achieve normal human life expectancy of just over 70 years, people need roughly 2.7 to 3.9 times the existing poverty line. In the past, that was $5 a day. Using the World Bank's new calculations, it's about $7.40 a day. As it happens, this number is close to the average of national poverty lines in the global